Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota, and I am on time today, of course.
I doubt it.
So anyway, how's it going? How's it going, guys? Woo! I hope y'all are doing well. We may have an issue here. I am not sure. I'm now getting conflicting information about this trial being live streamed. The trial of Theodore Edgecombe may not actually be live streamed. And if that's the case, we will be switching over to the trial of Chandler Halderson. I'll update the title. I'll update the whatchamacallit description. I'll do all that. If that's the case, we have about 15 minutes before either of these trials would start up, and so that's the outcome. I was told that the Edgecombe trial would be televised, but then I saw today that someone say that it's not going to be televised. So I don't know. See, this shouldn't be a problem. Really, my head's all fuzzy because I just got out of the shower. This shouldn't be a problem because all trials should be televised. All of them. Every single one, without exception, should be televised. There's, the exception should be very, very reasonable and limited exceptions, like, maybe a child's privacy being protected because they're the victim of some horrific abuse or something like that. But that can actually be worked around in the televising of trials. They should all be broadcast all the time. Transparency is crucial. And especially when we've seen what was going on in the Rittenhouse trial, and that one was broadcast, openly broadcast, and we saw how the prosecution conducted themselves. So we'll have to see what the scoop is on this stuff. I'm trying to find out if we're going to get an Edgecombe hearing or not. Very, very annoying that this is the key, that this is what's going on. One other thing I want to say. This has nothing to do. I'm right now, I'm the only stream broadcasting the Theodore Edgecombe trial. That does not look good for our heroes being us. So we'll probably have to change that over. Canabro is live already. Well, let me pull that up, and if things change, we can always swap back. But I think I'll be changing the description right now. Let's see. Okay, let's get over there. And I'm definitely gonna use, hold on, Law and Crime. Since it annoys them. That's the only reason. That's actually my only motivation for using Law and Crime specifically, is that it annoys them, apparently.
We're here today to resume,
Let me get my headphones
but I
on
need
while
to do
this
a
guy
little bit
rambles.
more with you than the simple overnight or lunch break discussion, obviously, because it's been a number of days. And I wanted to make sure that we covered all of the bases so that the record demonstrates everything that did or didn't occur. What I'd like to ask you to do for each of these questions is raise your hand if you need to respond to the question. I'm not going to ask any follow-up questions here with everyone else, but once we've gone through these, then we'd resume an individual process as we did in choosing you for the jury, so that we can discuss things that way.
All right, let me change the description of this
get
stupid
spread
video
amongst everybody else in that sense. So let me ask you, they're the same questions, just broken down a bit more. Did anyone during the time in this days that you've been away since last week, Wednesday morning, did anyone engage in any discussions about the case with anyone else? I see no hands. Did anyone find themselves in a situation where someone was talking about the case and they overheard things that they shouldn't have been overhearing? I see no hands. Did anyone accidentally be exposed to any media reporting about the case in any circumstance, whether on a device or a television or print? I see no hands. Did anyone actually seek out or look at any media reporting about the case in the days since we've been together? I see no hands. And finally, did anyone purposely research or look up anything, not about the case, but things surrounding the case, any kind of information?
All right, let
about
me
the type of
change this
things that you've heard
description.
in this case that weren't already in your common knowledge or common experience? I see no hands. Thank you. Does anyone have a concern at all that they'd like to address with us personally and individually outside of the presence of the rest of the jury? I see no hands. Thank you so much. We're going to proceed today with the state's case, and I'll ask
The state
to
is
call
still
its
going.
witness, please.
The state's going to call Dr. Rogalska to the stand.
And Doctor, I have asked every witness if they're able to safely and responsibly testify without a mask to do so. I think you're in a position where you believe
Everyone
you need to wear
can
your
safely and
mask. Is that
responsibly
correct?
testify
correct.
without
Thank
a
you.
mask.
And as long as you're close to the microphone so we can all hear your voice. that will
Every
be adequate.
single
I'll
person
ask
can
you to please
safely
stand,
testify
and
without
my
a
clerk
mask.
will
No
administer
one's
the oath.
anywhere near you.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Could you please state both your first and last name and spell both for the record?
Yes. Good morning. My name is Agnieszka Rogalska. That's spelled A, G as in Gregory, N as in Nancy, I, E as in Ernest, S as in Sam, Z as in Zebra.
I like how she went
K
to
as
the
in
like
Catherine,
Eastern
A as in
Euro
Apple,
accent to say her
last
name.
name Rogalska, R, O, G as in Gregory, A,
She's clearly been
L,
here a while.
S as in Sam, K as in Catherine,
She's got little
A as in Apple.
affectations.
How are you employed?
I am the Chief Medical Examiner of Dane County.
I'm now going to approach you with Exhibit 367. Outside of your recent promotion, does Exhibit 367 appear to be a true and accurate copy of your curriculum vitae or CV?
All right.
It does.
So we've got to qualify the expert
Into evidence at this time?
No objection.
and show
Yes,
that they have
received.
some reason to be talking about this subject because they're half-fact witnesses, but
Doctor, I just briefly want to go through some of your educational and work background.
they got to tell the jury
Where did
why
you
they should
attend
listen to this
medical
person.
school?
I attended medical school in Poland at the Karol Marcinkowski University of Medical Sciences.
And after finishing your medical degree in Poland, what sort of residency
I
did
trust her
you
immediately.
participate in?
I completed a 4-year residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Illinois at Chicago.
Where did you work after that?
After that, I completed a 1-year fellowship, specifically training in forensic pathology with the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
And have you worked anywhere else as a medical examiner?
I have.
Where would that be?
I worked in Milwaukee for 5 years as an assistant medical examiner before coming to Dane County.
And how long have you worked in Dane County?
I began my employment in Dane County in 2015.
And what is your current title?
I am currently the Chief Medical Examiner of Dane County, serving Rock, Brown, Door, and Oconto counties.
And what does a medical examiner do?
Essentially, the role of a forensic pathologist who serves as a medical examiner in a county is to determine the cause and the manner of death in cases that are reported to our office. We don't have to investigate every death that happens in our jurisdictions. However, there are some cases that are not natural deaths, or we don't have a cause of death, or they might be suspicious or violent deaths. In those cases, it's the job of the forensic pathologist or the medical examiner to determine what the exact cause of death is. what the manner is, and to make sure that the death certification is appropriately completed. Also to ensure that an autopsy is performed or some form of examination, if needed, to document the cause of death and to make it available for purposes of the court.
And are you board certified in any areas?
I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology.
Okay, and what does it mean to be board certified?
Board certification is essentially an exam that allows you, it essentially says that you meet the bare minimum criteria for your profession. You have to complete residency training before you can take an exam, and then you take it to say that you have a minimal amount of knowledge by the board that governs your field. The same thing for forensic pathology. It basically means not only did you complete the training course, but you have the requisite knowledge to practice independently in that field.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed during your career?
I did the numbers a few days ago, and actually somewhere around 4,000, a little over 4,000.
And part of your practice is to write a report in each case?
Yes, in most cases.
Okay.
In most
And did you
cases.
write a report in the case
Which
of
ones
Crystal
did you
Halderson?
not write it about?
I did.
I'm now going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 368.
Thank you.
How would you identify Exhibit 368?
This is who we are. I had a great night's sleep.
This is part of the medical examiner file on this case. It includes my autopsy report, or
I woke
a
up
copy of my
organically
autopsy
at 7
report, as well
a.m.
as a copy of our investigative report. This would be written, comprised by our investigators in the course of their work on this case.
In association with this case, did you put together a presentation based on your report?
I did.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 370. I also have a USB of it, 369. Could you please look through Exhibit 370 and tell me if that is the presentation you prepared?
It appears to be, yes.
This time the state would move Exhibits 368 through 370 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
And as we've done in this trial, could you please compare, this is an example copy that the jury will get. Will you please compare your 370 to a jury copy?
Yes.
As the witness is going through that process, ladies and gentlemen, I'll advise you that once again, it'll be necessary in this case for the state to utilize exhibits so that you understand the testimony and the evidence. That'll be done through the booklet format. Once again, the pages are numbered in the bottom right-hand corner as before, and your obligation as before is to at least observe the exhibits one by one. To the extent you do so is up to your own
Don't tell me what to do,
decision-making as
Judge.
jurors.
What do you think you are? Some sort of authority over the court proceedings? Let's see.
I can flip through one if that's easier.
Get an Odyssey chat pulled up. I still do not have the pop-up chat on Odyssey.
And actually, as before, I'll remind you to only turn pages in the booklet as the exhibit is being shown during the testimony, although you can go backwards if you wish at any point without losing your place, I hope.
Pete Bronson, I do have O'Keefe's new book. I'm struggling very much to find time to read it. I'll probably do some reading this afternoon. I would love to have him on to interview him about the book and about his life in general. I think the guy's doing some of the most important work out there. Let's see.
And those appear to be exact copies of each other.
They do.
And now I'm going to pass out Exhibit 370.
All right. My goal today is to tell people that we're watching this trial now and defeat law and crime. Law and crime must be put in its place, must be destroyed.
Doctor, I've left exhibit 368, your medical report up there. If you need to refer to it at any time, that's fine, but the court would ask that you just note it for the record.
Thank you.
Billy Witch Doctor 99 says, "Is Canabro over his coof?" Yes, he is. He is over it. He is over it. He is so over it. The Parade Massacre trial is nowhere near starting. That was just a pre-trial hearing that we watched the other day. Yes, I saw Microsoft bought Blizzard. Hilarious, phenomenal. Sony is over there crying and screaming about how exclusives.
Fabulous.
I hope they make Call of Duty exclusive. Just prevent
Right.
Sony from having it.
Doctor, could you please turn to slide 2 in your presentation?
My mic is hot compared to the court. Good.
On July 14th of 2021, were you called out to a location in Roxbury, DNR land?
I was.
And what was the purpose of you being called out there?
Human remains or suspected human remains have been found in this area. It's our policy in the office to respond to a potential homicide or potential human remains because we had already found other human remains that were confirmed as human. The doctor, myself, responded to this scene as well, rather than just an investigator initially.
And what is the jury looking at on slide 2?
On slide 2, the jury is just looking at a
They're not
photograph
showing the
of
slides?
the scene in the parkway. This is part of the trail through which we went in order to get to those remains.
Great.
Let's turn to
So
slide
useful.
3.
Thank you, court, for doing this.
What is the jury looking at with slide 3?
Here you're looking again at the scene. We've moved a little bit further away from the parking lot. I believe that in the left hand of the photograph is part of the river or the river bed. And we are walking across this to go further into an open area of the parkway.
And how would you describe this area in general? Was it remote? Were there a lot of people around? Something else?
At the time that I was there, there weren't a lot of people around other than sheriff's deputies. There was a parking lot and a small area of, I'm not sure if they were camper units or small cabins off of the parking lot. I'm not sure if those were residences or just temporary camping sites, but a handful of domestic kind of units. There was the parking lot, and the rest of it is, as you see in the photographs, essentially just forest, trees, and prairie.
All right. And turning to slide 4, how would you describe slide 4?
Slide 4 is again on our way to the scene. This is where the forest opens up into a kind of prairie. One photograph wouldn't capture the entirety of it, but this is just the pathway that we were taking to get to the remains. You can see that this is an open field at this point.
It's a little bit hard to tell from slide 4, but how high was the grass or the weeds in that prairie area?
I don't recall that we took a measurement, but I would say that they're probably calf length. They weren't knee length, and there was a path already built, so we weren't struggling.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Very
Could
riveting.
you please describe slide 5?
On slide 5, we've moved through a portion of the prairie, and we're now edging into the area where the remains were found. You can almost see a few of the bushes or a large tree in the middle of the photograph that seem to be a little
Maybe
bit
you
closer
can,
to the prairie.
but they're not
We're
showing
actually
us.
going to be moving
Liar.
behind that area, which is where the remains were found.
And slide 6, could you describe that slide?
In slide 6, we're actually coming to the edge of that prairie. We've walked past that large tree that you saw in slide 5, and you're seeing a portion of that large tree on the left side of the photograph. In the middle of the photograph, you can't see from this distance, but for orientation purposes, this is where the remains are found.
Okay. Could you please describe picture 7 for the jury?
Yes. In picture 7, we've moved a little bit closer to that area where the remains are found. You'll note that there are red and blue circles on this photograph, and there are notes on the right side of this presentation, so you can orient yourself. Within the right circle, underneath the tree on the left side of the photograph, you can see this is where we'll find the remains of the left thigh, a left foot, and a right leg.
I need to dig up. Ooh.
And identified in the blue circle under a smaller bush a little further away is the left knee, identified here as the left leg.
Just the knee, huh? The toughest part to
In your
eat.
identification, you have left thigh, comma, left foot, comma, right leg. Was the thigh dismembered from the foot, or the foot dismembered from the thigh?
Yes, what ultimately I believe to be the left thigh that joins that, the left knee that joins the left thigh and that left leg was identified in the area here circled in blue. So the right leg is intact from the thigh down. The left leg was fragmented. A portion was found in one area, the knee, the thigh, and the foot were found with the right leg.
And let's turn to slide 8.
I'll be doing a little
How would you describe slide 8?
shot
the
for
jury?
Ken and Gotcha Son in just a
Slide 8
second
is
of
now a
this.
close-up photograph of what we're seeing in the
Mm.
underbrush. This is still far enough away that you can't identify it, but as you were walking into the scene, you would see a fragment of dried brown parchment-like skin, and these remains correspond to the left thigh, the left foot, and the right leg, and they're identified with a yellow circle on your notes.
And as you're approaching these body parts, what if anything, are you looking to sort of take in and observe?
From the perspective of a forensic pathologist, what I'm looking for initially are how many remains there are. First of all, I want to make sure I'm not screwing anything up in the pathway for those people who are qualified to look at the tracks and the scene, the law enforcement officers. But my main concern looking at the remains is to see if they are covered, are they buried? Do they appear to be intact? Do they even appear to be human remains? Is there insect activity? Is there animal activity? These are the things that I'm thinking about. Most of it I won't know until I get really close, but that's what I'm thinking about as I'm approaching this kind of scene.
Did you find any?
And how would you describe slide 9?
Can you follow up the question? Did you find any
So
animals?
slide 9 is a photograph from the same position where I took the photograph in slide 8 from. This gives you some perspective as to the distance between the two piles of remains. So identified in the red circle is actually the left knee, identified here as left thigh, but it's actually a portion of the left thigh and that left knee and the left leg, that missing portion between the thigh and the foot that we saw in the other, identified in the other picture. So you can see that there's some distance between these two.
I feel like I should go
piles
on
of
Law and
remains.
Crimes chat and say thanks for
Here,
the stream.
This knee is actually visible. It's open. It's between some very thin, I believe they're called, they're not twigs, they're just saplings. Basically in a relatively open area in comparison to the rest.
And could you tell from your observations of being there whether or not it was purposely placed in a separate area or if it was later on by wildlife or something else? Is that something you could determine?
Well, purposely placed in the sense that these fragments had no reason to be there of their own accord. So the distance between them would not be accounted by any grade in the terrain. So it's not like it rolled down a hill. There was a slight, a grade to it, but there was so much brush and shrubbery that it would not have, it would have stopped.
Oh, it's sub
There
only
was no
mode.
animal activity that I could discern on either the soft tissue or the bone.
10
would
minutes.
defer
I gotta
that to
wait
the
10 minutes.
anthropologist if there is any animal activity that I didn't recognize. There was no definitive explanation for the difference in the distance between them.
And what do you observe on picture 10?
Toloco, no, there's
So on picture 10,
this is
you're
not an
actually
available
seeing
visual.
my right foot. unfortunately in the field of the photograph, but in the center of the photograph, what you can see are these remains that were identified as the right leg, left thigh, and left foot. Now we're looking at them with a bird's eye view on top as opposed to through the brush. The brush hasn't been cleared, so this is exactly how these remains were found in the open. You can see that the skin is really dried and brown. It's called parchment-like. It's starting to mummify. You can see all of the gray little fragments that look like little pellets or rice grains. Those are actually maggots that are essentially starting to work on decomposing the body. And you can see that there's just grass around the area without any major coverage. There's nothing on top of these remains.
Ken, for your
And
parrot.
doctor,
and
I noticed,
also in response to
looking at
Gotcha
your
Son.
foot that you
Thanks,
appear to be
guys.
wearing booties. Could
Cheers.
you please describe how you are, or what attire or safety precautions you take when approaching human remains?
Anytime we approach a scene, we want to make sure that we're not tracking any evidence or DNA into the field. We're going to be handling this material, so it's even more important for us to be protected. We usually don a Tyvek suit, which is a full, essentially a bunny suit or footed pajamas, if you like, with a hood. We'll wear masks and gloves and eye protection. This is to keep our DNA or our person from being deposited on the remains or a body if we're looking at a homicide scene of a different kind.
And could you describe slide 11, please?
Oh, the description of pictures is great. You know how pictures worth 1,000 words?
So in slide 11, now we are looking at a close-up view of the left knee that was found a little bit further away. You can see again that gray discoloration and some of those white fragments that are the maggots that are part of the decomposition process and the insect activity. You can see a fragment of exposed bone looking straight at the camera. And you can see that the skin here is a little bit different color. It is starting to putrefy a little bit. It is starting to dry a little bit, but it isn't as parchment-like or as mummified as the other remains.
And at some point, are these remains collected and taken back to your offices?
Yes, they are.
How are those remains collected?
We collected them in separate body bags just to keep the fragments separated until we can officially identify them. And just by looking at them with the naked eye like this, you can't really tell if they're from the same person. So we collected them as separate pieces. We placed them into a body bag. That body bag is zipped closed. The remains are actually, before it's zipped closed, placed into what's known as an evidence sheet. So it's a clean white sheet that covers those remains. Anything that would fall off would go into that evidence sheet. Then we place that into a white body bag, close it. We tie it with a zip tie with a numbered tag. And then we document that tag number and the time it was sealed, as well as by whom. And that is tracked throughout the rest of the autopsy and examinations that follow.
All right, and could you please describe what you observe in slide 12?
So in slide number 12, we've moved forward to the 16th of July. We are now in the autopsy suite. The remains have been placed on a blue sheet for the purpose of documentation and photographs. What we're looking at specifically on slide number 12 is a photograph of the right leg.
Look at this
You'll see
photograph.
an L-shaped ruler. That's there for a couple of purposes. One, that gray ruler on the side actually has our medical examiner case number. That tells you the case number, and that gray fragmented ruler is also about 2 inches long, so that if you want to do some measurements for your own purposes, you know that's about how big that is. So here we can see the parchment-like dried, partially mummified right lower extremity or the right leg. You can see a fragment of skin that's attached to the side of that foot. You can see a fragment of the thigh in the upper corner, and we'll talk about that in a different slide.
And in examining the foot, were you able to estimate a shoe size?
I was able to get a measurement of the length of that foot, and it's 7.5 inches from toe to heel.
It's a small foot.
Using just a Google search to find a scale for measuring shoe sizes, we came up with a shoe size of about 8. However, it must be remembered that the foot is partially mummified and desiccated. So this is not a definitive measurement. I can say that it's 7.5 inches from the longest toe to the heel.
Please describe what the jury is looking at in slide 13, please.
Yeah, I have no idea if there are any teeth marks, but I'm
In
curious.
slide 13, you're looking at the cut end of the skin of the right leg. What I'm showing here is that the thigh has relatively clean cuts along the edge of the skin with a couple of triangular, what are known as skin tags. One of the ways to distinguish a sharp force injury that's incurred by a sharp implement such as glass, a knife, pair of scissors, is that the edge is going to be clean and relatively able to be put together. A blunt trauma that breaks skin, what's known as a laceration, so let's say that it's a fall and somebody tears that skin apart, that skin becomes very jagged and irregular. There's usually some scraping of the skin on the outside, and that helps us distinguish these two. The features that we're seeing here are relatively clean incisions. So this was done by a sharp object. The
Like an
irregular
incisor?
fragments, those skin tags that are outlined by some of the red arrows, those are telling us that there's motion. This wasn't just a clean cut that went all the way around. This was a cut and a stop, and either the weapon is removed and put back in, which is what usually happens if you think about cutting something that's the length of a thigh. The sharp implement goes in and out, and every time it does, it doesn't go back in exactly into the same place. So you end up with a little bit of a skin tag. And this is also very characteristic of a sharp force injury.
And just for the record, your hand kind of made what I would describe as a sawing motion as you explained that. Is that accurate?
Correct, yes. Basically, I was demonstrating a sharp implement moving in and out as it's being either going across or into the object that it's cutting.
Doctor, what is the jury going to be seeing here in slide 14?
In slide 14, we're seeing that the bone here on the femur has been cut. So now we're looking at the bone or that leg flipped over to the other side.
And what, if anything, can you tell us about this cut?
The most important thing has been outlined by the red arrow. It's a little bit hard to see because even though on the outside the tissue is brown and mummified, when we flip it over on the inside, everything looks gray. That's because it's essentially putrefying and it changes to that gray homogeneous color. But the red arrow is pointing to where the femur ends.
She's
That's the bone of
homogenophobic.
the thigh. You can see that this bone is also relatively smooth with a cut end. It doesn't look like, if you think of a chicken bone that you break, for example, you can see that it has splinters or jagged edges on the sides. Here we can see that that bone is relatively smooth and cut off in a diagonal.
And are you at all able to tell what sort of instrument created this cut, or is that for the forensic anthropologist?
I can say that there are definitely tool marks present, but I think the forensic anthropologist is in a better position with much more precise measurements to give the jury a sense of what type of tools might have been used.
All right, thank you.
Why am I bigger than the court? Because no
What
court
do
can
you
hold
observe
me.
on slide 15?
No court can hold me.
So on
Oh,
slide
praise
15,
Jesus.
we're again looking at the right leg, and now we're looking at the
That bunny suit, guys. When she said bunny suit, I was like, I'm in. We're
behind.
talking furries now. It's great. It's
And
great.
within that area is a single kind of a tear-shaped teardrop shaped defect.
Oh boy.
It's in a little circle
Dry.
wide.
It is dry listening
And
to
what would
descriptions
cause
of
something
pictures,
like
man.
that?
There are multiple
And
explanations.
I hate these masks that are like
the first one
half of the
being
face.
that it's possible
I hate
insect
the masks.
activity.
Testify
Well, yeah,
without
that
a
Others
too.
you
mask.
may have seen in a previous presentation.
I would
and
object
even
all
on
over that.
these photographs, you might note as well. the
Judge, if you
little
don't think they can
holes
safely
that are
testify without a
associated
mask,
with
let's delay
maggot
this trial.
activity called burr holes tend to be very small.
Can't judge how
and
credible they
round.
are.
They're usually just a few millimeters or fractions of an inch wide. This is a relatively large hole. It
Wow.
has
Whoa.
characteristics that
Is
are
it a
similar
glorious
to
hole?
stab wound. On one end, closest to that gray part of the ruler that has our medical examiner number, you can see that the end is pointed,
Oh, my audio is shit? Is my audio
but the
bad?
opposite side.
You sound okay
It's
to me. You
blunt.
came in
Okay.
a little choppy right at first, but it
with the
cleared up
amount
right
of
away.
damage to
Okay,
the
cool.
tissue and putrefaction, I can't say definitively that this is a stab wound, but it is suspicious for an injury with a sharp force injury, such as a single-edged knife.
Thank you. What are we looking at in slide 16?
In slide 16, we're actually looking at that same right leg, but now we've cut into the skin and we've moved it open.
So
We
you
sort
stabbed
of
her.
Dissected it and splayed that soft tissue open. You can see
Splayed,
that
that's so
from
graphic.
the edge of the femur to the foot, the bone is intact. The muscle inside is putrefied. It's brown and yellow. But the interesting thing about it is that, except in the areas of insect activity at the edges, there is no blood. There is no hemorrhage. There's no area here that
You should be
says that
MS
there was
painting
blood
these
flow at the time
descriptions.
any of these injuries were
Wait,
incurred.
have they shown them yet?
No.
So doctor, are you saying
It's
that
just
the
been-
person was dead at the time?
The only
this
time
was
we get-
removed from the body?
If
Yeah,
this
go
was a
ahead.
shooting, we would have seen
Most
100
likely,
photos by
yes.
now.
Well, they're showing the
And,
jury.
Are there any
I
signs?
think it's the broadcast rules.
That these wounds were.
I had to, I realized I had to VPN in to look at some of the law and
strike
crime
that.
streams.
Are there any other
Wow.
Yeah.
signs that you're able to
Korean
detect
censorship.
that suggest?
Well, and
that,
Japan too. I
this
tried
was done
my
post-mortem
brothers
or
across the coast
after
and that
death?
doesn't work.
The majority
I
of
think
the
Japan just
findings, if
censors
it was
Korea.
done antemortem, if there was blood flow to this leg, we would be seeing some hemorrhage. I examined this under the microscope as well. Sometimes we might see red blood cells that are associated, even if I can't identify them as such with the naked eye.
Brand new
There
bottle.
was no indication here of blood flow.
Yeah, they showed some pictures early
The-
on during opening arguments, but
The tissue,
haven't
even
shown
though it's
any from this
decomposed, would
lady, is
still
what I
have a
mean.
darker color if there was blood, and there isn't any. That's the main factor that says that there was no movement and no flow of blood, and likely this was post-mortem.
Turning to slide 17, what is the jury observing here?
In slide 17, you're looking at a couple of things. Mainly, you're looking at the left foot on the side, and that's identified by that L-shaped ruler. In the circles, the two red circles, you're also seeing fragments of skin that were recovered with this tissue. If you recall, the intact tissue of the right leg had a fragment of skin on it. That is that layer of skin on the bottom of your foot. These both also have ridges on them that are characteristic with either a foot or a palm. One of them was still attached to the foot, and you could see the ridges. The one on the right leg still had circular ridges that were consistent with the ball of the foot where it was attached. Two fragments similar to this, the squamous epithelium had ridges that were consistent with the heel, and there was another fragment that had a ridge pattern consistent with the ball of the foot that was not attached to anything and was associated with this left foot.
Thank you. Turning to slide 18.
oh, hey, Legal Mindset, you're going to join
Please
us
describe
on
slide
Saturday
18
for
to the
Flashcast,
jury.
I hear.
I'm down. If I get the invite, I'm
In
in.
slide 18,
I'll send
you're
it to
looking
you.
at the foot,
Yeah, cool, man.
but at the cut end. So now the sole of the foot is on the table, and you're basically looking down at the cut edge of the bone. Identified,
comment on Law and Crime Stream
with
now.
the red arrows, you can essentially see what we talked about. The
Wait, is that
skin
their
has
chat
a
or our
nice
chat?
Smooth
Air chat.
incision. It's basically a very
Oh, you're gonna
smooth,
troll the
linear
fuck out of
cut
him right
edge
now, aren't you?
all the way around. You can see that the bone also is relatively smooth.
They're going to
However,
be so salty,
you
Nick.
can also see identified by the green arrows that there
You are
appear to
like
be kind of steps
Anchoring.
in the bone. Again, this is consistent with a sharp force injury.
They're kicking my ass right now, so I don't know what they're worried
are
about.
they?
Look at that. 7,700. Wait, oh. What the- Right when I do that? Okay.
That can be
Mhm.
sawing or some sort of
No,
cutting.
that's
But
coincidence.
again, we have
They're
movement
DNS
and
attacking
we
you right
have
now,
the ridge.
Nick. That's it.
It's not just cut clean through. At the very end, it almost looks as if there's a possibility that it was broken. Again, I would defer that to the forensic anthropologist about the very details of it. But from my perspective, I can see that the bone is being cut. And at some point, the cuts are irregular and they're making little steps. And also,
Hey, Nick's chat.
there may be some breakage of the bone as well towards the end.
Turning to slide 19. Why did you take picture 19?
Could you repeat that?
Sure. What
He
is
sure
picture
was
19? I
eating a
said,
lot
why
that
did you take
weekend.
Picture 19, or what does it represent?
So picture 19 is that same left foot. Now we're looking at it from the side. We're looking at the outside of the ankle. And you can see identified by the red arrows, the same sort of skin tags that we saw on the thigh. Again, we're looking at incisions, a cut that's being made around the ankle or the distal leg portion. And anytime that there's a movement in that sharp tool, either in or out or forward and backwards, we're seeing
That was
a
dickish.
small skin tag being
That was
made.
dickish,
And we
I'm gonna
see
say
that
it.
continued here as well.
At least
And
you're honest, bro.
This is a small point, but there appear to be some twigs kind of stuck to that foot.
Some twigs and berries.
Ooh, on the foot? How do you get the Frank below the beans?
Could you tell us about that?
I think those are just fragments from the scene. Again, if you remember.
All right, guys,
it
I'm not
was,
here to shit up their chat
red
too
in
much.
that
Let's get on.
field,
I'm
and that has
turning
some
it off.
small,
Turning it off.
short
Too much fun
grasses,
being
the
had.
wide grasses there. This was the best photograph that I had of these
Wait.
edges, but
Oh,
it's
yeah.
probably one of the earlier photographs before we removed some of the debris that was attached.
Sure. All right.
Your message
What
never
does
went
slide
through.
20 show us?
I've heard my name is not allowed in their chat.
I'm
Slide
sure.
20 again is showing the reflection of the skin. We tried to get as much off to look at the muscle underneath. Again, we're seeing that gray change associated with putrefaction, but we're not seeing any hemorrhage or any discoloration to
When they
indicate
tried to
that
find the
there is
muscle
blood flow at the
underneath
time
on
these
Chandler's
injuries
legs, they
were
found
incurred.
none.
Again, suggesting it was postmortem.
Have you seen this
Correct.
guy's legs? They're pitiful.
No.
Turning to slide
Oh, they're
21.
very.
What does
Chan-
slide 21 show
Chandler
you?
being the murderer.
Yeah,
And
They're like
slide 21,
lambda
we're
level
looking at the
legs,
left
man.
thigh.
They're awful.
The white arrows in the middle are identifying the types of holes that we see from maggot activity. We see this very commonly in mummified remains, and you can actually see them in museum exhibits if you're ever looking at a mummy. These are these nice, small, round holes that a maggot makes in order to get into the tissue or to get back out.
I'll just have to tweet at Law
In
and Crime then.
contrast to that, in the red arrows on the sides, again, we're looking at incisions or sharp force injuries on the skin. You can see the cuts are very broad and very jagged. You'll see them on both sides of the picture and also both sides of the cut ends of the thigh, excuse me. So you can see cut ends on the distal portion as well as the proximal portion. Again, sharp incisions with skin tags. Inside the red circle, you're looking at the bone, the femur, and you can see that it also has a partially smooth edge, but now it's also make it a jagged point, suggesting that we have both sharp and blunt force injuries involved.
Turning to slide 22. What is the jury observing in slide 22?
In slide 22, we're again looking at the left thigh, but now we're looking at a close-up of the bone. And the yellow arrow is showing us a nice smooth edge. Again, this is where the bone is being cut. But the red arrows are showing that
We
we
got a
have
red alert.
jagged ends in part of the cortex or the
What's
kind
up,
of
brother?
circular rim, the
Getting
hard side
uncivil.
of the bone.
What's
And
up?
that is indicative of a blunt force injury.
We're
meaning not
watching a
something that's
doctor
done with a
explain
knife, but it
pictures
could be either done with
that
a
we don't
different
get to
tool
see.
or it could be broken.
Is the pattern on her shirt reminiscent of the blood pattern of
What
the
does
stains,
picture
or what?
23 show us?
Yes.
In picture 23,
The real trick is that under the mask, she's
we're
the
looking
murderer.
straight down into that bone. Normally, you
I
would,
know how
when
it
you
was
would
done
look
'cause
down a
I
bone, you
did
would
it.
see a nice circular rim, which is the hard cortex, and inside is the medulla, the soft part where blood cells are made. But within that red circle inside of the marrow, what you actually see a fragment of bone. So this indicates that not only was this bone cut, as we've already seen in other photographs, but it confirms the fact that there was blunt trauma as well, because now a broken fragment of bone is actually tightly jammed into the marrow.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Gross.
Not loose.
Right, turning to slide 24.
That's not normal.
What are we observing on slide
Heard of other things
24?
being tightly jammed, but not bone
On
marrow.
slide 24, we're looking at
Yeah,
a very
the bone was
close-up
tightly
view
jammed into my marrow.
of
That's
the
what she
thigh
said.
and the bones from the left extremity. The green arrow is again showing us those nice, relatively smooth cut edges.
Just compliment
They
the
do
cutting
have
job.
some irregularity
That's what I
to it,
heard.
but in comparison to those identified by the red arrow, where we have peaks and valleys up and down, the green arrow is showing us sharp force injuries. The red arrows are showing us fragmented bone, so likely blunt force trauma or breakage of the bone. And in the middle of the photograph in the white box, you can see that you have linear cuts on the bone. So these linear incisions are essentially sharp force injuries or cuts that are made on the bone, most likely as the soft tissue or the skin is being cut.
Crackle, crackle.
Turning to picture 25. What
Promise
does
them
picture
pictures
25
over here. I don't
illustrate?
have pictures of any of the shit.
So in picture 25, again, we've reflected all of the soft tissue of the bone. So you can see the bone in the middle, and on both sides of the bone is slightly gray, yellow, putrefied muscle.
I've never seen
and,
a shirt
soft
like
tissue.
that. It's a completely
Again,
straight
there's no
collar and it's
hemorrhage,
buttoned
there's no
all the way to the
darkening
very top,
areas
and
that are
it's like a
consistent with a previous
priest's
hemorrhage.
collar or something
So there's no
almost.
evidence of
And
blood
she
flow at
looks
the
like a
time that
female
these
version of a
injuries
certain
were
leader
incurred.
from 1930 to 1945. It's really
Turning to
weird.
slide 26. Could you please
We have
describe
found
slide
all kinds
26?
of bone fragments.
Yes.
In the
Well-
trees, in the
Slide 26
berries
now
and
we're looking at
twigs.
the
In the hair lick,
left
you're right.
knee.
I hadn't
That
thought
was
about
looked at
Yes.
Yeah, you're there. Yeah,
separately.
okay. I see it now.
Yeah, the chat said
The
it, and I'm just
white
amplifying
arrows
it.
are pointing toward the femur.
So the trick is when you pull down her mask,
so
she's
that's
got a
the
little
leg part,
mustache under the nose.
the thigh part. And the
There was
double
a song
arrows
about that.
in yellow are showing the tibia and the fibula. So those are the bones of the leg.
Turning to slide 27. What do we observe there?
Here on slide 27, we are looking at the distal or the far portion of the leg where the tibia and fibula are. What you're seeing identified by the white arrows is the edge of the skin, and you can see a very nice smooth cut all the way around. There are a
Nice,
few
nice,
areas where it's
smooth cut.
jagged with those triangular skin tags, or maybe
Couldn't have
some
done it any better
steps
myself.
in the skin.
Is she
Because I
describing
did it
my
myself.
circumcision
It's a smooth
uncivil
cut all
law?
the way on
Since
the
I'm
side.
apparently Jewish.
Doctors, the cuts, some of them
Wait,
have
what?
been really smooth, some of them have been more jagged.
I was
What
mistaken.
would
Mistakes were made
account
by
for that?
me.
Many different things.
We've
will
already
account
filled our
for it.
Hebrew
It
quota.
could be the result of using different tools. It could be the result
What
of
are you,
somebody
like
being
Catholic
tired.
or
It
what?
could be the result of
My uncle's Mel
different
Gibson.
condition of the tissue.
I was
Which,
raised Catholic.
which religion are you precisely?
Essentially,
So can I insult you
they're
properly?
indicators of motion.
No, I'm just
So it
nondescript
basically means that the
Christian.
sharp
There you go.
object is moving either back and forth or in and out in a stab wound. Every time we have one of those irregularities, you know that the knife has come in a different direction, or the glass or whatever sharp implement you're using. In cases where we're seeing such vast
I cut legs
differences,
off
it
with
could be
glass all
either
the
because of
time.
a difference in the condition of the tissue. We know that this left knee, for example, isn't as decomposed as the left thigh, the left foot, and the right leg. If it's mummified, the skin will be tougher and there might require different force. And again, if a different tool is being used, that could account for it as well.
And why would some of the body parts be more mummified than others? What could account for that?
A freezer.
Again, different conditions under which they were either stored or they were placed outside. A more shaded area is going to provide cooler air, maybe more moist air. That kind of tissue, if it's cooler, may not putrefy as quickly and it may not mummify. You need relatively dry, hot air for the mummification
It's gotta be
process
moist.
to occur. There are also other factors that could be happening before they are, in this case, before they were placed into the park. Portions may have been kept refrigerated or frozen, or they may have been kept in a cooler place. There are many factors that go into it, so I can't.
Or he
say
could take a
just
bite out of
one,
it.
But if I could tell you if one is consistent.
Take a bite out of crime, I guess.
Thank you. Turning to slide 28. What is significant about slide 28?
On
They could have
slide
been put in a
28, we're
jerky
looking at
machine for use later.
the left knee again, and we're looking at the femur. So in the big white square in the middle, you can see again those kind of linear horizontal cuts on the bone. Those can be as a result of either cutting away the soft tissue or initial attempts at cuts that just didn't go all the way through. The red arrows are identifying the jagged edges of the bone. Again, this is indicative of blunt trauma, a fracture or a blow with a heavy object.
Turning to slide 29.
Like an axe, I guess.
What does slide 29 demonstrate?
So slide 29 is demonstrating, again, that right knee, but now we're looking at it kind of upside down. So what we're looking at are the tibia and the fibula. So those would normally be the bottom parts of your leg, but we've turned them upside down for photographs.
Why?
And just like we've
And
seen
why
in the
didn't you
other
just
tissue, we're
reverse it
seeing
again?
both the smooth edge.
You know,
of
there's a
its
rotate
cut.
option
You can
in
see that it's
Photoshop,
almost a
right?
flat
Pinch
end.
and zoom is the only
Right, and
option.
that's demonstrated by the red arrows. But the green arrow is showing you a step or an irregularity, in the way that that bone is cut. So we're seeing some evidence of a sharp force that's not clean all the way through, but kind of jagged cuts on top of the bone. And again, I'm using my left hand to make kind of a sawing motion to demonstrate the movement.
Thank you.
That's not a, that is not a sawing motion.
What is shown
I mean,
in
are you going
slide
to use
the
the
new
middle finger
dance.
too? Like, what are we doing here?
This is the ME dance.
In slide 30, now we have reflected the skin from that knee. You can see that this looks very different from the remainder of
What
the
I do
tissue.
love is
On
like
the outside,
how
it wasn't
medical
as
examiner
parchment-like, it
testimony
wasn't as dried, and you can
exposes
also
the
see
lie
here
that
the
is shows
fat
like
has stayed
CSI and
yellow as it
bones
would,
and stuff like that.
and that the muscle is
like,
pink.
No, they can't just
So
look at a
this
skeleton and be like,
bone
oh, this is a
and
22-year-old
muscle
female because
tissue
of
and soft
the
tissue
septum
is
deviation
better
on her
preserved
uvula.
than that right leg,
Doesn't work that way.
left thigh, and left foot. Again, there's no hemorrhage here either. Even though we have very good soft tissue, we don't have a lot of putrefaction and no artifact. There's absolutely no hemorrhage here.
in slide 31. What are we observing in slide 31?
In slide 31, we have removed all of the soft tissue from the bone. And at this point, before we involve the anthropologist and
Add to the
before
bone, I like
before
that.
the bones are prepared for that examination, I am just putting together the bones of the left thigh and the left knee. You can see identified by the L-shaped ruler, you can actually see the linear, irregular kind of line across the bone. That is where the end of the left thigh and the end of the femur of the knee are put back together, and that they approximate very nicely. They come right back together like pieces of a puzzle.
So does that suggest that they were at one point the full leg?
To me, yes, this indicates that these pieces of bone are from the same leg.
And turning to your last slide, what
Oh,
does
thank
slide
God.
32 show us?
Slide 32 is that same process. Remove the bone from the distal portion of, or the entire knee, and I put that left foot and the left leg back together. You can see that the large bone right in the front of the photograph has a bit of a gap. That's just a piece of tissue.
we're talking
that's
about a
gone
knee
and-
gap or a
of
thigh
that
gap
bone
here?
that's gone and not going to be recovered, probably because
Thigh
of
gap
the
on this
tool
one
that
is
was used to
astronomical.
separate them. But those pieces do come together.
It's approaching
And to
infinity.
the left of that, you can see the fibula, and you can see how those two pieces of bone come nicely together.
Again, fitting them like puzzle pieces, demonstrating that they're of the same leg.
Yes.
Now, doctor, you have a name on your report of who you believed these legs belonged to, Krista Halderson. Is that correct?
Correct.
How did you come to identify that these legs belong to Krista Halderson?
We collected DNA samples from the fragments of tissue. The tissue from the left knee that was pink was still viable for DNA analysis. And the crime laboratory made a comparison and identified the remains as that of Krista R. Halderson.
Compared against what,
Doctor,
though?
in doing your autopsy of these legs, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Not specifically, no.
What, if anything, were you able to report?
Well, I do know that there are sharp force injuries, and I do see that there are blunt force injuries. But again, as we've already mentioned, these are post-mortem. So I don't actually know what injury caused the death of Krista Halderson. But I believe that she died as a result of some violence, a non-natural death. And the cause of death is described as homicidal violence.
Damn.
And that would be the manner of death.
The manner of death is homicide.
That's my next Call of Duty name.
But again,
Homicidal
you don't know
violence.
the specifics. She could have been shot, strangled. You have no information to determine.
That's correct. We don't have anything other than the legs to make that determination.
TR Greater
No further
Rex
questions.
says,
Examination.
I thought that people had to testify from memory, yet all the people
morning.
from the coroner office seem
Just
to
a
be
couple
referring to their
questions for
notes. Can
you.
you please explain? Yep.
We had
Just a second. We will in a second.
looked at page 15, if you don't mind turning to page 15. I believe it was the knee, and there was a
Is
defect.
the
that you
chat
said
simping for the one at the end of the table yet?
They should be.
As far as that defect goes, I believe you.
Well,
mentioned
you know,
that it-
Chandler's
it
single,
could
so,
be
you know,
some
hey.
type of stabbing.
There's
Go get it, boy.
So you're
there's
saying
sharp
there's a
force injury.
chance.
Yep,
And just to confirm,
We've been
that
spending all this
defect,
time together, girl.
happened post-mortem
second.
as well. Yes?
correct. If it is a stab wound or an incision, it is post-mortem as well.
Now, bringing your attention to the
The
cause
defense's
of
theory
death,
in this case, they can't
you
it can't
had
actually
mentioned
prove
that
how
you
or when the
can't
parents were
specify What
murdered
exactly the cause of death is,
so far.
correct?
Correct.
And when we're talking about cause of death, we're talking about, as Attorney Raymond said, gunshot wounds, stabbing, strangling, something along those lines, correct?
Correct.
Now, when we're talking about the manner of death being homicide, how is it that you determined that it was a homicide?
It's the totality of the events. It's the fact that we have a pair of legs that are separated from the head, a torso, and its related extremities.
To be fair,
The
that
fact
doesn't
that these
show
remains have
homicide
been,
automatically.
Dismembered from an individual postmortem, that there is an attempt to hide these
Tragic
remains.
wood chipper
And it's
accident.
also in conjunction with what we know about the death of Bart Halderson. We believe that this all occurred at relatively the same time under the same circumstances.
So it sounds like you're using a lot of different factors other than just the legs in and of themselves to determine that homicide was a manner of death.
Yes, although I will say that I have no explanation for why these two legs would be found in a state park in the course of a natural death. There's no way that I could call this anything natural. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so let me see if I can kind of
That would be
understand
difficult.
that.
Mauled by bear?
The fact that the legs were found where they were.
Mauled by bear
Man,
with the
bear, pig.
exact
something
cuts?
that you
Mauled by
use to
bear with knife?
determine a homicide versus
Man,
a
bear, pig,
natural death.
gator.
This is
It's part of what we use to
kinda
determine
interesting
the manner as a homicide.
because when
yes.
you really think about it,
And I guess that
you can't
ultimately
prove
is
that it was
the
a
issue.
homicide
You
just because
have a
parts
pair
of the body were
legs.
distributed somewhere.
You can't really
That's
determine much
technically true.
from the legs in and of itself.
Yeah. From the evidence you have,
Well,
you
I can
can't actually
that,
determine what
The
happened.
dismemberment occurred. They didn't
I'm-
fall off.
I'm
They were actually
reasonably
taken off the
good.
body.
I think I got a
I
pretty good
can
idea.
determine that we have different types of injuries. We have sharp force injuries and blunt force injuries. I can also determine that this happened post-mortem. So there are a few things that I can determine. But
Postmortem
you're
doesn't
correct
show
there's
that
a limit to what
they
I
were
can
the
say.
killer. I mean, it seems
I have
reasonable
no further questions. Thank
that
you.
only the killer would chop up
Yeah.
the body, but we
One
actually don't know
follow-up
that.
question. So, doctor,
That's
is it
true.
fair to say that your determination is based on the totality of all of the evidence that you know at the time and not just a decision made in a vacuum?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
I actually have a clarification question, Doctor, and it has to do with both the use of the term and the description of movement that you made reference sawing. you're testifying about that movement or that style of motion and not about whatever implement was used at the time of that motion. Is that
Good,
correct?
good clarification.
That is correct.
Doing the defense's job
As a
there.
forensic pathologist, my ability to determine tool marks is limited. However, we know forensically that when we see those kinds of skin tags,
A
that is
judge who knows that
usually
they
the
can't ask
result of a
questions.
motion of
Whoa.
a sharp object, either
Crazy.
a sawing or a stabbing motion.
Thank you. Any questions in a follow-up to my question?
I
No,
chop
Your
people up
From-
with a stabbing
May
motion
this
all the
witness
time.
Be excused
She may,
and released.
yes.
Thank you so much. I'll take the exhibits that are there.
All right, TR Grader Rex asked that people had to testify from memory, but people from corner office seems to be referring to their notes.
you.
Expert witnesses get to refer to their expert reports and materials that they prepared specifically for trial because they're they're experts rather than fact witnesses who are testifying to something that they saw, something that they witnessed.
See nobody looking like they need a break.
I like that bow tie.
Like the
I hate all bow ties.
next
Bow ties
witness
need to be
called.
banned.
Bigot.
Yep.
Take your swings.
Take your swing.
I'm gonna start writing love letters to the person at the other table. Just
Call
to
me a
the
bit again. I
crossover.
dare you.
Yeah.
I dare you to call me a bigot again. Dare you? Call
I
me a
doubt
bigot.
it.
Well, now that you're not Jewish, I don't have to worry about the anti-Semitism, so I got that going for me.
Oh, man. I wasn't ready for that one.
Without a mask. Thank you so much. You bet.
Okay, here we go.
Deputy, I know you've testified once before, but could you please restate both your first and last name for the record?
Yes, my first name is Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L.
Wait, so he's
Last name is
Called
Wilk,
again in the
W-I-L-K.
case in chief of
And
the
just to
state?
remind the
Okay.
jury, part of the duties in your particular role is occasionally to view video and help set clues with analysis.
Yes, that is correct.
And I'm going to approach you with exhibit 568.
Sounds so weird. Approach you with the exhibit.
Painstakingly watched in this case was from the Bridgman property. I think it's 522 Bridgman from July 6th of 2021.
Correct, 7022 Bridgman.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So the masks aren't a requirement. They're just
No, they're optional, which is what I hate. I don't think it's
fuck
right
that.
at all.
Fuck that. Nope.
His girlfriend and her mom testify with masks on.
The mom.
Or no,
didn't.
wait, her mom didn't. Her mom's lesbian lover did though.
The girlfriend had it on or off?
On.
On.
Oh. Yeah, she probably needs a chin job.
Yes, that is correct.
And specifically the early morning hours from 12:01 a.m. to about 4:30.
Yes, that's correct.
Those appear to be true and accurate images or screenshots.
Yes, they do.
At this point, I would move exhibit 568 into evidence.
No
Any
objection.
Thank you. It is received.
And if I could have the left HDMI, Your Honor.
I love that the judge is controlling the video
you,
inputs.
Detailed or listed every time you observed a light in one of the corresponding windows. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that is correct.
And specifically of the Halderson home?
Yes, the north side of the residence.
Thanks, bud.
And slide 2, that is at 12:07 a.m.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And slide 3 is just with a circle. What are we observing in slide 3?
Yes, on slide 3, you can see a low light level emanating from what has been labeled and described as the fireplace window.
And moving now to 12:11 a.m. What are we observing on slide 5?
On slide 5, on the west side of the residence is a window attached to the garage of the residence, and you can see a low light source emanating from that window.
And slide 6 is 12:16 a.m. What are we observing in slide 6?
In slide 6, again, we are observing a low light level, slightly more intense than the initial image of a light source emanating from that fireplace window.
And again, this is also based on your analysis with Scott Coons, and we watched a video of the July 1st going into July 2nd previous.
Yes, correct. I was present and assisted with that analysis the evening that we conducted it. I also have had the opportunity to review his report.
Slide 7 is at 12:23 a.m. Light source appears to have gone away.
Yes, that is correct. There's no observable light source at this time.
12:33 a.m. What are we observing in slide 10?
In slide 10, we can see light source emanating at this time from the kitchen window, which also with a lower light level emanating from the, what would be the dining room window.
And then 12:35 a.m.
There's no observable light sources at this time.
That's what we're
1:18
okay.
a.m.
We're again seeing a low light source emanating from the fireplace window.
1:18 a.m.
Oh Lord, are we doing this frame by frame?
The light source.
They're
is
not
now
showing the
dissipated and
actual
there's no
thing.
observable
Pan
light source at
up,
this
you
time.
fucking cameraman.
1:27 a.m.
Again, we're seeing a light source emanating from a window located on the west side of the residence, which was
I'll challenge
associated
that.
with the garage.
I'll challenge that. Are you sure that's a light source and not an artifact of the,
1:40 a.m.
the camera or something?
No observable light source.
This is insanity.
2:15 a.m.
This is like where
Again,
you
we
see
have another light
Sasquatch.
That's
source
like a
background,
that's like a
the
subpixel. I'm
west
going to
side
challenge that on the
of the residence
photograph.
with a
Like, are
window
you
associated
sure
with
that's
the
a light
garage.
source and not just an error in the camera?
2:20 a.m.
No observable light source at this time.
3:43 a.m.
Again, we're seeing an observable light source coming from the garage window.
This is literally Ghost Hunters level shit.
3:48 a.m.
This is worse.
No observable
Frankly.
light source at this time.
3:52
You can see from the side an orb enters the
Again, we're seeing another
screen.
light source coming from
Is this the
garage window.
Is this the ghost of Chandler's parents
3:57
telling us
a.m.
where to find the
No
bodies?
observable light source at this time.
At least those guys are entertaining.
4:03 a.m.
403, we're seeing another light source emanating from the garage window.
4:09 a.m.
No observable light source at this time.
Dude, I get the point.
4:25 a.m.
Again, we're
There's
seeing
light
another light
sources
source emanating
flickering
from
on
the
and
garage
off. Who
window.
cares?
4:30 a.m.
No observable light source.
4:30, 4:31.
4:31 a.m.
Now, how about this
At
other
this time, we're
big,
seeing another
big bright thing to
low-level
the
light
right of
source
that?
coming
What's
from
that?
The garage window. We also have, it's not circled in this image, but we have a light source now slightly to what would be south of that window coming from the driveway area of the residence.
And then 4:31 and 24 seconds a.m.
At this time, we're observing automobile leaving the residence. You have both in the upper right-hand corner of the image, video still from the 111 Oak Springs Circle residence video surveillance system that shows that vehicle leaving, which was the light source that we initially saw in the previous image.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, you have seen, is it Detective or Deputy Kuntz's light analysis from the night of July 1st, correct?
I'm having a slightly difficult time hearing you. If you could
Sure.
maybe use the microphone, that'd be great.
Turned on.
Yeah, the fan
Yeah.
right above my head
Yeah.
here. Thank you.
You've seen, I don't know if it's Detective or Deputy Kuntz, you've seen
Come
his
ask him.
light source analysis
It's so
from
bad.
the July 1st Bridgman Road footage, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, is it fair to say that the light you saw in the video from July 6th was not of the intensity of the theorized fireplace light, correct?
Correct. There were varying levels of intensity from the night of July 2nd. as well as the night of July 6th. There were, or I would guess would be the early morning hours of July 6th. There was also a slight varying level intensity, however, not quite as intense in times as the night of, or the early morning hours of July 2nd.
And for the July 6th video, Deputy Kuntz didn't do that level of light analysis, correct?
Can you rephrase your question?
Yes, from the July 6th video that these slides are the subject of, Deputy Kuntz did not do the same type of in-depth analysis that he did for the July 1st video.
The video in essence would be the same video. It's the same view. It's the same perspective. Nothing necessarily changes in regards to what lights come from what windows that were identified during that light analysis.
Well, maybe I'll
But he didn't do
rephrase
it.
the question a little. The slides that we see here that you've presented today
Yes,
are the only time you saw lights coming from those windows on that Bridgman Road video on July 6th.
on July 6th, correct. Those are the lights that I documented during that viewing of the video.
So if they're not documented in these slides, you didn't see lights, correct?
Whatever was documented in my report would be associated with what was previewed here in court today.
So are you saying there's things in your report that document lights that aren't reflected in this video presentation or this slide presentation?
No, I'm saying this, what was demonstrated or shown here today mirrors what was documented in my report.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any redirect?
Thank you.
May this witness be excused? Do you still have the exhibit, sir?
That was weird
I do
testimony.
not.
It,
Okay.
it coincides
Very good.
with like
Go
an
ahead and file that with the clerk.
hour-long
Thank you so much.
review
Ladies and
of
gentlemen, I am informed that
same
this would
type
be a
of
good point to break,
footage.
given the length of the next.
The jury
witness,
sent
so
in the
we'll
red
take our
flag.
morning break.
Oh, they need a break given the length of the next witness. So, whew,
Uh-oh. Strap
big
in,
swinger,
boys.
big swinger coming in. Apparently,
Got a live one.
a not Murphy on the way.
Oh, God.
Okay, well, we'll see if the judge says anything. This trial is really annoying because most of the it might actually be the end of the stream.
Really?
For them. So most of the off-camera stuff or off when the jury's not there, they turn off the cameras on everything. Any arguments, the jury's not present. So looks like I'll keep it up on my side over here, but I'm guessing that the stream is actually going to go to a new stream on Law and Crime, which is funny.
I
Or they
see
just
the logic.
paused it.
I see
Might
the
have just
logic
paused it.
behind that, though, because, I mean, you can potentially have jurors listening to it, right? So,
Yeah, it's possible. I just hate it. I hate the if you were able to be there, you would be able to sit in the court and listen. I think transparency is important. And if they're worried
Yeah.
about jurors, sequester them harder.
yes. Yes.
I don't want to
Yes,
be
Kurt.
sequestered.
I don't want to be
saying,
sequestered either. But I mean, like if your sequestration means I don't go to prison forever, then
And
get sequestered all day.
here's another point. Lawyers, knowing that they're pissed at every single second they're in there, are going to be the jury is going to be much more sharp on people who are wasting their fucking time. And all of these cases are going to be compressed into the best possible arguments, the best possible data, because they're going to know that the jurors are not going to take kindly to people holding them there while they're sequestered.
Okay, so apparently Law and Crime, it's the same stream will be kept up. They're just using the pause stream function, which is annoying. So anyway, I've got it though, and when they pop back up, I'll poach their stream again. They're hemorrhaging viewers. They're hemorrhaging viewers dramatically right now. So it'll be funny if they start coming over here. I need to convince more people that this guy's a cannibal. That's just my one goal, that he ate little bits of his parents.
You've got to
Just
convince
little
some
bits.
Nick. It's like your mission is to convince that somebody, some guy out there is it doesn't matter who. Somebody is a cannibal out there. We're gonna find him. We're gonna catch him. We're gonna catch him in the act of eating his parent jerky. I mean, it's gonna be a thing.
Apparently, the mom tasted better than the dad because they found way less of her. That's all I'm saying. That's all, we can objectively show that to be true. I still don't trust the girlfriend at all. This,
Why not? Why not? Why is she not credible to you, Nick?
Okay. So the first thing is the prosecutor vouched for her in his opening statement. That tells me immediately that she's not credible. Like, without a hint of irony, right?
I know what you're saying. It's funny.
In
though.
the opening statement, the prosecutor says, now you're going to hear testimony from his girlfriend, Kat. And she did some things that kind of helped out with this. But let me tell you right away, very clearly, she did nothing wrong. Immediately, I'm like, okay. So did she hold the knife or did she hold the parent while the knife was going in them? Like, that's the first thing. Next thing, she testifies with the mask on. Next thing, this whole case is predicated on the fact that Chandler is a liar, that he's lied to everybody. He's lied about his schooling. He's lied about his job. He's lying about everything. And the theory of the prosecution is that the dad discovered the lie about the school. The dad found out that Chandler was lying about going to college. And so Chandler killed his dad and mom, whom he otherwise doesn't seem to have any animosity towards at all. None that's been testified to, no reputation.
Hold on, Nick. He was not, so because I didn't get these facts and I'm just, jumping on this. So was it where he was not going to college at all and he told his parents he was? Was that what the big lie was?
Yeah, so he told everybody that he was in college.
Everybody.
Yeah, that was his, like, he was in college, he was going through this course, but as it turns out, he wasn't, apparently.
I mean, I tell everyone I went to law school. I haven't killed anybody yet.
No one found out the truth.
You just LARP a lawyer on YouTube.
When your dad shows up and is like, Kurt, I called the law school. I was looking for your transcripts to put together a nice thing for your upcoming birthday, that we were throwing a big celebration, big party. And they said they've never heard of you. And that's when you pull out the SKS and you're like, Dos Vadonia, blam, blam, blam. And then you get out the knife and you start the sawing motion. Because this is how I chop up bodies.
This is not a sawing motion.
Oh, okay. So anyway,
motion?
So the whole thing,
that's the other equivalent. Yes.
So the girlfriend, so the whole thing is he's lied to everybody, right?
Okay.
And including he gets this concussion, and he apparently has lied about the extent of the concussion, that he tells everybody he can't like do anything. And that's why he lost his job at SpaceX, that he hadn't actually gotten yet because he couldn't travel because of the concussion. And so SpaceX he was lying about getting a job at SpaceX, but then he said, oh, I got this concussion. I can't go to SpaceX. Now he was diagnosed with a mild concussion, but not like a severe one or something. I don't know. Anyway, so he testifies about the SpaceX thing, or the SpaceX thing comes up. The girlfriend says that she and he, like right before this, by the way, would take showers together via Snapchat. So you got their phones up in the shower.
That's not the weirdest thing I've heard on Snapchat, Nick.
No, it's not weird at all. No.
Yeah.
Listen, are you telling me that this guy who is lying that everybody thinks needs like a walker and constant care is jerking off on Snapchat with his girlfriend and she doesn't know that he's lying about all of this? That's the issue, right? Like they're all on Snapchat together in the shower, and they must have like phone wall mounts on there. Do they make wall mounts on showers for phones for Snapchat?
I'm sure that, yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to get one of those.
Anyway, and you can get the peephole cameras. There's all sorts of technology.
Yeah. So anyway, so there's that. The guy, the luminol investigator, he luminoled down the parents' cars, right, including the Subaru.
Luminol. Sorry, I heard for a second I heard
not
liminal. And I was getting triggered.
No, luminol. He luminols down the cars of the parents, including the Subaru that Chandler allegedly transported the parents in to dump them at the girlfriend's mom's lesbian lover's farm, by the way, which is another weird thing, that this is where he dumps the body and hides his SKS. which the cops don't find when they actually search the farm the first time. They just find it later behind a board that I didn't look behind the board that was leaning against a wall. Anyway, so they do this. He luminols all the cars, nothing. You know whose car he doesn't luminol?
Girlfriend's car.
Girlfriend's car.
Ah, he knows. Oh man, this is sus as fuck. Like
It's weird. It's weird.
sus.
And not to mention the day before, this is what actually bothers me a lot. The day before the alleged slayings of the parents, Chandler had been telling his girlfriend that he was grounded. He's 23, but he lives with his parents, so he's grounded. So he couldn't see her. And she wanted to see him. She's like, when can I see you? When can I see you? When can I see you? And he's like,
once I kill my parents.
He's like, I don't know. And she says, I'm about to text your mom. This is getting ridiculous. So she has a text expressing some level of anger towards someone who would be murdered the next day. And yet she didn't do nothing. I don't trust it. Oh, she also slept in the house where the bodies were burned in a fireplace.
That detail was the one that sort of got me. It's like she was there and
I mean, look,
didn't
guys,
notice in any way. Or
I don't know if you've tried to remove scents from your apartment, but that's a strong one. That's a real strong one.
It's the industrial strength for breeze. It does wonders.
And what is it? Women have a 7 times more sensitive sense of smell than men. It's something
I don't
like
believe that shit for 1
Not
second.
than me.
Well, you have a 10 times metric nose. So
Trust me, I have more smell receiving nerve endings than anyone else on the planet. I know for sure. No, I have, look, he might have killed him. I'm just saying she knew about it. I'm just saying maybe she helped. I don't
That
trust her at all.
cross-examination was so short, though. The defense didn't want to do anything on cross-exam. It was
Nope.
very strange.
It was very strange. They didn't ask if she had a deal with prosecutors or investigators. They didn't ask if she had talked to the state about any of her testimony. They didn't ask much of anything at all. And it was like, what? Why? Like, again, if I'm the defense.
They didn't ask if she has hybristophilia.
What's hybristophilia?
Oh, that's the attraction to criminals. You know,
Oh,
the attraction
okay,
to
yes.
criminals and criminality. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Look, if I'm the defense, I'm scrambling for any possible defense. And one of them is to say, and they kind of hinted at this in their opening argument, that maybe he's guilty of some of the crimes, but they can't prove murder. They can't prove murder. Well, who murdered him? I don't know. Maybe the girlfriend who expressed anger at his mother the day before she died. Maybe her mom, who also expressed anger and testified to it about the mother the day before she died. Like telling me he has to get out of their house. They're controlling. He can move in with them. All this stuff that he can do the day before the murder, testifying to all this stuff. And again, the bodies are dumped at the mom's lesbian lover's farm, they have the weirdest fucking story too.
That's all new for me. So what's going on with the lesbians? I mean, you have me at lesbians. I got to hear more. I mean, I'm
okay,
sorry.
well, this one lesbian looks like the cross between Gary Busey and a manatee. So,
well, hold on. That's offensive to the manatee.
But no, it's a cross between Gary Busey and a manatee. It's not. It can't be offensive to the manatee. I'm not joking. He looks exactly like Gary Busey.
It is.
Well, at least it's the mask.
You're lessening the manatee by Gary Busey. That's not fair to the manatee.
I know. But
it's a new hybrid creature.
As the state marine animal of Florida, I am offended, Nick.
It's not a manatee anymore. It is now beyond. It has become something different because Gary Busey's DNA has been added to it.
Abusacy, if you will.
A bussy.
No pussy. No pussy.
So anyway, so here's the story, right? When Chandler allegedly dumps the bodies, Chandler calls up the elbow ladies, calls her up and says, "Hey, can I come to your farm and use the pool?" Which the pool has maybe been helping with his concussion. I don't know.
Indoor, outdoor pool.
Outdoor pool. This is on a farm, large farm, right? And so she says, yeah, then tells girlfriend's mom that Chandler's coming over to use the pool. Girlfriend's mom immediately says she flew over there out of an abundance of concern because she knows that her lesbian lover likes to walk around with the girls out, right? With her breasts exposed.
No, I got the girl.
Yep.
I got the girl's reference. I'm savvy.
I wasn't sure if your face is disgust or confusion. I
Well,
get
she
now
said
that it was
she's a.
disgust.
You said she's a bussy,
Yes.
so at this point, I'm imagining a lot of things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I figured out it was discussed by the follow-up question. This is why I'm a lawyer, asking these important, deep questions. So she finds out. So she drives over immediately. Okay. So Chandler says he's going to go swim, and he drives his car down to the pool area, allegedly, but he doesn't go to the pool, apparently. So then the mom and the girlfriend, as they would, want to go swimming, right? While Chandler's there, they want to go swimming. And so they hop on the lawnmower together and drive down to the pool,
Okay.
which bothers me because this lawnmower is not that big.
You
It's not that big of a...
You never ridden shotgun on a John Deere?
Look, the combined thickness of these two women would
How many
make
C's, Nick?
But it is a
How many
testament to the
Cs?
tractor and the ability to load that much weight. So
if
hey,
it's
a
only
well-made
going
tractor.
straight, if they're only going straight, I buy it. If they have to turn at all, that wheel does not turn. Okay.
I feel like that is a commercial. That is like something they can make into a commercial, like strong enough to handle two manatees riding astride. You know?
So they're driving down to the pool and they look through the barn, which has, the shed they call it, but it's pretty big shed. So shed, barn, whatever. They've got both doors open on either side and they can see through and they can see Chandler's car down, not by the pool, but apparently down by these barrels, like where you would burn trash on a farm. And so the mom doesn't say this. The mom just says that they, ended up getting in the pool. She figured Chandler was sleeping because the hatchback of the Subaru was open. So, I mean, obviously that's the international symbol for sleeping in your Subaru is to have the hatchback open. I figured this out. So the mom doesn't say anything about them actually doing anything, but the lover says that they drive the tractor down to inspect the Subaru. And they drive around it and he's not in there. Again, inconsistent testimony between these two people who are there. He's off on a spirit walk in the woods. They just figure, oh, he must be just walking around, apparently. So then the one lady's like, look, I've got to get these boobies out and I have got to get in the pool. It's hot. I'm agitated and I'm old. I'm having my menopausal hot flash. I've got to get in the water. So they troll back up to the swimming pool. This is a good distance, 100, 200 yards away, roughly. Somewhere in there. And they go back up and they get in the pool. Now, I can't figure out if any of these people are wearing swimsuit bottoms. Like, I legitimately have no idea because they just testified that the one girl goes topless, but it doesn't say any of them are in any kind of swimsuit, but they're all in this pool, the two women are in this pool, and Chandler just walks up to the pool and he's like, hey, what up? I'm going to get in the pool. And apparently mom says, no, Mr. Chandler, no here. And because her woman's girl, breasts are out, right? And but the lady says, well, she had to say that because I wouldn't care. And then Chandler just gets in the pool anyway, and then is like staring wistfully off into the sunset. It's this
Bold
weird
move,
story.
Cotton.
I don't get it. I don't get this story at all. It doesn't make sense to me, and nobody's asking any questions. Like, so you knew he's over at the house, but you just couldn't possibly wait to find out where he was before you got topless and into the pool, even though it would make your very timid, lover uncomfortable that you would be topless in the pool with her daughter's boyfriend roaming around the property and allegedly wanting to swim. Like, no follow-up questions on any of this stuff. I don't buy it. And that's the problem. I should buy it. This should be an easy case. He looks guilty as shit.
You think there's people who are on their own property don't want to just whip it out and are like, I'm doing it no matter what. If you're an avid nudist, you're just going to be like, look, it's my property. I'm going to do what the hell I want. These tatas, these girls are coming to play. You don't like it, that is what it is. Get off my property. I mean, I've seen people like that. They're very dedicated to their practice.
Okay, Mrs. C is correcting one of the things I said. So let me be very clear on this. Mrs. C says the mom said they went and looked in the car and she saw metal ramps in the car. Mom's girlfriend said the car was empty. We might need to rewatch mom and her girlfriend's testimony. Okay, so either way, we still have an inconsistency in these two stories.
What day was that? Do you remember what day that testimony was?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it can be found, but Law and Crime has been cutting these up in weird segments. So like one person's testimony will be half on one segment of video and then half on another. And it's not always as clear, but anyway,
They're just trying to spite you, Nick. It's all against you. It's all to throw you off.
I just think it's bad editing. Like it doesn't make sense. Why not just edit out each testimony individually and put up individual videos? If you're going to cut them down, otherwise just play the whole live streams in full.
Yeah.
But I'm just very confused because again, this looks like an easy case. It looks really simple and straightforward. It looks like this guy just shot and chopped up his parents, but we've got weird reasons as to why. And I guess it's because the court can't prove that he was anywhere around them, even when he shot them or when they were shot and killed. But it looks like he did it. I don't know. So to me, that tells me there's more to the story. Not necessarily that the story is entirely wrong, but that there's something else we're missing. And I've got these inconsistencies that I don't trust and that bothers me. So also, I'm just saying, he probably ate them.
Yeah, I always think, I always want to, the girlfriend is always such a strong motivator. I'm like, what would push somebody to kill their parents? And I'm like, well, usually there's got to be an intervening force that's strong enough here. What is the motivation? Is it money? Is it something else?
Yeah.
The girlfriend is sus. If it was the other way around.
I didn't mention the life insurance.
Also, I feel like for sure, if I'm the defense, I'm objecting to people testifying with their mask on because it deprives the jury of being able to see people's faces. And people suck at being able to tell whether or not people are telling the truth or not. But be that as it may, we have apparently decided as legal fiction that they're really good at it. And you're depriving them of the ability to see the jury language, see how they react, see how their eyes move, see the whatever miniature smiles or micro reactions the jury wants to read into whatever and believe whatever they want to believe. So the fact that the girlfriend is testifying with the mask on is blowing my mind. Now, I will give a bit of deference to defense because we haven't seen, for example, the interrogation tape with them, with the police. At least it hasn't been offered in evidence. We don't know what their statements were. We don't know. So there are avenues of questions that we're raising. But this isn't one of those situations where I'm ready to throw the defense attorney well under the bus because none of it makes any sense. I think you also have to be careful, as always, with credibility before the jury. You don't want to come out with some outlandish theory and wind up making the girlfriend even more sympathetic because she was a poor victim of whatever, right? So you don't want to, you want to be careful when you are doing stuff that you don't wind up shooting yourself in the foot, even worse than you were. So I'll give a point to the defense, and we'll assume that, or at least I'll argue that it makes more sense if you knew as much as the defense lawyer does. How about that?
The other parts of this is there's $1 million life insurance policy, according to the brother who testified. Yep. And so you now have, you had this interesting point where Chandler allegedly had this job at SpaceX. Now, remember, we're supposed to believe that the girlfriend believed that Chandler was in high school or was in college, believed that Chandler had a job with the DNR as a scuba rescue in Wisconsin, and believed that he got a job at SpaceX or no, American Family Insurance or something. So he's with American Family Insurance, even though everybody has testified that he never seemed to get paid. There were just so many problems with his paycheck. For like 6 months, he never got paid, but he just kept working. And also that there was the job with SpaceX. We're supposed to believe that. I've told you I believe that the girlfriend knew that he was not injured with his concussion. And part of the reason I believe that is because while Chandler was grounded and his parents were going up to the lake cabin or whatever, allegedly, for their July 4th celebration, she told Chandler to lie to his parents. She told him to lie about the fact that they could take better care of him at her mom's farm.
Is that on the record?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
See, so that's another thing that bothers me about this. I think she knows. By the way, his alleged salary at SpaceX is going to be $80,000 a year. While they're on Snapchat talking back and forth, this chick screenshots everything, by the way. She screenshots All sorts
That's
of
a
stuff.
red flag, guys. That is a red flag. If the
Yeah.
girls is screenshotting, that's a red flag.
So she screenshots.
Why is
while
that a
they're-
red flag for you? You don't want her to have a record of the things you said in case you have to say different things later? Who's that a red flag for, man, my friend?
I
Who's that a
plead the
red
fifth,
flag
Kurt.
for?
Plead the fifth, Kurt.
It's a red flag for the dude who's about to be set up for murder when the girlfriend takes his phone, turns on his location services, and she drives out to the location to show that he was there.
I'm photoing everything you ever send me in the future, man. So you can't lie to me later.
So his job's going to be 80 grand a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Part of the screenshots is she's looking at houses in Florida where they're going to move for their SpaceX job.
Right.
$700,000 house is what she's
Where
looking
are
at.
they going to move? West Palm? Like, where are they going? Like, where are they going with that money?
Wherever SpaceX is. Outside of
SpaceX?
Orlando.
700,000 on
I
an
don't think
80,000
so. Are
salary
they?
sounds a little like someone doesn't know about how money works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where
so
are you coming up with the money to put down on this thing?
Oh, I see.
unless you're going to come up with it from an
From the
inheritance.
insurance?
Yeah.
Huh?
Or unless she's just an idiot, which, is also a possibility.
That's the other problem. That's the thing that I brought up when we were talking about it. It's like, also, it just seems like she doesn't know anything. I didn't know about the insurance at the time. I was like, it seems like someone just doesn't understand how money works. Like $80,000 a year is probably not going to get you that type of house.
No.
That's an expensive house for not, I mean, it's not a bad job, but it's not a great job. But
$8,000 for first job is not bad at all.
around Titusville. Oh, it's a second job. Kurt.
I was
He
joking.
works for American Family Insurance.
700K can buy the whole, buy all of Titusville, but no, it can get you a lot of house in Titusville.
Yeah. Oh, it was. It looked like a nice house from what we could see.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But
is it still available? Can I move there?
Yeah, you're welcome.
If you can buy a $700,000 house in Titusville, sure. I wonder if that Zillow listing got a boost.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit.
When they show, I'm going to buy the Halderson alleged property.
I'm going to buy the girlfriend's mom's property at a discount because now it's tainted with the murder, so I can get it for a song.
That'd be great. Stephen Cooper says they let her testify with her mask on because she couldn't stop smiling at the thought of his parents being dead.
No, but that's it though. You could see the micro. The thing is, human beings can pick up on micro expressions like the curling of lips and stuff like that. And when you wear a mask, and there's already data on this, we're getting data on this, how it's affecting people. People are literally not able to pick up on other people's expressions, and therefore, even children that are developmental, that are in these crazy environments where they're forcing them to wear masks, are not able to pick up on social cues. So their social development is hampered because of this, because they're not able to see people's faces. It's a real thing.
The other interesting thing about the girlfriend, and I have not verified this, but people were telling me that this is true. So there are
Wait, how did they
pictures of
hold
her-
on, Nick? How did they meet?
I don't know.
Through friends, I believe is what she said on the stand if memory serves.
Not Tinder.
No, I don't
not
think
Tinder.
so.
Okay.
So the girlfriend is in drama, right? Like drama programs and stuff like that. And she's an actress. And so there's a picture of her like, dressed up like a murderous Alice in Wonderland or something. I don't know. It doesn't matter. There's pictures of her. The interesting thing about it to me is that play allegedly took place at the college that he's not actually attending. So the girlfriend doesn't know he's not attending the college that she's doing drama at. Like, it's just it's all so weird. I don't believe that she doesn't know about all of these lies. That's what I'm saying. I believe the girlfriend knows about the lies. That doesn't make her a killer. That just makes me distrust her.
She's just into American McGee's Alice in Wonderland.
While we're at it, why don't we just point out that since she's such a true crime aficionado, that she was unable to see all the warning signs. It's like, isn't this just the plot of one of your many shows? How did you know?
Oh yeah, she's a true crime. She's a true crime watcher because of course she is. Yeah.
Also, she has a nice butt. I'd just like to say.
Kurt, how dare you?
There you go. Kurt, I hear she's single now.
I watched her walk into the stand, man. I was like, hey, all right.
It's I don't trust anybody in this case. I think everybody's eating. I think it's a buffet. It's his Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah.
No,
I was your boyfriend. I'd be able to hide
those
those bodies so much better, babe.
I think she's one of those that might have legitimately gotten off on the murder. I think she's one of those types of girls, I mean, Some people want somebody who will literally kill for them. That is the definition of ride or die.
Let's see here. I wonder how long this break's going to be.
So,
Oh, is it back?
I was going to ask what your thought is on the judge so far, generally, Nick.
He's very chummy.
He seems fine, honestly. Like he of course we cannot see how he's going on motions or anything like that, because those are all that stuff takes place off camera. But the on camera stuff, he seems okay. You know, they haven't
yelling.
No, nothing like that. They haven't had a ton of objections that I've witnessed. Now, there's 7 days of trial, and I've only seen maybe a couple hours of the days. So there's a whole bunch that I have not actually, witnessed personally. That we'll probably be doing some more of this tonight, some catch up stuff. But
so you got a backlog right now.
Yeah, I've got a backlog. Okay. Yeah, Channel 3000 has it back.
And do we know yet whether Chandler himself is going to testify?
We do not.
He'd have to be certifiable, but I'm hoping, man.
Oh,
I'm so hoping, because he's just used to the law.
Every case presents different questions for people at the medical examiner's office, and specifically for you. Every case presents different questions you're trying to answer.
That's correct.
The simps are about to go
Even
crazy
today, as we go through the different sets of remains, at different times, you're trying to answer different questions.
Yes.
All right. We're going to start with Bart Halderson. For the record, I'm showing you it's been marked as Exhibit 375. Is that your report related to Mr. Halderson?
That is correct.
Okay, I'll move.
She's in the ME's office.
No objection.
It is received.
she's an anthropologist, I think someone maybe said.
When it comes to Bart Halderson, you weren't necessarily trying to identify who he was. That was established already, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
What questions were you trying to answer when it comes to Bart Halderson?
So in this
Who he
case,
loved.
the main question was, because there was trauma, there was sharp force trauma to the bone. So in the setting of a potential dismemberment, the goal of this examination was to trying to determine or trying to provide information about the class characteristics of the tools that were potentially used for the dismemberment.
Sure. So if we go to the first slide, talks about the beginning of your involvement. Just tell me how you became involved in the study of Mr. Bart Halderson's dismemberment.
Sure. So pretty much once the autopsy was completed and the individual was positively identified, again, due to the presence of sharp force trauma, I was in the setting of a potential dismemberment. I was called in order to examine the human remains, again, because of the trauma analysis and the potential goal for getting an anthropological tool mark analysis that can provide information about the classifications of the properties of the tools that were potentially used in this setting.
When you use the phrase anthropological tool mark analysis,
Not what I usually think of.
what do you mean by that? What are you trying to determine?
Sure. So an anthropological tool mark analysis focuses on the characteristics, right? So I'm looking at the characteristics that were left on the bone and how
stop
those
talking like that.
characteristics actually are
can
similar
work
or
on it.
dissimilar to any other tool or potential characteristics of other tools that were
This is her
found
sawing motion.
near the decedent or anything that is of potential evidence.
Could you tell me a little bit about the general condition of the remains when you had access to them?
Sure. Specifically for the decedent, there was a lot of changes, especially on the torso. There was marbling, there was skin slippage, there was maggot activity.
Maggot activity.
So pretty
Sounds
much
delicious.
once the autopsy was completed,
Extra protein.
Dr. Corey Bereslauer was the one who actually dissected the elements that were needed for analysis. Once the elements were dissected, the elements were macerated in water, which is just pretty much cleaning in water. And then after that, they were dried for about 2 weeks. The elements that were removed from the body that had dismemberment trauma were pretty much both arms and both.
It looks like she has a
femur
ring on, though.
legs.
No.
That ain't stopping
Well,
nothing.
the last bullet point there, you say each element was macerated in water and air dried. Throughout this presentation, the jury's looked at a lot of photographs in this case. We're not going to look at any photographs of the body being decomposed or anything of that sort, correct? We're going to look at
That is
bones.
correct. Yes.
There are photographs of bones, and these are, in fact, the bones of Bart Halderson we're going to look at.
That's correct.
Okay. After you were able to
I hope they show the bones.
take a look at those bones, you performed something called a skeletal inventory.
That is correct.
What is a skeletal inventory?
I'm guessing how much
Pretty much
skeleton
for
do I
me,
have?
I just need to know what I have, right? So in order for me to start my examination, I want to
What's
look
a
at
skeletal
pictures,
inventory?
and
I don't know.
A,
What
wanna
are the
make sure
component
that
words of
I
that?
have one single
Are you a
individual,
doctor on
and
civil?
B,
How
that
dare-
all the
how dare
elements
you.
that I'm looking for that I need for the analysis are present.
Sure. So we'll start here.
What's a skeletal
Um,
inventory?
and
I don't know. What's
just to
skeleton?
clarify,
What's
those
an
are in fact
inventory?
the
Okay, now
skeleton
put it
bones we're
together.
looking at.
Here we go. We got
Yes.
some bones.
And we have an example, obviously, a skeleton on the right.
Look
showing
at
us the location, but
bones.
Tell the jury what we're
Sorry.
looking at here.
Sure.
Monty
So
Python
right now
reference?
we're looking at the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th cervical vertebrae. So cervical vertebrae is pretty much what makes your neck, right? So that is the reason why I put that in there so that you
My
guys
neck.
can get an
My
idea
back.
of what section we're looking at.
Does it have anything to do with your
Um,
cervix?
Like I said, it's for all the way from the 4th all the way to the
No?
7th. Below the
Stop
7th,
listening.
that's when your thoracic vertebrae starts. So it's pretty much almost at the bottom of the neck.
Welcome
In counting
to
the
Thoracic
vertebrae,
Park.
we start at the top with one, and then we go down, correct? So the fourth there is the highest one.
Yeah, so pretty much we have the skull, and then from the skull, we have 1, 2, and 3, and then from 3 all the way to 7, that's what makes up your neck.
And are these the only vertebrae, are these the top vertebrae that you were able to obtain from the torso?
Yes, those are the only cervical vertebrae that were available.
What are we looking at here?
So that's pretty much your arm. So it's the humerus. So we have the left humerus. And what I did is I show you different views, right? The front, the back, the side, the inside. And then we also have the right humerus. And again, I provided you with multiple views of it. The humerus is just pretty much your arm bone. So it's pretty much
Nothing
kind of
humorous
from the
about
top
it.
of your shoulder.
Oh,
all the
come
way,
on.
Almost maybe kind of halfway.
I'm going to have to ban you.
And on the left there is the left arm, and on the right is the right arm.
Yes,
And those are Mr. Halderson's bones.
that is correct.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
So now we're looking at the femur, or pretty much kind of the top part of the leg. Again, we have the left femur, and what I included is different views so that you guys can see the front, the back, and the sides. And then we have the right femur. And again, I show you multiple views so that you guys can have a general overview of the element itself.
And you were able to make some observations fairly quickly about what was going on, or at least of some suspicions you had of how.
Okay, this is apparently older testimony,
Yes.
according to
So the first
someone
thing
in
that I
chat.
noticed
but-
is that there is dismemberment trauma on the skeleton, and it is consistent with transection via sawing.
I still don't like
Break
to
his-
putting up on a
Pretty much
PowerPoint.
when I'm doing an anthropological tool mark analysis, I'm trying to focus on several things. One of them is false starts, also the distance between the teeth of whatever tool we're using, and then also the direction of blade, a direction of progress.
Okay. I do
Well-
have the other feed up. So if, whichever one starts
Progress
working,
of the blade.
Wonder what her
and also
educational
of the
background
cutting
is.
stroke.
Does she have like a master's degree
And
or?
for Mr. Halderson, we're going to go
Degree
through.
or
these
Probably
in
wanted
more
to do
detail
some
just to
cool
teach everyone
anthropology, and then
about
she
what
just
we're
ended up
talking
digging
about,
up
right? But
ditches.
Sure.
we're not going to do that for everybody.
Yes.
Okay.
check her Tinder.
Let's talk about what is a false start.
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
So a false start is just a cut that did not go through, right? That it did not separate the bone completely. One of the reasons why I'm very interested in false starts.
Oh my gosh.
A false start is when a guy
right,
comes
the
up to me in a
walls of
bar
that
and
false start. So the width. the
She's on
minimum
Ashley
width
Madison, let's be
of
clear.
that false start is actually going to give me information about the width
that's-
of the
yeah,
set
that's
of the
a good
blade,
idea.
right? If you think about it, the knife goes through the bone. So whatever false start I have and whatever width I have is directly correlated with the width of that blade. So that's why it's so important. Again, the deeper it is, the more information I can get.
And an example,
that's what
I
she
think
said.
maybe you and I talked about meeting in December was I talked about cutting down my Christmas tree, and where I pushed the saw through and it got stuck and I pulled it out. That's a false start.
Yes, that is a good example. Of
It's
a
when you
false
pulled
start.
out, it was a false start.
What do we mean when we talk about teeth per inch, and why is that important?
How deep is
Means
it?
So,
how many teeth there are
in
per
regards
inch.
to teeth per inch, right? If we're thinking about tools, the type of tools that we're utilizing for whatever type of job you have, right? You're always, depending on the tool and the job, you always want to look for teeth per inch. So teeth per inch, the smaller the teeth per inch, the rougher the cut is going to be.
Dude.
Some like it rough.
Right? If you're thinking about wood, if you have a higher teeth per inch, that is usually something that is going to give you a smoother cut. So that's just thinking in terms of, right, if you go to the hardware store and you're looking for, some type of job. In this case, teeth per inch is actually very informative for us as well, because it's a very unique characteristic of the.
Not having that continuous stream.
Dude, what the hell is going on with the buffering?
It's got to be on their end, right?
I don't know. Might be on mine.
Some dips in the bone itself. So those dips and those grooves, we can actually measure them, and we can that distance is actually correlated again back to the teeth per inch.
Does she have a latent accent in there?
Tool itself is very simple.
A slight Wisconsin
tool,
accent in there.
You obviously put a scale.
No, there's a
and then
different
you
one
count
though.
How many teeth you have within an inch, right? So the same is with the bone. I measure, and then
I
from
feel like
there,
she's got a
little
I
havoc
actually
in her.
calculate.
That's
how
not
many teeth per
Wisconsin.
inch
That's something
I
else.
have on that bone.
So we talked about the false starts. So we have a cut that didn't go all the way through. So from
Almost
that
sounds
cut,
like
you know,
Eastern European
the
or
width of the blade?
Southeastern European.
Yes.
and if you look inside the cut, you're saying you can see
It's
grooves
deep.
that help you determine approximately teeth per inch.
That is correct.
We're going to talk a little bit today about breakaway notches and directions of blade progress. What do we mean by this, and what is this slide telling us?
Sure. So whenever you're cutting, right, we have the false start.
Spanish from
Whenever
Spain,
we go
maybe.
all the way down, right? So we successfully cut whatever we need in 2 halves. Sometimes we're going to.
You don't hear any of this legal mindset? It's in the background. It's subtle. The accent.
Get a breakaway
I'm really
notch
listening
or
to it.
spur. So a breakaway notch is just.
Oh my God. Somebody breakaway notch me in the face with this buffering. Good God.
I think,
simply
it's definitely
pretty much
Nigerian.
a projection of the bone in this case, right? So that projection is actually very important for me.
Listen how she
because
says
it gives me
actually.
some information. First, it gives me information about the energy or how much force was used, right? So we usually try to say the smaller the breakaway notch or the smaller the breakaway spurs, the less energy. And that's usually related to potentially a handsaw, right? If we are using
Correction's
something with
pretty
more
neutral to
energy,
me.
right? If we're using a
No,
power-driven
I'm hearing it
saw,
now. I'm hearing it now.
that is going to give me a bigger breakaway notch, right? So it gives me a little bit of information about the type of energy. From the breakaway notch or the spur, we can also determine
her
the
up.
direction. There's 2 types of directions here, right? And they're both very important. One is the blade progress. That is just simply telling me was the bone cut from front to back, from back to front. It's just pretty much the direction of the cut, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but it's like a
The second
very,
thing
very subtle
is actually telling me the cutting stroke.
Collaborated with research conducted by Dr. Carlos Ramos of the University of Puerto Rico on AIDS in Puerto Rico. That was her undergraduate research assistant was University of Puerto Rico.
What's
I'm not getting
you
Puerto
have her
Rico.
name?
Her name is Cristina Figuera Soto.
Oh, well, she definitely married into that one.
Yeah, I'm not getting Puerto Rican.
I'm getting something it's underlying. Now, Puerto Rico to Texas to
Essentially,
Tennessee to
cutting
Wisconsin.
through that bone.
That is correct.
All right, and then the last thing we're going to talk about.
Does it say where
is
she
the
was born?
class-
No, not yet. I'm looking.
Oh, you're on her
Classification
LinkedIn.
of
Okay,
blades.
got it.
The difference
Where
between
her
a rip
parents were
saw
born,
and a
maybe?
crosscut saw. Could you talk about that?
Sure. So these are kind of the most common ones, right? When we're talking about saws. So these are the classifications of the blade. This is also, again, very important because it's very unique to the bone and it gives a very unique
Gosh,
feature.
just pronouns
we
in the
can look
bio.
at and say, hey, this is mostly classified with a rip saw or mostly classified with a crosscut. And because these are so common, it is very informative when we're trying to classify and we're trying to find information about the potential tool that was used. For rip saws, they're very unique. Pretty much each tooth kind of chisels a bite out of whatever you're trying to cut, right? So in this
She speaks
case,
Spanish
it
in her
leaves a
CV.
very unique mark.
That's
it
her native
leaves a
language.
very flat
Puerto
bottom,
Rican.
and is almost squared, right? So I'm looking for that on the bone, especially on that breakaway notch, right? So as you're done cutting, that breakaway notch is
Oh man. This, oh God, I hate. Get your upload speed in order. Get your upload speed in order.
going to give me that information. So we can look at the bottom and see if the bottom is flat and it looks squared, that is indicative of a rip saw. The opposite will be for a crosscut, right? So we're looking again at that breakaway notch. We're looking at the end of it. And if I see that it looks almost like a W, that is usually indicative of a crosscut. The reason for that
Crosscut.
is because
Come on.
the crosscut actually pretty much
I miss my
cuts
Puerto Rican
with the
barbers in
grain,
Miami.
right? So it leaves that mark, a very unique W mark.
So let's start talking about Mr. Halderson, using all of those tools in our tool belt in terms of
Squirrel
what we're
Knight
looking
says,
at.
I need to check up on
Let's
my
talk
bone,
about the
Dr.
top
Chan.
cervical
Ooh, woo.
vertebrae, where Mr. Halderson appears to have been beheaded at some point. Could you talk about what you were able to observe on that fourth cervical vertebrae?
Sure. So I only included the fourth cervical vertebrae because that was the only one that actually had dismemberment trauma, right?
Come on.
The fourth cervical vertebrae, I don't know if you notice on the other.
I hate everything
Sorry, it's
about
muted.
the cutting out.
This is
stuff.
ridiculous.
This is channel 3000, guys. This is channel 3000.
Photos.
This is it.
Seems
Notice
like
the
this one
3
is a
down
little bit
here.
different. The reason for that.
I don't know if it's on my end. Hold on. Let me see.
She does say right more than even I do.
At the bone, all the way to the end, where you see that little bump, there's actually a groove there, and there were several bumps that I was able to measure, and those actually gave me a measurement of 4.5 teeth per inch.
Lower the quality.
And,
It's
so
autoed
everyone's
down
clear,
to
at the end
480,
of going
man.
through all of the different limbs that were severed, we're going to talk holistically with a table, talk about what these measurements look like together.
Yeah, we will put them together so that everybody can understand.
All right, and we'll move on to the dismemberment of the right humerus.
Yep, so we're looking again at the right arm. So we have a full view, which is the front, and then I'm also showing you kind of the inside. So medial is just pretty much kind of towards the center of the body. So first of all, I'm looking for false starts. And the right proximal had 4 cut marks that are consistent with false starts.
Okay. Were you able to determine blade progress in the cutting stroke?
Yes. So the blade progress in this case was from back to front. And also the cutting stroke pretty much started on the medial, right? So it was from the inside cutting all the way to the outside, right? So from back to front and from inside to outside. Another thing that I noticed is that now I'm looking at pretty much the whole area that was cut. In that whole area, I noticed that there was non-uniform striations. So pretty much they were all over the place. And indicating that there was a reciprocating action, right? So if you're cutting back and forth, and it's also with a straight blade. The reason why it's a straight blade is because those striations were straight, right? They were not circular.
And perhaps here we're getting a pretty good look at what you meant by the spur at the bottom.
Yes, so you can actually kind of see a little bit of the difference in the color. That is the breakaway notch. That breakaway notch is not very big. And we will go over and you will see some
Tim
of the characteristics
says,
that
Puerto
I was
Rican
talking about,
native,
some of
per
the
an
features
article.
that we were talking about.
Sure. Sticking with the same bone, were you able to determine teeth per
Well, I
inch
knew there was
that
something.
used in the,
I didn't know
whatever
Puerto Rico.
instrument was used to
I forget it
dismantle the spot?
exists most of the time.
Yes. So I was able again to look at the area that was
Good
cut,
tax haven.
and there were several areas where you can see bumps and kind of grooves. So those bumps were measured. Here I'm showing you just one so that you guys can get an idea of how it is. And overall, the teeth per inch were 20 to 14.3 teeth per inch in this particular bone.
Again, sticking with the right arm, were you able to determine the saw set width?
Yes. So again, going back to that breakaway spur, in this breakaway spur, you can see on that little red square that that end is flat bottom and is squared, right? So that's when the blade goes all the way down, it hits that point, right? So that's where it breaks, right? So that area over there is flat bottom and is square, which is indicative of a rip saw.
Let's talk about the left arm, the left humerus. Talk to me about the false starts that you were able to identify.
Sure. So on this one, we do have a little bit more false starts. So we have about 11 cut marks that are consistent with a false start.
Guys,
to
this
determine
should be
blade
evidence.
progress
Break
and
your
cutting
bones with the
strokes
hammer
with
and
the
slice
direction.
through the flesh
Sure.
with a
So on
different
this
implement.
one, pretty much the cut was made from back to front. And the cutting stroke was pretty much from the lateral, so from the outside all the way to the inside. So the cutting motion was from side to inside.
And were you able to determine teeth per inch?
Yes. So this is an image. So some of the measurements, most of the measurements are taken under a microscope, right? Because you do want to look at those, small areas that you cannot potentially see with the naked eye. So this is an image from a stereo microscope, and we're looking again at that bone. The area that is in the square, in that red square, is pretty much for you guys to see the divots and the dips, right? So we actually measured the distances between those, and those actually gave us about 20 to 16.7 teeth per inch.
So someone asked what the
Again,
purpose
you're
of this
looking at
was. They
non-uniform
have some hacksaw
striations, right? So
blades
those striations
that they've
are,
recovered.
non-uniform.
They're going to match
They're
these,
pretty much kind of all over,
the testimony
which is
to those
indicative that is
blades.
a very inconsistent, right? That is a reciprocating motion with a
So it's
straight
gonna be like
blade,
3
because
degrees
those
to
are actually
cannibalism.
straight, right?
Let's start talking about the legs. Let's start with the right leg, the right femur.
So in the right femur, I actually saw 2 cut marks, which are consistent with false starts.
And just to point out, the jury's able to actually see them. Those are those red lines on that left picture, correct?
Does the jury
so
have the bones?
if you follow the arrows, you will see just below the arrows,
I think
you will
they just
see
have the
first one,
pictures.
and then just below that one, you will see the second one.
And so those represent times that the saw hit the bone, cut, but didn't go all the way through, and then it was attempted again.
That is correct.
Again, same questions. Let's talk about when we deal with the right leg, the direction of blade progress and the cutting stroke.
Sure. So here, first of all, I try to identify the breakaway. So is it a notch or is it a spur? So in this case, we have a notch. If you can see it on that red square that I have in the presentation. And that is, again, what is going to help me determine, okay, was the blade progress from front to back in this case? And then the direction of cutting stroke was a little bit more different here. The cut was a little bit more clean. So I was not able to really determine where, how the cutting stroke was. In order for me to determine that, I usually look at kind of some chips of bone on the side, some different features. And in this case, I did not see any of those features in the bone.
Were you able to determine teeth per inch?
I was. Again, we have an image from the microscope and then pretty much an image from a photo of the actual bone so that you guys can see where I'm coming from with this microscopic image. And you can see on the arrows that those are all the grooves and dips that were used to determine teeth per inch. As you can see on this one, we have a lot, right? So we have about 25 to 14 teeth per inch that were calculated from all of those. And then you can also see on this one, the striations, right? So the striations kind of go all over the place, right? Most of them are straight. And then they exhibit, again, that reciprocating motion with a series of striations in different anatomical planes. That is important for me because it's telling me that it's an inconsistent cut, right? That is pretty much cutting in multiple anatomical planes, right? I'm cutting from the front and then I go back, I go sideways. So it is an inconsistent cut.
And of course, you looked into how wide the saw set was here.
Yes. So again, we look at the breakaway spur and the notch. And in this case, again, I'm looking at the shape. And in this case, we do have a curved floor, and you can see over there on the L, the red one, that is flat bottom, that is squared, which is consistent with a rip saw. And also we were able to measure, which is 0.07, which is indicating an approximation of the blade, of the width of the blade.
Got it. Okay, let's talk about the left leg. I think that's the final one for Mr. Halderson. The left femur here. Were you able to observe any false starts?
I was. In this case, we were able to see one cut mark, which is consistent with a false start. And again, is if you can see at the arrows, it's just pretty much below that arrow.
And here is a microscopic view of that false start.
Yes.
How bad is this guy
this
at cutting
false start
bones?
was actually very informative.
False starts all over
Remember
the
when I
place.
mentioned the deeper the false start, the better? So this one was quite deep. So I was able to
That's on the
measure, and
offense,
then
5-year
it gave
penalty.
me a lot of information. It gave me information about pretty much the width of the blade, which was 0.04, and also told me that there was a little bit of information about there was a wavy set blade. That is usually related to fine tooth hacksaw blades. A wavy set is just pretty much when the blade goes from one side, the tooth go from one side, it go to the other side, and then there's kind of in between, right? So there's a little bit of irregularities there, and that is going to be seen on the actual false start itself. Yep.
Okay. Blade progress and cutting stroke here.
Here, again, we have a little bit of an entrance shaving. So it's giving me the blade progress. So this bone was actually cut from back to front. And the cutting stroke is telling me that the blade entered through the back of the bone and it went through the front. So it started on the back and then it goes all the way to the front.
So anatomically, if a person's standing up, literally from their back forward.
Yes, pretty much.
Let's talk about teeth per inch and the inconsistent cut.
Stephen Cooper says this is
So
why you
again,
never have
I
your
wanted to
girlfriend
show
cut
you,
up your
pretty
parents.
much where those teeth per inch were measured from. So you can see again those little dips and grooves. Here we have 16.7 to 12.5 teeth per inch. And then I'm giving you a microscopic view of the bone itself. And on this one, you can really see the inconsistency, right? Those striations are straight, right? So it's telling me that it's a straight blade. However, the striations go in multiple anatomical planes. So it's telling me the inconsistency of the cut, right? So we go down, then we go up, then we go to the medial aspect. And the same pattern is seen across the entire wall.
And perhaps this slide's a good time to ask this question, but why are the teeth per inch expressed in a range?
So this is an estimation, right? So every time we do an anthropological analysis, I always tell this is not a determination. This is an estimate, right? So I'm looking at depending on how many areas I can measure, right? So you want to give a range. Also, you want to take into account, there's a lot of outliers, right? So you'd have to take into account the type of tool that was used. Was the tool new? Was the tool had a wear and tear? There's a lot of variables and a lot of features that I cannot account for, right? Also the individual itself.
Stop saying
the
right.
position
I can't unhear it.
of the body in terms to the individual. So those are the reasons why we always give an estimate. And within that estimate, we give a range.
When it comes to Mr. Halderson, and we're going to go to some more summary slides in a second, but when it comes to the dismemberment of his head, his arms, and his legs, were any of those dismemberments in your view performed with power saws?
No, I would say at this point, the examination and the analysis really goes towards a handsaw. Again, we're looking at very inconsistent cuts. We're also looking at the striations, right? Those striations are telling me that there is pretty much a straight blade, right? It's not
Should've
a
used the
circular
Sawzall.
blade. In addition
Way
to
faster.
that, you want to look at the breakaway spur, right? That breakaway spur is very important, and they're not very big, which is indicative that there was not a lot of energy, right? So that's one of the reasons why, you want to use a power driven saw, right? Because you want to have a clean cut that is consistent and there's a lot of energy there, right? When you're using your hands, there's not going to be a lot of energy there. So therefore, the breakaway spur is going to be small and the cut is going to be inconsistent, right? Because especially in this case, when you're thinking about the femur is one of the thickest bones in your body. So it
Maybe
takes
on
a lot
you.
of energy and a lot of force to cut through that bone. And you can kind of see it here on that microscopic view. It is quite thick.
When it comes to Mr. Halderson, were you aware he was found at a rural farm in the woods?
Yes,
And were you on that location? Were you there?
I was not.
Were you made aware at some point that there were some tools or saws found near the remains that were suspected to have been used in the dismemberment?
I was made aware.
And you were provided information regarding those tools?
Okay, here we
Yes,
go.
they were providing me with some photos.
Okay. And,
Photos?
what were you
Why
able
not
to
the
determine?
tools?
You had what you needed from these photographs, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And tell us why that was important. You looked at it and what information you were able to glean from just looking at the tools.
Sure. So again, we go back to teeth per inch. That is a measurement that I can take just with a simple photograph and scales. So in this case, I wanted to pretty much gather the information and all the characteristics to see if those actually match what I was able to see on the bone. So the first thing that I look at was the Alway Super Saw, which I try to figure it out and is considered to be a keyhole saw or similar to a carpenter saw. So first of all, I was able to measure and it has around 16 teeth per inch. Then there is a distance between the teeth of 0.06 inches. And then it has a flat chiseling tooth, which is consistent with a rib saw. There was a second item, which was a broken hacksaw. So I was able to measure, and that one had about 4 teeth per inch. And it had a distance between teeth of 5.
So ripsaw's cut on the pole,
0.19
right?
inches
Like
to
that's the idea.
0.31 inches.
Hacksaw's cut
And
both
again,
ways.
this is a flat chiseling tooth consistent with a rib saw. And it also had a saw tooth consistent with a wavy set.
So now you have the measurements of all of those false starts, which give you the blade width and the teeth per inch and things of that sort. And now you have some suspected saws. You're able to compare all of those things, right?
Yeah, that is the goal of the analysis.
Are you able to definitively say 100% what saw was used?
No.
Are you able to say what saws were consistent with which cuts?
Yes, I can use the class. So I'm using the characteristics, right? The class characteristics of what I found on the bone. And I want to know, are they consistent with the class characteristic of these suspected tools, right? So I'm not going to be able to say, yes, this is the tool that was used, but we can say, don't exclude it or exclude it from your analysis or from the investigation.
And here's perhaps a summary of what we're talking about. Here we have the fourth cervical vertebrae, the right humerus, the left humerus, the right femur, the left femur, and then the 2 saws at the end.
Shake
and
it
here you're
all
putting
about.
everything on a table.
Yes. So it's pretty much a summary. So, because it's a lot of information. So that way you guys can pretty much do your own comparisons, right? So in this case, what I did is I put all the distance between teeth, and you can kind of see that most of them pretty much fit within that range, right? So I'm trying to see, is there something that fits within the range? The same with teeth per inch, the same with minimum curve, or just pretty much the saw set width. The cutting motion, right? Is it a reciprocating motion? The blade shape, is it straight or is it circular? And
Choose
then
your
also
own
the saw
adventure.
set, right? Is it a rip saw, a crust cut? So in this case, I can say that the class characteristics that I saw on the elements or on the skeletal elements are consistent with the class characteristic of those 2 tools that were found at the site.
The hacksaw doesn't seem to
Is-
fit
are all
any
of them consistent
of the
with the same tool,
except
or
for the
are
fourth
one
the
cervical vertebrae.
cervical
more than
vertebrae.
others?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
so actually,
I guess
the
'cause that
fourth
is kind of
Dremel's the way to
wide.
go here, I
seems to be a
think.
little bit more
Get that
consistent
spinning
with the
blade
broken
going on.
hacksaw. And then the other elements, the right humerus, the left humerus, the right femur, and the left femur are more consistent with the keyhole.
Like
or
the
the
saw
Alway
set,
Super Saw.
RIP.
So if we go back a slide, you're saying the vertebrae, the fourth cervical vertebrae, where the head was removed, consistent with
grinder.
that image on the right,
idea.
the broken hacksaw blade, and the limbs consistent with the Alway saw on the left.
That is correct.
Okay. We'll conclude with Mr. Halderson, and we'll move on to what's labeled Joe or Doe or a Jane Doe ultimately. We heard the medical examiners testify about these different body parts that were found of Krista Halderson, or what they identified as Krista Halderson. You identified part of them as Krista Halderson and part of them as Doe. Can you tell me why?
Oh,
So,
interesting. Okay.
Obviously, at the time, they were found in kind of the same area, but they were found apart, right? So I cannot pretty much say that they're both the same, even though
Not pretty much.
potentially, right, based on the case circumstances, once you're trying to put everything together, I could potentially say that they belong to the same individual. Scientifically, I cannot do that, right? So I pretty much have to rely on DNA or an anthropological analysis.
That's interesting.
in
They maybe
order
could
to
have
say that they both
objected to
belong
her
the same
characterization
individual.
that in the
And so when it
circumstances of the
comes
case,
and we'll combine up
she
for purposes of this
assumes they're all
question,
together.
Jane Doe and Krista Halderson, not only were you trying to answer the same question as you did with Mr. Halderson, which was what tools were used or how did this happen, but you were also trying to figure out, is this the same person?
That is correct.
So 2 questions there. I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 376. Is this your report regarding Doe?
That is correct.
Okay. I'll move 376.
No objection.
It is received.
JD
Talk to
says
me a
the
little bit
broken
about how you
hacksaw
became involved
is
and
not
the
a
summary of
hacksaw
the
blade.
early
It's a
stages
buck
of this
saw blade or
investigation.
bow saw blade.
Sure.
Raker,
So pretty
tooth,
much,
tooth,
again,
tooth, raker.
There were several human remains that were found in the area on July 14. Once those remains were found, it was determined that it was a set of human remains consisting of a left leg and also a potential right leg as well. On July 16, there was an autopsy conducted. And once the autopsy was conducted, we pretty much did the same. We actually removed all the elements, dissected and then macerated the elements in water and let them air dry. In this case, we had a little bit more of information and more skeletal remains. So we had, like I said, the left leg, the feet, as well as a potential right leg.
So same process here, you macerated in water to remove the skeletal remains, essentially the bones from the legs.
Yeah, that is correct.
Can I ask you, were you on scene in this occasion?
I was not.
Okay. Are you aware of what the scene conditions were in terms of how the remains were found, in terms of any insect activity or maggot activity?
Yeah, I was able to look at some of the photographs.
Is it your opinion that any of those things affected your ability to obtain any results here?
I would say potentially for the identification, yes. The identification on one of them was a little bit more difficult than on the other one. On the other one, DNA was still available. On the other one, the elements and the outdoor elements really took a toll on the human remains. And those, we were not able to get DNA out of them.
Sure. Talk to me about the skeletal inventory of Jane Doe in this case.
So in this case, we have what you can call maybe a full-on right leg, right? So we have the right femur, we have the tibia and fibula, which composes of kind of your lower leg. And then we have the left foot and the right foot. And then if you can see just at the top of that left foot, there's 2 little pieces of bone. So those are the ends of the fibula and the tibia, right? So if you see to your right, that is the full-on bone. And then to your left, that's just a little bit of what is supposed to be a full-on tibia and fibula.
So
Just
the
a
same
tip,
with Mr.
not full on.
Halderson, same with Doe, you're going to have some trauma to look at here and try to examine.
Yes, especially to that right femur, because we're missing the head. And then obviously we're missing a really big part of the tibia and the fibula.
All right, let's talk about that. Let's start with the right femur. Did you observe any false starts?
I did not.
Tell me,
Ooh,
tell me about
expertly
blade
done.
progress or cutting stroke or what you were able to observe.
So in terms of the blade progress, I was able to determine that this was cut from back to front. And then the cutting stroke.
Not very good
actually
at perpendicular
started,
cuts here.
From the medial side, from the inside, all the way to the outside, right? So it was cut from back to front, and then the cut actually started from the inside all the way to the outside.
Gonna need to sand that down to a 90-degree angle.
Talk to me
Just
about, were
saying.
you able to observe on that bone teeth per inch and the blade set width?
Yes. So in this case, we were able to determine that it was about 20 to 12.5 teeth per inch. Again, it was an inconsistent cut. We're looking at very inconsistent striations, right? They're straight, which is suggestive of a straight blade. And again, is in very different anatomical planes. The reason why I included a photograph of, again, the microscopic view is so that you guys can see really those striations and how different they are, right? So the more inconsistent it is, the more inconsistent the striations, the more inconsistent the cut. In terms of blade set, I was able to determine that it was about 0.05 inches of a width. Actually, on this one, I was able to determine as well that the kerf floor is flat bottom and is square, again, indicative of a rib saw.
Talk about the left tibia, if you could.
Yeah, so this is the end of the tibia. This is what makes your ankle. So here you can see that there is at least 5 cut marks, which are consistent with false starts. And this one is a little bit difficult to see it because the bone kind of turns. So the cuts are actually going all the way from the front of that image all the way to the side.
Were you able to make with the tibia that makes up the ankle, were you able to make any conclusions as to the blade progress or the cutting stroke?
Yes. So in this case, we were able to look at the blade progress. The blade progress, again, was cut from front to back. And then the cutting stroke, how that knife entered through, was actually entering through the lateral. So pretty much the outside, and it goes all the way to the inside. So the cutting motion was from the outside to the inside. Again, non-uniform striations all over, which are indicative of reciprocating motion, and again, an inconsistent cut.
Sure. Speaking with, again, same bone, we're talking about the ankle. Were you able to determine teeth per inch and the blade set width?
Yes, so you can see pretty much on these red squares, again, those dips and those grooves, we were able to determine about 25 teeth per inch. And then the blade set, again, we were able to give an estimate about the width and say that is a rip saw based on the kerf floor, again, which was flat and squared.
Let's talk about
But can she dip and groove?
The left fibula, again, so the left fibula goes next to that other bone that you just saw. So that, again, makes up for your ankle. So we have about a blade, we have a false start. This false start was actually quite deep. So again, it gives me a lot of information about the blade set. So I was able to measure and it gave me 0.04 inches for a blade set. Again, it's suggestive of a raker set, which is, again, fine tooth. Consistently usually with bow saws or pruning saws.
In staying with the left fibula, blade progress, cutting stroke?
So in this case, this bone was actually cut from front to back. And then the cutting motion was very similar to the tibia because you have to think about it, they're both right next to each other. So it was pretty much cut from the medial, through the medial and then going all the way to the outside, right? So it's very consistent with the tibia that we just saw. Again, non-uniform striations, which are indicative of reciprocating motion and is also a straight blade. In this case, we're looking at teeth per inch and it's about 20 teeth per inch. And the blade set, again, was consistent with a rip saw. I added a photo of the microscopic image so that you guys can see where those dips and those grooves were so that we can measure those and get those teeth per inch.
As to Jane Doe, you reached some conclusions.
I did. Pretty much in this case, according to the blade set, we can categorize these characteristics into a hacksaw, a potential rip saw, or also a keyhole saw. There was a kerf width a little bit higher, which was about 0.07 to 0.08, which is indicative of a crosscut or a carpenter saw. Pretty much all skeletal elements show me that there was a flat bottom, right, at that breakaway spur, and that it was squared, which is indicative of a rip saw tooth. And finally, pretty much in terms of teeth per inch, all of them were between 25 all the way to 12. The striations were all straight, which indicative of a straight blade. They were non-uniform and in different anatomical planes. Again, this is consistent with a hand saw, right, versus that power-driven saw.
Regarding all the cuts that you saw, the dismemberment cuts with Jane Doe, are they consistent with the blades that we've previously looked at least in characteristics, the keyhole saw and the broken hacksaw blade?
Yeah, so all of the characteristics of this particular individual were consistent, again, with the characteristics of those two tools that were found at the scene.
Understood. Now, you indicated that there were some human remains found nearby that were by DNA positively identified to Krista Halderson. You had to write a separate report for that set of remains, correct?
That is correct.
All right, I'm showing you it's been marked as exhibit number 377. Is that in fact that report?
That is correct.
I'll move that 377 report into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And again, same questions. Here, we're going to talk about, is Krista Halderson also Jane Doe, but also the same thing of how were these cuts made, right?
That's correct.
All right. Talk to me, same general observations about how you became involved in this investigation with Krista?
Yeah, so pretty much on July 14, again, there was 2 sets of human remains that were found. And then in this case, pretty much the reason why we had to assign 2 different case numbers, right? Scientifically, I cannot say that they're both the same. So based on not just DNA, but also the anthropological analysis, we try to narrow it down to see if in fact these remains do belong to Krista.
So they should be objecting more to this.
Essentially before.
They should be objecting.
There was an autopsy performed and then the
Maybe they're just saving it for cross.
Yeah, maybe.
That is correct. In this case, in addition to the sharp first trauma, right, and the type of analysis that we're trying to do, we're also trying to identify the individual and try to see if what I do is a morphological analysis. So I look at the shape and I look at the size and I also look at the measurement. So I measure the bone and I try to pretty much analyze and see if they actually are similar to each other.
Same process, macerated in water, the skeletal remains were air dried, and then you perform some analysis.
That is correct.
All right, let's talk about the skeletal inventory of Krista Halderson.
Dragon
So in
Strider
this
says
case,
appreciation
the
money for
skeletal inventory
entertaining me
consisted
as
of
I fulfill
just
orders.
The shaft of the femur, right? So if you have your leg, I'm missing pretty much the top part of it.
She's missing the shaft.
Distal end, which is the part that makes up your knee,
I didn't do it.
was still there, but it was actually separated.
Sorry, this is painful. I need it.
We
I
have
need
a
it, guys.
patella, which is your kneecap, and that
That's
one
the story of
belongs
this
to the left
case.
side.
It's
We
slow,
also
but
have a
it's
left
interesting.
fibula and
in
a
the
left
hole.
proximal
Yes.
Slow
shaft
in
of
the
the tibia.
parts.
Again, that's your lower leg, but we're missing those 2 ends of it.
All right. So let's perform the same work as we have. Let's start with the left femur. Were you able to observe false starts there?
We did. So we're looking at the top part of the femur, right? So we had pretty much the shaft. So this is just the top, and we're looking at one superficial start, false start.
Able to determine blade progress and cutting stroke?
Yes, on this case, we can say that the bone was cut from
Do you think
front
a good defense would be
to
look
back,
at his girly
and that the
arms? Do
cutting
you think he
stroke
could use a
was
saw?
actually from the front
Honestly,
back.
yes.
So pretty much the blade was entering through the front and cutting all the way to the back.
Were you able to determine teeth per inch?
Yes. So in this case, we were able to determine about 9.1 teeth per inch and 6.7 to 5.9 teeth per inch. Again, the striations on the breakaway spur actually gave me indications that this was a reciprocating motion.
So this is a different
the floor
saw
itself
than
gave
both
me
of the ones
information
they
about the
mentioned
width
before.
of the blade.
And there, are we looking at a close-up of the microscopic view of that?
Yeah, so that's pretty much how I was able to calculate the teeth per inch. So I'm looking again at the top part of that bone, and I'm looking, that is a breakaway spur. And I'm actually looking under the microscope at that breakaway spur. And then,
Sorry, the next
no, you're
image.
fine. And then the second one is the actual floor, right? So remember that once it cuts, that floor in between that breakaway spur or notch and the actual cut, that area in between is very important. That's what we call the floor. And on that one, I was able to determine that it was, again, flat bottom and it was squared, which is suggestive of a rip saw.
Flat bottom
And then
girls make the rockin' world go
bit of
around.
information about the blade set.
Love it.
Let's talk
Karaoke
about
night inbound.
Krista Halderson's left femur.
Yeah. So in this case, if you remember, these were 2 separated items on the skeletal inventory. So what I did is I put them back together. And you can kind of see on those arrows, all of those are false starts. We had a total of 10 false starts, and some of them were quite deep.
Sure.
Getting
This is
tired?
more false starts than we've seen in some of the previous images of
That's
Bart
that's
and-
what his
and Jane
girlfriend
Doe,
took over.
correct?
That is correct.
False starts are attempts So one explanation, it could be someone is getting fatigued. That's possible.
Yeah, it could be an explanation.
Objection calls for speculation.
Or they're just having trouble.
Yeah, it could be another.
Talk to me about.
Or it could be a
those
different
false starts and
person.
What we're looking at there.
Hopefully the
So what I
defense
did
asked
is I
that
actually
question.
look it under a
I would.
microscope because I saw they were quite deep. So again, it gives me a lot of information. So in this case, I was able to get a little bit of information about the blade, the width of the blade. And I was also able to determine that it was a curve set blade. Again, that's because of the shape of the actual false start alone. Raker sets are usually considered to be just fine tooth bow saws or pruning saws or sometimes keyhole saws, depending on the brand.
Talk to me about blade progress and the cutting stroke.
So in this case, you're looking at kind of the medial view of that bone. So remember, I put it back together and we are able, so we're looking kind of the inside, almost by your knee. And you can see the red arrow is the one that gives you the blade progress. So the bone was actually cut.
Should the defense
from the
ask if
inside
Latina
all the
women
way
are
to
better
the
at cutting
outside.
than other
So that's how the cut actually
demographics?
was made. The cutting stroke or the blade actually was
It's
cutting
a
through the
hypothetical.
front.
Should she
So
ask?
that cutting motion
all I
was
wanna
from
know.
front to back.
We able to determine teeth per
I don't
inch?
think it's going to win friends.
So again, we look under the microscope and we
It
had
may
about
influence
12
people.
teeth per inch on average on the striations in those dips and grooves. Again, the striations were indicative of a reciprocating motion in different anatomical planes. Again, we're looking for that. We're seeing that inconsistent cut.
EQX
throughout.
says they're better. My wife is Dominican.
And the blade set width.
Yeah, in this case, we had a really defined floor. In this case, it was very flat bottom. It was squared. You can see it over there on the L, which is indicative again of that rip saw. And then it was also able to give me information about the blade set.
So we talked about those two questions, which is Doe and Krista the same person? And then we're going to talk about the tools. But starting with Doe and Krista, what are we looking at there?
So we're comparing. So what I try to do is to compare each element, right? So I know I have two femora, right? So in this case, what I did is I put them together
They should object
just to
to
pretty
this
much
because, I
try to
mean, everybody's
understand
bones
the
look pretty
shape and the size,
damn
right?
similar.
Aside from that, I try to take measurements. In this case, I was a little bit, I was not able to take a lot of measurements because I'm missing the top part. And most of the measurements that we do take involve that top part. So I was able to measure the bottoms, right? So pretty much the distance from that area, that kind of wider area that you have, that's where your knee kind of forms. So I was able to measure that, and that the right one gave me about 74 millimeters, and the left one gave me 73 millimeters.
Tell us about this slide.
So we're looking here at the left tibia. So pretty much your lower leg. So we're looking at that lower end of the tibia that is very close to forming your ankle. And here you can see multiple false starts. The left tibia exhibits at least 6 cut marks that are consistent with false starts.
Sure. And this is a more close-up view of that.
Yes, again, these were quite deep, so it gives me a lot of information. So we wanted to look at them under the microscope. And under the microscope, we were able to see, again, a blade set width of about 0.01. And again, those were flat bottom and they were squared. The walls were squared. So that is indicative of a rip saw.
I'm seeing a lot of this. How does this
And
link him
here
to
you have
the
determined blade
murders or
progress
whatever?
and
It doesn't right now.
Yeah.
They'll
so
have to have
again,
someone
we're
else
looking at the whole
link it.
bone, the whole lower leg.
Although they did say the
leg.
tools were consistent,
The
and
red
obviously
arrow,
the
which
tools
is
were found at
indicative
the
of
farm.
the blade progress.
The bodies
It
were
seems
found
like this
where he
bone
was seen,
cut
so-
from front to back.
That's
and
the
then
chain that they're
the
working
cutting
with.
stroke of
Yeah.
how that knife went through, how that
They
saw
just need
went
to gather
through, it
facts
went
for their
through,
closing argument where they'll tell the story.
anterior, so the front of it, and it kind of went down to medial. So
Sorry
it
for
went from
spoiling it
front
there for the
to
audience.
side a little bit. So it was almost in an angle.
That's where we're
And
going.
lastly, when it comes to at least the measurements, you had to determine teeth per inch. And here we have maybe an overall view and then a microscopic view.
That is correct. So here we're looking again at those grooves and those dips, and we have about 5.6 to 4.8 teeth per inch.
So now we're just going to compare essentially the Krista to Doe in almost like a puzzle-like fashion. Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me what you're doing there.
So I'm pretty much trying to compare. And again, in this case, I'm not just looking at the shape and the size and the measurements, but I'm also trying to see if it actually fits together, right? So if they can join. So in this case, we have the distal end, right? That ankle part of Doe. And then we have what we already know and was positively identified as Krista. And as you can see on the photos, it actually conjoins fairly well. So obviously we were able to also take some measurements and look at the morphological, overview, the size and the shape, and it was a close match.
And here's perhaps a table comparing them.
Yes, so these are all the measurements that I was able to take. These are standard measurements that we use whenever we are trying to identify someone. And these are specified for the tibia and the fibula. And as you can see, most of the measurements are quite similar, right? In addition to that, you want to look at the overall shape and size of the bone, right? So that's why we want to put it all together in one image so that you guys can see next to a scale how similar they are.
Sure. And so next we have a slide about the left fibula.
Yes. So here, the left fibula, again, we do have one false start located just below the initial corner of the curve.
And here we have blade progress and cutting stroke again. I just briefly described that.
Yeah, pretty much very similar to the tibia, right? It's next to the tibia. So it was cut from front to back, and the cutting stroke was pretty much entering through the inside and exiting through the outside.
Okay. And then the teeth per inch.
The teeth per inch in this case was about 11.1 teeth per inch. And again, we go back to this non-uniform straight striations is a reciprocating action with a straight blade.
And then before we get to the summary, here just is a comparison at a different end or a different.
Oh, thank God, a summary's coming.
Yes, so we just wanted to compare, right, that Doe, that little piece of bone that we found that makes your ankle, and we wanted to compare it and see. And then you can see here, it actually matches fairly well.
I think I asked this before with Mr. Halderson, but as to Doe and Krista, before we get to the summary, is all of these cuts, from your estimation, were made with hand saws, not power saws, correct?
That is correct.
And there were two saws in here found near Bart Halderson, not Krista Halderson, but you use those at least in considering making a table regarding which saws were possibly used to cut Krista Halderson's legs.
That is correct.
All right. And we're looking at the table there?
Yes.
All right.
So it's a very similar table to the other one.
Sure. Is it your opinion that those two saws on this slide, the all-way saw and the broken hacksaw, should they be ruled out as possibly the saws that were used to dismember Krista's legs?
They should not be ruled out.
Tell us about this slide.
So pretty much in terms of trying to identify the other set of remains that we had as Doe. So in this case, as I mentioned, they were able to identify one set of human remains as Krista Halderson via DNA. The other set of remains, the tissue was quite mummified, so we were not able to really obtain DNA out of that second set of remains. However, we were able to do an anthropological analysis. So we were able to measure, we were able to compare the size and the shape. And given all of that information, this association can really provide a means to identify that second set of human remains as Krista.
So if we started at the beginning with those questions as to Bart, were those saws consistent with his dismemberment? Your answer was yes.
Yes.
Those two saws. And as to Krista and what you identified as Doe as being Krista, those saws are consistent.
Yeah, all the class characteristics are consistent.
And then
Well, except
you
for
were
the
able
teeth
to-
per
the third
inch.
question, you were able to positively identify Doe essentially as being Krista.
Yeah, it's pretty much giving you the information to say that yes, the second set of remains is consistent with Krista.
The next part of your work here, and the last part, would you like any water?
I'm good.
You were asked at times to actually
Sam.
go over to the Halderson home on Oak Springs in Windsor to assist them in some remains they were finding at the home, correct?
That is correct.
What is your role when you're called to a crime scene like that?
In this particular case, they were calling our office in order to determine if the remains, if what they have at the house was actually human remains or not.
And did you actually go over to the house?
I did.
Showing it's been marked in this case is exhibit number 378. Is this your report related to your visits to the Halderson home?
That is correct.
Were you there on a couple different occasions?
I was.
So, Kurt, in your
When you
professional
were at the
opinion, is a
Halderson
wood
home doing
chipper
this work, were you
preferable?
by yourself, or were you assisted by other people? Both
No, I
Can
mean,
make,
law enforcement to
make
assist you in
identification
some of
much
your work?
harder.
it
Yeah, so
definitely
the
make
first time
identification
that
much
I was
harder. A little
called,
bit harder to clean out though.
Pretty much, there were several investigators there.
'Cause you really want to get
and I
in
was
there
able
and,
to do
you
kind
know,
of a
get
quick
all the
analysis.
components out. And just
They were
trying to
pretty much
wash it
trying to
out
determine, right,
probably won't
Dump it
get
in the lake.
everything.
human remains here
Huh?
or not.
Dump it in the
Because if
lake.
so, then obviously there's
Eh,
a different type of
I mean, you
approach
really
that
want
we
to get
need
rid of all the
take,
blood stains.
when we're trying to search and recover those remains. So on the first time that I went there, I actually was shown to the house and then
So
shown
unless you can
to
take apart
what
the
they
wood
thought were
chipper.
human remains. And then once we determined that there were in fact human remains, we did a second visit. And on that second visit, it was a little bit more labor intensive in order to try to pinpoint and find all the human remains.
And before we start, we're going to hear about a couple different areas or things you searched in the home. But your analysis was the fireplace itself, the fireplace grate, the ash pit below the fireplace, a vacuum, and then a fire pit in the backyard.
That is correct.
And just to start off, there was nothing in that fire pit in the backyard, was
No,
there?
there was none.
All right, and let's start.
But
with
they
the-
already had the cabin
You
in
at
the
some
middle of
point
nowhere,
examined the
which is
vacuum cleaner that
nice.
was found in
So
the-
you
in
could have
the
taken the
Halderson
bodies up
That is
there and
correct.
And is that in fact
dismembered
the
them
vacuum
and
cleaner?
That is the vacuum cleaner.
throw them in the bathtub
what
or a
happened? How did you
55
examine it
gallon
and tell us what
drum
you're looking
with
for?
some lye.
So it pretty much dissected the vacuum. So we almost did an autopsy on the vacuum. So we remove everything from it.
You need
so that we can get to the
oxygenated
inside. So we
bleach to
documented
clean
every
everything.
single step of the way.
The oxygen is
And
what kills
you're
the
looking
DNA.
at
So
is pretty much what we were able to recover
Color
from the
safe
inside of
bleach.
the vacuum, right? So there's a lot of dust. However, there were other elements there that we were able to recover.
Sure. I'm going to ask you about a couple of those. Let's just start maybe on the far right side of that tray. There's some paper-looking material. What is that?
You mean the white paper that is shredded?
Yeah, let's
Okay,
start there.
yeah.
Were you able to identify that as anything other than just paper?
It was just shredded paper, yeah.
Okay. Above that, there's a small pile of looks to be debris. Were you able to identify that at all?
Debris.
hyd-
Seems we were not
hydrogen
really
peroxide
able
is half
to
of oxygen, I
ID.
believe. If
It
memory
seems like it
serves
was more
correctly,
like
the other half
seeds
is
and
ash
kind of
soda.
random things that you find outside.
But yeah,
And
hydrogen
if we keep
peroxide
moving
is half of what makes
counterclockwise, I suppose, around there's a
oxygen bleach
pile
or
of-
color safe
of
bleach.
clear material.
You could
that,
also use
looks like
OxyClean for that
rock
matter,
salt.
because
What
you're
is
just
that?
trying to produce oxygen to
was
destroy
actually
the
glass.
DNA.
And during this case, while you were in the Halderson home, did you have an opportunity to actually look through the fireplace yourself?
I did.
And is that glass consistent with glass you found in the fireplace?
There was broken glass in the fireplace.
Okay. Slightly to the left of that, continuing going counterclockwise, there appears
That
to
wasn't
be
a
pile of
that wasn't
debris.
the
What is-
answer.
We were not 100% sure.
That wasn't an
Seems like
answer
it
to
was
this
almost
question
like
at all.
burn, something kind of woodish.
Was the glass
We
consistent?
were not really able to identify that very well. But it was quite dark.
And we'll save the bottom left corner for a second, but in the very center appears to be a pile of dirt. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it was just dirt from normal vacuum.
And in the bottom, there's some dog hair, pretty much.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. There's some white rocks, and so the judge is clear on the record. I'm pointing to the bottom left corner of this tray. What are those?
That is bone.
Bone.
How are you able to tell it's bone?
Again, by the size and the shape and the morphology, right? So bone is very unique. So when you're looking at bone, you're looking at two types of bone. One, remember that spongy look-like bone that we had in the cervical vertebrae? So that's one type of bone, and that's usually on the inside, right? You want to think about it as a sponge that has little holes, and those little holes are the ones that kind of give you the nutrients, right? That's where the blood vessels, that's kind of the reasoning for that. The outside of the bone is called compact bone. I always think about it as concrete. It looks like cement, right? So it's usually the outside of it. That the reason why it's like that is because it gives you the shape, right? So the inside is very hollow so that you can get the nutrients, and the outside is the one that gives you the shape. So you do want that to be really strong and really hard. So whenever you have bone pieces, I'm always looking for that. I'm looking for that spongy bone and that really concrete or compact bone. And there were several features on those little fragments that can tell me that that was bone.
In relatively to other fragments you may have found in this investigation in the Halderson home, were those somewhat small?
They are very small and very fragile.
So we talked about it being bone, and just so no one's confused, you cannot positively say that's human bone, correct?
No, I can't.
What's the difference between what you're able to identify as bone and what you can positively identify as human bone? What are you looking for?
So I'm looking for, again, features, right? So the morphological features, the size and the shape. Aside from that, I'm also looking, so bone is the one that is responsible. So the bone actually attaches to the muscle, right? So those areas actually have some bumps and grooves that are very unique to the bone, right? So as an anthropologist and as an osteologist, right, somebody that knows the bones really well, I know where all those features are, right? So I know where each muscle attaches. I know
I hear
the
you, Nick.
features of each bone as
I know
well,
where
right?
they are.
So facets,
Therefore,
right?
that's-
those
therefore
flat
it's good.
areas where it attaches
Is this
to another
something we
bone.
snort here? Like, what
So
is this
me
powder?
knowing the features and the characteristics of each human bone, I can actually look at another fragment and say, yes, this is human, this is not human, right? We do get training on non-human remains, right?
To be fair, though, she did say she
deer,
can't identify these as
dogs,
human bones.
Anything else that we know potentially could be of an analysis in the future.
Wendigo.
Are you able to say whether or not, or what type of bone that is? Whether it's an animal bone or whether it is a human bone?
No, I can't.
All you can say is bone.
I can say that it's bone. I cannot say that it's human.
Let's talk about the fireplace itself. Now, this is the physical fireplace. You observed this, correct?
Yes, I did.
Showing what's already been admitted is
Leaving the bone
239.
behind has
Is that
got to be one of the
fireplace, in
dumber
fact,
moves in
that
this
you
entire
observed?
thing.
Yes.
It doesn't
Who
make
leaves
sense.
a piece of
Showing
bone
further,
behind?
what's been identified and admitted into evidence is 324. There's a spot on the top of the fireplace, kind of there in the center, that was of interest to
Like you
people.
weren't even trying,
Yes,
man.
that is the reason why I was called in the first place.
And just to go back, we're talking about the spot on the very center of that photograph.
Yeah, that white spot. Yes.
Yeah, legal
were you able
mindset.
to
He
take
allegedly
that little
cleaned
piece
this
off
fireplace
at
after
some point?
burning his parents, but left
So when I arrived
skull
to the
fragments in
residence,
it.
that piece was
You
actually
should have just gone full
already
metal and left all the
removed by one
bones
of
in
the
there.
investigators.
And did you take a look at it?
I
No,
did.
that shit is heavy metal.
Are we looking at it there?
Yeah, it's just a nicer picture of it.
And here it's labeled skeletal inventory, but could you tell us what we're looking at there in some of these nicer photos that are maybe a bit better lit than the photos on scene?
Sure. So this is actually that little piece of bone that you guys saw in that other picture. So when I was asked to look at the
opposite
photo
sides,
and look
okay.
at the remains, the main question was, is this bone? And if so, is this human? So the first thing that I can tell you is that it is bone, right? Remember
Looks like
that
tile grout or
categorization
something.
of spongy bone and compact bone. So you can actually see it in this image. You can kind of see that sponge in
It's
between,
skull,
and you
Kurt.
can kind of see that compact
It's
bone
tasty.
in the
It's like
top,
sponge cake.
also and on the back. The second thing that I can tell you is that this is potentially consistent with cranial bone or bone from the skull. The reason for that is because, so the skull is very unique, and the skull is composed of 3 layers of bone. So we have that compact bone, that cement looking like bone. Then we have spongy bone in the middle, and then we have another layer, which is compact bone. So it's almost like a sandwich, right? So as bone, especially in this case, potentially underwent fire damage or thermal damage, that first layer of bone is gonna be destroyed and is gonna expose that second layer. So that's what it's telling me that is potentially associated with the skull or the head. And then in this case, I know you guys can't see it very well, but there's actually a cranial suture. So as you grow, you right now have close to 206 bones. But when you were little, you probably had more. And
She
the
doesn't
reason
know
for
how
that
boned
is
I
because
am.
all of those bones are going to fuse, right? So the same happens with the skull. Those bones are going to fuse. And those lines of fusion are what we call sutures or cranial sutures. So those lines of fusion are very informative for us.
I've never heard that
It
before.
can give us information about age.
Really?
Sometimes can give
Sutures for
us
the
other
fusing part? I never heard that word
information
used in that
related to
I've never heard
context.
either.
background.
Yeah,
So in
neither
this
have I.
case, I can see on one
Have
of
you?
the
You
edges.
guys are supposed to be
that
smarter
it
than
is a
me.
Suspected cranial.
Okay.
I'm just a
future.
simple Florida law man.
You're able to find other bones in this skeletal inventory of the fireplace.
Hey, you
Yes.
know, you
So
learn
we
something new
were
every
able
day. Put that
to,
in my reservoir of
search
knowledge.
throughout, and we found other pieces of bone scatter around.
Mine's a
Do you
septic
know
tank of
anything, or can you
knowledge.
tell us anything about these pieces?
So to your left, right? Yeah. So you have pretty much kind of a group of pieces of bone. These are too small for me to identify, but again, we can go back and say that they're bone, right? Because we have that spongy material, and we also have that flat material that is consistent with compact bone.
It
On
also
the
looks
other
like
side,
drywall, though.
that is actually the root of a tooth.
Chinese
It's pretty much
drywall.
the shape consistent with a root.
As well as the fire itself and the built fire, you looked at the fireplace. Great.
I did.
Showing the jury what's been marked as 323, just an overview of the grates, and 331, perhaps zoomed in a bit closer. Was there anything that started to cause you pause or suspicion as you looked at some of these photos or on scene?
Yes, so I was able to look at.
Tell me
the
that's metal
grate,
from a tooth filling.
Pretty much in situ, right? So they removed the grate from the initial, from the original location. And I was able to look at it,
Right here? Oh, I
and I
can't see it.
noticed that there was a human crown or a dental crown
Nah.
stuck to
There you go.
the grate.
And are we looking at that right now?
Yes,
And if you can
Gross.
place your head a little bit with the screen, am I pointing to it with the laser right now?
yeah,
And-
that's the one.
Slightly top right of center.
Yes.
For the court record. You pulled that off at some point?
We did. We
Tell us what we're
removed
looking
it.
at. Yeah.
Yep.
sorry.
And that's exactly what you're kind of looking. So you're looking again to that piece of bone that was consistent to be human, that is consistent with the cranial bone. And then the other one is the dental crown. That is potentially a molar right on the back. So there's a lot of surface area there. But you can see the grooves, right? That are very, very unique. And those are very unique to humans.
And so these were the two areas of what you believe to be unique to humans.
Objection. Things can't be
Yes.
very unique. They're either unique or not.
Let's talk about the ash trap a little bit. There was a lot of work performed with the ash trap.
Yes, there was a lot of work done.
Okay. I'm showing the jury what's been marked as exhibit number 334. They've seen this before, and they've heard from Mr. Boswell testified, who I'm sure you know. This was in the basement of the Halderson home?
That is correct.
Okay. And Mr. Boswell testified that he was unable to kind of fit himself in there, but were you able to kind of fit yourself in there and take a look at the ash trap for yourself?
Yes, I was able to get in there.
Okay. What is it? Can you describe the general condition of it?
So, so just so you guys can get a little bit of an idea. So we have those three different squares. So I was able to kind of fit in through that first one and then also the last one. The reason for that is because I really wanted to see if there was bone in there, right? So that's pretty much the pit. So whatever was on the top can potentially be on the bottom as well. So, and I really want to see it without being undisturbed. So I tried to snuck in and try to fit in there. And you can see it's almost like a mountain, like a little mountain. And then at the top of it, you can kind of see, again, that brittle bone-like material that had different colors, right? That white kind of residue. that black
That's a great question
residue.
for Cross.
So it
So
was-
if
it
you
was
had to do
quite
this
unique.
murder, how would you have
And so
done
I'm
it
showing
better?
Now, 337, is that the inside?
Yeah,
If-
that is
if
the
you did
inside.
it.
And I
So
think
you
we-
Yeah,
can
if
kinda see
you did this, how would
the
you have
little
done it?
mountain.
And is that on the?
Lady
the right
Raggets
side
brought
of
me
that
a
photo?
sandwich.
Yes.
What kind of sandwich is it?
You're an anthropologist. by
Peanut
trade.
butter, butter, and
Is-
jelly.
Is ash
And
or ash
bone.
trap kind of an ideal
never tried butter
environment to
with peanut
perform
butter and
an
jelly. Is it
archaeological dig
working?
For
Okay.
bone or for fossils or for something of that sort?
It's not. It's very difficult. If you want to think about it in terms of just a regular archaeological dig, you're always digging in dirt. So it's the consistency is there, so you can actually move the dirt and you can kind of go by layers. It's difficult, but it's definitely possible. Here, it was a little bit more tricky because of the confined environment, and second, the material itself, right? This is very loose. So we have to be very careful when we were pretty much removing everything.
Do you believe it's possible that some material had sunk through as you were removing some of the ash material?
I think so, yeah.
In general,
You think so?
we'll talk about what your findings were in a second, but you found a number of items that you believe to be bone in this ash trap, correct?
Yes.
Many items.
Yeah, I would say so.
Were the majority on top, or were they in the middle or in the bottom or something else? How would you describe where kind of in this pile you were able to remove those items from?
So the majority of the elements were actually in the top.
Majority?
So what we did is we actually separated
there's
and
the
we
Puerto
try
Rico.
to keep it very consistent here. So we only had one person.
The
digging
majority
in
is,
this area, so we
Cuomo,
can keep
right?
It, again, consistent. And then we try to do it by layers.
Or the
pretty much
Soto
like an
majority
archaeological dig,
of bad
right?
opinions.
So you go layer by layer because I really wanted to get a sense
I might be back
of
later.
how
I'm gonna
much
bounce
was
for
at the
now.
top, right?
See you,
And
buddy.
then
See ya.
do we have anything at the bottom as well? So we separated it by pretty much once everything was out, we sifted everything that was taken. And then once it was sifted, it was put in a box, and that box was given a number, right? 1 being at the top, and I think it was 12 or 13 being at the bottom, right? You have to remember this is super loose soil. So yes, at some point, I do believe that maybe some of those elements trickle down to another layer, but I think we were quite successful at getting as much material as possible without really disturbing the evidence.
And so as the material was removed,
Right
it
as
was
you make
sifted,
fun of Sotomayor,
Yes.
and then
Kurt
the remains
leaves.
were put
Very
into
sus.
Tupperware containers, essentially.
Yep, pretty much.
Simping for Sonia.
And you listed, in
Simple
fact, in your
Mayor.
report as you went through it, there were 12 Tupperware containers of material of actual, fragments taken out. And you listed per container how much or which elements you found in which Tupperware container, correct?
Yes, I wanted to keep it consistent.
Trickle
This
down
is
bone
like-
economics.
Especially with this being such a difficult environment, I wanted to make sure that
Brought to you
everything
by
was labeled
Tupperware.
by container, and then also make sure that those containers were associated with the level as best as we could.
And we don't have to go through every single one. We're going to
Yes,
look at a
you
lot
do.
of them. However, in your report, it's fair to say that box 1, for instance, the top, your list took up the better part of 3 pages of identified material.
Yeah, there was a lot of material in that first box.
Box 2, a couple pages itself.
Yes.
And then as we get to the end, there were numerous in Tupperware's 11 and 12 that had nothing in them.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's talk about the process. You have a little bit written here, but tell us about this slide and maybe what we're looking at with those Tupperwares.
So pretty much again, we go back. So we try to do, this is, if you want to categorize as an archaeological dig, it was pretty much exactly what it was, right? So we go out, we try to dig through it. Again, we decided to just keep one person in that area so that it is consistent. Plus it was too small for 2 people to be in there. And then from there, it goes into a table. So we had several tables laid out outside. And we had multiple law enforcement agents sifting throughout. Some of them had a lot of experience doing this before. So I was kind of
Sifting
jumping
through
back
random
and forth from
Tupperware?
table to table, right? And also kind of checking what group or what was extracted from the original location and where it was taken. And then from there, it was sifted. Everything that was found that was suspected to be human was put in these containers. And as you can see, it kind of looks a little bit rough, right? Because some of them do know what bone is, and some of them,
What? God damn it.
Don't you know?
didn't think, well, I'm not 100% sure if this is bone, so I'm putting it in. So they put everything in there, right? We did not toss anything. And then from there, we actually had 12 boxes with significant material.
And you took that back to the medical examiner's office?
I did.
And there are more ideal conditions there for you to actually examine the bone?
Yes. So what I do is I kind of do a second sifting. And this one, I actually do it by hand. Pretty much I sit in front of that box and I go element by element and I try to clean them a little bit with just like a toothbrush. And I try to determine if this is in fact bone or not.
And we're just going to look at a couple different photographs. Here are varying Tupperware. Some of them have little to no items in there. Some of them have a lot.
That is correct.
And we'll just keep looking at them. Again, just different ones that were removed that day. And here we're getting maybe to the end where there's very little.
Yeah, so that's the end. And we also research the fireplace And we researched the fireplace grate just to make sure that we didn't miss anything.
You go back to the medical examiner's office. Tell us what you do. We have some example photos here just to allow you to maybe describe what your process is.
Sure. So what you're looking at is box one. So what I try to do is I sit down in front of my box and I go element by element. I have a toothbrush. I try to have some tools with me because, again, these are very fragile elements. So you do want to make sure that they don't crumble in your hand and that you can get as much information as possible. And then what I try to do is I laid out paper like you can see there, and I label it box 1 of 12. And then I start categorizing them. So in this case, you can see almost at the bottom, you have cranial fragments, right? So I try to pretty much establish, okay, this is my first cranial fragment that I found in this box. So I usually label it as A. So that way, if I have to go back, I kind of remember pretty much what the inventory was. So I go by cranial fragments, dentals or dentition, right? Any teeth, vertebrae. We found a potential long bone. I found some hands, and then also some small fragments that I cannot identify. So everything that you see that says small fragments, that's something that I know it's bone, but it's too small for me to say something about it.
By their location, these bone fragments that were found in the ash trap, you strongly suspected, I believe, that they've been burned.
Yes.
Talk a bit about, if you could, the burning of bone and what that does to your analysis. And I think we have an example here that's not a bone involved in this case, but just an example. Talk to me about this.
So when bone is burning, so you have to kind of go back a little bit to biology. So
I'm not sure where they're going with it.
Major components. We have the organic material, which is
the bone from the case.
The blood.
I don't like this
I
at
think
all.
about it almost like
then yeah, for sure.
Everything that
unless they've stipulated to it.
And then I have the inorganic material. Inorganic
this
material
is a bone not
salts,
involved with the
it's
case,
minerals.
but
Those are the ones that go in the outside of the bone.
I don't like that.
Those are the ones that give the shape of the bone, right? So when it undergoes fire, the first thing
Marking
that is
it
gonna
as
burn
example is not
the
enough.
organic material, right? So that is why it is so difficult to get DNA out of burnt bone, right? Because that inside, that organic material, that good stuff, actually burns quite quickly. So then the reason why you get still the shape of the bone is because you have that minerals. The minerals won't burn. So that is the reason why you still have that shape of that bone, even though it undergoes fire, right? So the color of the bone is extremely important to me because it tells me the time, the duration, right? So if you remember the other images of the other bones were kind of a yellowish, kind of brownish color. So that is unaltered bone, right? So that is bone that has not been through any type of damage. So then as the bone is exposed to the fire, you're going to see that it's starting to get black, right? So obviously that organic material is starting to burn, but that inorganic material is still quite good. And as you can see, it's moving from brown,
so the white material is good and the black material is bad.
all the way to calcined bone. Calcined bone.
And yesterday was MLK
white.
Day. I
So
cannot
that
believe
white,
this.
kind of grayish color. So that tells me A, that all the organic material is gone, and B is telling me that the bone is quite fragmented. However, it has been in the fire for a very long time, right? So the color is giving me a lot of information about the duration of the fire.
Talk to me about the color of the bones you were able to find at the Halderson home.
So here we have mostly white bone. The dentals is a little bit of a black color, but the reason for that is because the dentals were actually embedded at some point, they were embedded in the mandible, right? So usually the mandible is the first one that burns, right? So as that burns, the teeth are protected. And then once they're exposed, they're usually exposed to the fire.
She acts like burning teeth is a normal occurrence.
Black to grayish color, right? So I'm expecting that on the teeth.
In her world, it is.
On the bone, you can kind of see that is all white, right? So we have the cranial fragments at the bottom, and those are quite white. And then you have the vertebrae, which is just on top of the dentition.
I'll read
and
it in a
those are they're also quite white. And you can kind of see, we do see that proximal distal end of a long bone that is kind of transitioning, right? You see that it's a little bit black and it kind of transitions into a white bone. So that also tells me that it was exposed to the fire for a long time.
Squidsgar says, I got some white DNA bearing material from my bone she can have.
Their remains. We're not going to.
I'm waiting for the sperm expert to show up
Yeah,
and say,
there were too many.
But we
Semen
have
at
some
every
examples here,
crime
and let's
scene.
just go
Yes.
left to right. So let's start with the left, which is the assortment of many, and then we'll just go left to right. What is that left image?
So these are pretty much just cranial bones. They were too small for me to kind of pinpoint, okay, where they're located. Is it the front, the back? But I can tell you that some of them, most of them were human and they were cranial bones.
We're
But
gonna
they were
have a
too
break
small
coming
for
up
me
pretty
to
soon here,
try to
guys, for
pinpoint
lunch.
exactly where they're located.
But that center image.
So we'll do a little more, or
So that
I'll do a
center
little more
image is
commentary. I'm not going to
actually,
speak for Legal Mindset.
It was a very
I'll stick
informative.
around for a little bit. I gotta have to
fragment.
bounce to do some work, but I'll try to pop
Do you
back in.
remember those sutures, right, where the bones kind of meet? So if you kind of take a peek at the top, you can kind of see that little mark. That is actually a cranial suture and is a well-defined cranial suture. And this bone, if you flip it, you can kind of see again that layer, right? Remember that sandwich-like where you have that compact bone and then you have that spongy bone in the middle and then you have, so you can actually see the layers of that bone.
Are those cranial sutures informative in any way as an anthropologist to who this person was?
That's
in terms of
leading.
their gender or age or anything like that?
Yeah, so again, looking at age, the cranial sutures are actually very informative to tell age, right? Because if you think about it, as your bones are pretty much growing and fusing, there is a documented information and documented data about how the sutures should look like when you are a kid, a young adult, and then an adult. In this case, they're completely sutured, so that tells me that this was an adult.
And what about the image on the right?
So again, this is cranial bone. The good thing about this one is that I was able to pinpoint that is in this area over here. So kind of by your ear. So that area over there is very unique because there's a lot of sutures, right? There's a lot of bones that kind of meet in this area. And that tells me that it was pretty much, I can't tell you if it's left or right, but I can definitely tell you that it was in this area.
Move to the next slide. You found a number of teeth in that ash trap, correct?
I did.
All right, so we're gonna look at some photographs. Just what are we looking at there?
So pretty much you're looking at, so all the ones in the blue background, they are considered to be canines or central incisors or lateral incisors. Some of them might be premolars, kind of after your canines, but you can see well-defined roots in here. And then on the black one, you can actually see is a little bit bigger, right? A little bit wider, which could potentially indicate that is a molar, right? So the ones
You
in
got to pull the
back.
teeth.
Now, sometimes when we hear on the news that
You gotta
someone
pull
like
the
you is
teeth.
involved in a case,
What are you doing?
we'll hear that they're looking at dental records to identify human remains. What do people mean by that when they say they're looking at dental records? And what role does dental records have in identifying teeth in human remains?
Yeah, so in this case, when we're trying to identify someone with dentals, what we do is we go back to their medical records, right? So their dental records, and we get x-rays, we get pretty much their dental chart. When you go to the dentist and you get an x-ray, all of your teeth are in
Looks
what
like
we
a
call in
dog's
situ.
tooth. It's so
So
sharp.
they are still embedded in your jaw, right?
Well,
That
the
is
bottoms are
one
the
of
roots.
the unique features
Yeah.
that the odontologist and myself use for identification, right? Because the shape of that root is actually linked or associated with the mandible, right? So the mandible is the kind of the one that works with the tooth to create that shape, right? So that's what we tend to use. One of the many characteristics that we use. When you have teeth that are just loose, that you don't have a mandible, it gets very tough. It gets very difficult to identify them because, first of all, you need to figure it out what tooth this is, right? So in this case, I'm missing a lot of the crowns. So I'm having a hard time saying, well, it looks like a central incisor, but it also looks like a lateral incisor. So that's where the challenges of identification come, right? Because we're missing the crown and we're also missing the mandible where those go.
So the phrase identify someone by dental records means the position of their teeth, not so much the actual teeth.
Yeah, that's one of the characteristics that we use.
Got it. Next slide, we have some additional teeth.
Yeah, so as you can see, these have a little bit of a different color. So that's why I put a black background so that you guys can see it a little bit better. You can see we have all the way to your left and all the way to your right. Those are potentially canines or premolars, but then the ones in the center are a little bit bigger, right? So those are the ones that go all the way in the back, the molars, right? When you're chewing, most of the food goes to the back, and those are the ones that are responsible for that. So we were able to find an array of different types of teeth.
And just because this is the last slide dealing with teeth, I'll ask the overall question.
Oh,
You were not
dealing
able
with
to
teeth.
identify whose teeth these were
Hoping it was the last
because of the
slide.
condition they were in and how they were removed, essentially.
That is correct.
Okay. And did you consult with other experts in the field?
We did.
What are we looking at there?
So this is a vertebrae. Specifically, it is so the one on your left, that is a cervical vertebrae. I don't know if you remember those images at the beginning, right? So we have those little pieces of bone that kind of come out, and then you have that center bone. So we're actually looking at one half of it. So you can see kind of the center bone in the middle, and then that little piece of bone, that flat piece of bone, that is supposed to attach to another vertebrae, right? And that is a cervical vertebrae. The reason for that is I'm looking for several features again. The cervical vertebrae are very small, and they have several features that are telling me that this is cervical. None other vertebrae has those features. And this one has the features of a cervical vertebrae. The same with the other image. Again, you can see this is probably a first or a second. The reason for that is because of the curvature of that little piece of bone. Usually the ones at the top that hold your skull are very curved because they want to hold that weight. So that feature was very informative.
And because it's a first or a second, you don't have either Bart or Krista's first or second vertebrae in any of the remains you examined, correct?
That's correct.
With Bart, you only had the fourth and below, and with Krista, you had none.
That's correct.
And what are we looking at here in the ash trap images?
So this is just a summary of what I found for what I can categorize as hands. So that little, to your left, that long piece of bone, that is actually part of your hand.
Did you ever see Pain and
here.
Gain?
So it's one of these. The reason why I know it's a hand and not a
No.
foot is
You
because
should
it's
watch
very
Pain and
round,
Gain.
right? So the ones
Okay.
in your hand, those little pieces of bone, they're very round. The ones in your feet
There's
are
a-
actually quite
There's a scene with
wide.
hands.
Again, you
It's
want
one
to
of the
think about
best scenes in
holding all
movie
that weight,
history.
right?
With Mark Wahlberg
So
and
that
Dwayne
one
The
over
Rock
there is
Johnson.
just here.
It's
one of these.
magical.
And
It's
then the
magnificent.
two other ones are from your fingers.
Michael Bay's
So
only good
actually,
work.
Those are what we call distal phalanges. So these are the ones over here, pretty much at the top.
Those are your fingertips.
Yes.
Yeah, remember when it was being shot?
That movie's amazing.
What is this image?
So this is what I classified as long bones, because I was not 100% sure if it was left or right. So to your left, if you look at it kind of from an angle, that is actually the knee. So I don't know if you remember the femur, right, in those little kind of grooves where the knee goes. So this is actually one of the grooves of a femur. And then on the other side, that is actually from a tibia. So the tibia, I don't know if you remember from those images, is actually very sharp. It has a very sharp edge, and that is very unique of the tibia. There's no other bone that has that type of sharpness. So we can definitely say that that is a tibia. I just can't tell you if it's a left or a right.
That concludes, and we have more slides, obviously, but that's the sample images you included. But just an overall question of the many bone fragments you found. Is it challenging?
Just an
or are there
overall
additional
question. Is the
complexities
defendant
to
super
determining
guilty?
What type of trauma that bone went through than if you just, for instance, with Krista, found remains outside, laying outside in a state park? What's more complex about bones that have been burned?
Yeah, so you want to think about, right, what we talked about, the organic and the inorganic, right? So organic material is completely gone. So these are extremely fragile just because I have that inorganic material there.
You might
right?
call them snowflakes.
So those are the ones that give it a shape. But as soon as you hold those, sometimes they can crumble. So that's why we needed to be very careful. Obviously, the fire is masking some of those potential traumatic elements that I cannot see.
Okay. And so let's talk about some of the trauma maybe that you tried to observe or did observe. Let's talk about this vertebrae, for instance.
Yeah, so I know it might be a little bit difficult for you guys to see that as a vertebrae, but that is actually from the vertebrae itself, is those little pieces of bone that come out, right? So this is one of them. And then with my experience, right, and the way I know how that is supposed to look, that is, as you can see, there was a transverse, there was a transecting horizontally cut, right? Because that is supposed to be pretty much round, right? So those are the two transverse processes that are going on the side of the vertebrae, right? So we have the vertebrae in the middle and those two on the side. So it seems like one of them was actually cut transversely.
Sure. Other than that, are there any conclusions you can draw from that?
No, there was too much damage. I can tell you that there is a cut there. I cannot tell you anything else because of the thermal damage. I use the arrows for you guys to kind of see what I'm talking about in terms of that straight cut.
Let's talk about this vertebrae on the next slide.
So again, this is a fragmented transverse process. So again, we're looking at the sides of the vertebrae itself. And I know what it's supposed to look like, right? So it's kind of round and has very round edges. And on this one, you can kind of see, so those two images are from different planes so that you can actually appreciate the cut itself, right? So those arrows that you can see are indicating the cut. And then on the other image, you can kind of see the border of it. That is almost, it is indicative of a cut mark.
Let's talk about the hands. Talk to me about this slide.
So this one was a very unique fragment of the lunate. So in your wrist, you have multiple bones here that consist of your wrist. One of them is called lunate because it resembles the moon. So I kind of put it up in that corner over there for you guys to kind of understand how it's supposed to look like. So in this case, lunate is supposed to be round, right? It's supposed to have all of these shapes, and you can kind of see that there is a cut on it, right? That is not supposed to look like that, right? So it is, and it's very clean, right? Even though undergoing thermal damage, you can still see it. So yeah, you can see kind of the arrows over there where you can kind of see where that cut was made.
Sure. But there were hand bones you were able to identify maybe more about the cut, right? In terms of the next image.
Oh, yes.
Talk to me about this one.
So this is actually a fragmented distal end of the radius. So you have your hand, right? You have these, you have your wrist where you have several, little pieces of bone, and then you have your radius and you have your
cross
ulna.
on this.
So
It's going to
we're
be
looking at
it's going to be a
almost like this little
letdown.
bump over here, right? So that's what consists made of your radius and your ulna. So what we're looking at is a little piece of bone that is supposed to be connecting with your wrist, right? And in this case, you can actually see, because this is a bigger bone, obviously it preserved a little bit better. And you can kind of see the cuts. Again, it's supposed to be a long bone. It's supposed to have a lot of shape. It is not supposed to be flat. And you can kind of see on those arrows over there where that actual cut was made.
And you say it's consistent of a chop mark.
Yes. So in this case, the bone was big enough for me to put it under the microscope. And you can kind of see it actually without the microscope. So in this one, it was very unique because it had unpatterned striations. So if you go back to Krista and Bart, right, we saw a lot of striations that were uneven, right? They were all over the place. And at times, it seems like it was very inconsistent. Those characteristics are consistent with a saw, right? But when we're looking at another type of tool, potentially a knife or something that it has a blade, we are looking for unpatterned striations. So we're thinking about the topography of the tool itself, right? So in this case, it was pretty much clean to the point that it actually created striations, but there's no pattern to the striations, right? They're all the same.
So it
right?
chopped up the
So you
hand with a
have to-
knife through the
so
bone?
In our field, that is consistent to be with a chop mark.
And if I go to the next slide.
He
what are we
chopped
looking
it.
at there?
Yeah, so here you can kind of see it
Like
a
it's a
little bit
piece of
better.
fucking lettuce.
So to your left,
All right.
that is just an image, a photograph from, taken with our camera. And you can kind of see
kind of
on
knife
those
do you-
arrows where those
I
striations
guess maybe you're
are.
not concerned
And if
about
you can
damaging your
see,
knife.
It's very different
I
from
don't
the
cut
other
the
one.
bones with my
This one, we
knife.
don't have a pattern.
She's not going to use
They're
it for
all pretty
like
much
dinner the
same,
next day.
Right? So that is usually
She's using it for
related
dinner
or
right then.
correlated with like a blade. And in this case, you can kind of see it also at the top as well. And then the image to your right, that is actually a microscopic image. And you can kind of see a little bit more of the unpatterned striations throughout the entire bone.
And we're talking about the wrist, correct?
Yeah, pretty much at this area over here.
And when you say chop marks, could that be consistent with a machete?
It could,
And could it be consistent with an axe?
yes.
You reached some conclusions here.
I did.
Talk to me about those.
So pretty much, as we all know by now, there was extreme fragmentation. And this is due to the fire, like the thermal injuries. And they're mostly represented by that calcine bone, that white bone that I show you guys. And then we also have that charred black bone. There is compelling evidence of dismemberment here, even though we were not able to really pinpoint, again, like we did for Bart and Krista, how, what type of characteristics we can see because there was so much damage. We can definitely say with the suspected distal end of the radius that there was unpatterned striations, right, consistent with chop marks. 3 outer fragments exhibited, that transecting, cut marks. But because of the damage, I was not able to really give you more information about it.
And I know you've been talking for a while, but this is my, I guess, last slide we're going to go through. You put
The
some
trick
of your
here is that
conclusions about what you found
you clean the bones
in this slide.
with
Tell
like
me
a
about this.
acidic
those
solution, then you
numbers that
do one of those
you
bone
can
skeleton stands,
include
right?
on the slide.
Sure.
No, it's
So
just
I
a
just
thing.
wanted to kind of
Yeah, I guess you
Sell it
could
to
do
a
that,
school.
right?
an overall sense of what we found, right?
Sell it to a
we
school?
found a total
Yeah.
of 106 fragments of bone that were able to be identified. From those 106, 53 of them were considered to be on the cranium. When I'm saying cranium, I'm talking about skull and also mandible. And then we were able to identify 18 of them as hands, part of the hands, 24 of them as dental fragments, and 8 of them as vertebrae, and 3 of them as long bones. In addition to that, I had 124
As opposed to a
fragments
short bone.
that I know they're bone, but I was unable to identify them. So we had a grand total of 230 bones, fragmented bones that were found, again, inside the fireplace, on the grate, and also on the ash disposal area.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Here we
All right.
go.
Good
Let's see.
morning. or
Disappoint
good
me,
afternoon
Mommy.
now, I think. Starting sort of
disappoint
where we
hippopotamus
left
all
off
day.
with those bone fragments found at the home.
She looks built like a linebacker.
I think I heard you say that
Emphasis on the
you
hippopotamus.
could identify whether they were human or not. Let's start there.
That is correct.
So some of the things you found, for whatever reason, you could not identify as human. Some you could identify as human.
That is correct.
Now, some of them you also were able to determine came from an adult human. Is that right?
Some of the fragments did have features of an adult.
Now, none of the fragments that you found could tell you whether it was a male or a female adult human, correct?
That is correct.
We don't even know
And
if these
despite
bones are
the
from
number
them.
of bone fragments you found, you weren't able to determine if they came from one human or 6 different humans, correct?
That is correct.
Is the prosecution also sitting for their direct?
Now, turning back to
Yeah,
your analysis from the beginning of your testimony, you were given a couple of tools to compare with the evidence that you found. Is that right?
That is correct.
So the total number of tools you were given was 2. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to say that what you found was consistent with those tools, but you couldn't say that those tools were the actual tools that caused those marks, correct?
That is correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
There it was.
That's
There's the
it?
cross.
May this witness be excused?
She was really entertained by that one.
Thank you.
I don't think there are any exhibits where you are.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take the lunch break at this time. I'm hoping we can start very close to 1 o'clock and continue moving forward. Obviously, during the time that you're away, don't speak with each other about the case or speak with or engage in any discussions or overhear any discussions about the case or take any steps to learn any information that you have not heard or learned of here in this room. Thank you. We'll see you. As in an hour at 1:05. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
There we go.
All right. Wow, we got
That's-
real boned there, guys.
That's that supreme cross-examination we've seen consistent with the defense this entire time. Many times not even doing a cross-examination.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah.
Because this is me tuning in, and I'm like, that was the most lackluster, flat, unimaginative, unengaging cross-examination that one could possibly come up with.
They've been very, very Spartan on cross.
How was their opening? What was your take on their opening?
Well, the opening of the prosecution was an hour. The opening of the defense is 13 minutes.
Excuse me?
Their theory of the case rests entirely on you can't prove that he killed them though, bro.
Period. Full stop.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember that thing called reasonable doubt? That's real. I mean, that belongs in basically every opening statement, but I'm saying that was basically the entirety of the opening statement.
So what do you think about that tactic? Because you saw it, I didn't. Do you think it was an effective tactic, or do you think it was ineffective? Okay, you're shaking your head.
No,
right.
the prosecution's opening statement was devastating. I mean, it was devastating. He told the story. He set everything up. It was really well done. Big contrast to what we saw in, well, Binger was pretty good at telling the story in the Rittenhouse case, but this guy, I mean, he told it like a story. He told it like I would kind of tell it, or you would tell it if we're relaying the story of a case to an audience. And I mean, that's what he was doing. So he's like telling you about Chandler Halderson, how he's this young up and coming guy. He's been working at American Family Insurance, and he's finally got this job. He's got this SpaceX job. It's huge. It's a big step up for him and his girlfriend. They're going to move down to Florida, and he's telling you about his everything. And then he goes, but you're going to learn that that's all a lie.
That's so good. I love
know.
that. I love that.
Like,
it's just a turn. It's a twist. You know,
Yes.
and it's got you. It's like, damn it, they've got me. Because you want to engage people like that and have a twist, and people like that twist. All good stories, by the way, people have a twist. They lead you down, and then they go in an unexpected direction. That's actually very key to storytelling.
Yeah, and I mean that's the way he did the opening. He told the whole story. He hit the twist, and then he started telling you the real story, and laying it out. I mean, there's weird problems or artifacts with this case of where you're going, yeah, but like it doesn't add up for me. But at the end of the day, this case should be open and shut because the story is compelling and it all makes sense. The question is, does the story add up with the evidence that they bring at trial? And that's where it gets, he said, this is going to be a long trial because even though it's not that long of a story, I'm going to do my job. I'm going to bring everybody in front of you and you're going to have to hear everything and know that I'm not trying to annoy you. You know, I'm being thorough. I want to make sure we do this right because that's my job. And so he flat out told everybody it's going to be like 3 weeks. And almost all of it's just going to be because I imagine the defense is not going to call Chandler to the stand. I can't imagine what they're going to do.
I mean, in this case where, you know, it's something where, especially with a liar and somebody who's going to be pinned on some of their, and with so many lies, it's just not going to work well. It's like putting Casey Anthony on the stand. You know, it just doesn't look good because you have a perpetual liar and somebody who just lies about, or a habitual liar rather. That's not going to ever end well.
Right. And they've, I guess, established that he's a liar. The problem that I have,
but here's the defense though, is that, you know, coming in, being a liar alone,
doesn't make you a killer.
Exactly.
What he should have done is they should have had him confess because he lies about everything else. He couldn't have done it. He lies about everything. And here he is saying he did it. So, you know, he's a liar. Therefore, not guilty. Boom.
Got it. I've got to check this out. I'll probably, you know what, guys? I'll probably end up, since you've already seen it, I'll probably run the opening on my channel at some point just to see what my take on it. Everyone's saying it's great. Like
the prosecutor's opening was phenomenally done. I mean,
Yeah.
really, really, I had nothing but high praise for him. Oh, he had a lapel mic.
Oh no.
He stood
Really?
up and he walked around with the lapel mic, and you could hear him the entire time. It was
Mask or no mask?
amazing. No mask. No.
Beautiful.
The masks have all come basically from the witnesses who, again, this is an issue I have with court procedure. The judge should not allow witnesses to choose if they wear a mask or not. You should either have masks or no masks. And to me, if it's a murder trial, someone's going to prison forever, no masks. I don't care
Right.
if you have to delay it another year. I'm sure Chandler doesn't care either.
Omicron is the least of your worries in jail. Let me put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Plus, this dude built up a healthy immune system when he consumed his parents' antibodies.
Okay, Nick. Now, serious question.
Yeah.
Okay. It's actually a bifurcated question. Number one, would you eat human under any circumstances? Number two, what conditions would need to be imposed for you to eat human flesh?
Is it's Thursday a condition? No. I could, I think, in situations like Alive, right? Where there is where you have basically nothing, but the risks of eating human flesh is really, really high. Because you have that protein buildup that effectively is like mad cow disease that will.
Well, I've
will
heard that if you
eventually kill
avoid if you eat the muscle and you avoid like the area with the prions that's got that particular buildup, that'll make you go crazy. That's a less dangerous, but I think in the same situation, I would do it. Also, perhaps if there's a monetary compensation that reaches a certain level and it's ethically sourced, then maybe.
Ethically sourced, people.
Ethically sourced.
Only if I can live stream it. That's what I got to know. Can I live stream it?
If I'm live streaming it, it's all off.
Yeah.
All bets are off.
If we're live streaming it, there's a minimum super chat threshold of $500. We got to take a nibble from different parts or whatever. I don't know. Maybe we can work that out. No, I would be, it would be very, very, like, I would be very desperate. I can't rule it out, right? Because starvation will make you do some crazy things. But I would be at the end of the opportunity for anything. I can't think of what would do it, right? Off the top of my head. Again, a situation like Alive or the Donners, I guess.
Yeah.
Where you have no choice. This is your only source of food, and it's this or die.
You're talking about the Donner Party that got trapped in the mountain pass and snowed in, and of course,
Or Alfred Packer.
I'm not
Fudge
familiar
Packer?
with that one.
Oh, you gotta watch Cannibal the Musical. Cannibal the Musical is
I'm Googling this.
It's the first Trey Parker and Matt Stone movie.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Nice.
It's phenomenal.
1993. Oh, that's back when you could say funny shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's great. it's a wonderful little movie that they did. And it has some great musical numbers and everything. I strongly recommend it. But no, it's this is not something where it'd be like, oh, I'd do it on a bet or a dare, or oh, I'm Reza Aslan and I'm exploring another culture. Here, I'll eat some brain. No, fuck off with that nonsense. No, thank you.
You're doing like bizarre foods with like Andrew Zimmerman or whatever, and you're off there and like, oh yeah, here's some casual brains of our tribal foes.
Now, Andrew, what is Bill? Like exactly? What kind of animal is that? No, that was his name. What animal's name was Bill?
Homo sapien.
F. No, not me. What about you? How many people would you eat?
It's only a matter of how many. It's not. I think it's.
When did you stop eating human flesh?
It was that time when I transitioned from Wendigo to vampire. That was really. I just needed the blood. Oh God,
blood rituals are better. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. You, Machine Gun Kelly, and Megan Fox all hanging out, drinking each other's blood.
And no, I have not tried dog, you people. I'd actually, you know what's funny? I would probably, I'm saying, what would you eat, human first or dog, Ricada?
Oh, dog. hands down,
Okay,
100%.
okay. A lot of
Look,
people would judge you for that. A lot of people
Yeah, I
would go
don't-
for
I don't-
human before dog.
People can judge me for whatever they want. Livestock is livestock. When the apocalypse comes, I'm eating dogs, cats. I'm eating anything that I can find. Before I'll eat people, yeah, I'll eat anything else.
I think it was one of those like what after humans shows on History Channel, like what happens within 24 hours if all humans are gone. And it's like every dog that's under the size of, I think, like a pit bull or a spaniel or something, they're all immediately dead because they're like used for food by the other dogs.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, look, I'm not rushing to eat dogs. Again, I'm not Obama, right? I'm not doing that. But I'm just saying, I would eat, I'll eat dogs, cats, horses, whatever. You know, I'm not discriminate. Eventually you got to eat skunk, right? Like when you get down to it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't
Well,
cook
if
the
you
skunk
remove
out of nothing.
the gland, I guess it's not that bad, right? Like you just got to get rid of the gland.
Bear Grylls did it, and he said it still tasted a little funky. You know, still a little funky.
There you go. Gator for sure, guys. I would 100% eat gator.
Oh,
like,
Gator's
I've had gator already.
delicious.
It's fine. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
Gator's great. Oh man,
all day. And frog, gator, reptile is fine. Like any reptile meat, I'll eat all that stuff.
yeah. It ends up tasting very similar to chicken or other
Most
white
things
meats.
do.
You know,
It's like a little bit more chewy, a little bit more gamey. That's about it.
Yeah, but yeah, fried gator is delicious. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, you're from Florida.
Oh yeah, yeah. Literally, there's a place called Gator's Dockside, and they have fried gator there. It's like a chain, and I would get that all the time. It really is delicious.
Yeah, yeah. I'm a big fan. I would go to Cajun Town in Houston. Their fried gator's good. D What says I respect the hustle. Keep it up, Nick and panel. Hey, thank you. I missed this one earlier that I wanted to read real quick.
Yeah, which one?
I hate picking names for this damn account. Says Kurt leaves to go cut clips of her voice for his vault of ASMR porn. Also, YouTube sucks because I have to find very creative ways to type these hilarious comments.
I wish you could put more in the comments. It's unfortunately not there. You guys always crack me up with them in Nick's chat and in my chat.
Klausy says legal mindset. Please tell Rickety you should talk to Charlie about crypto. Who's
Charlie?
Charlie?
My buddy.
Why should I?
My buddy, Charlie from Cultivate Crypto. He's a good guy. He has a crypto course, but he's my buddy. He's the only guy who does kind of like technical analysis, just like he would with stocks or anything else, and does it in a very like objective, like calm way without hyping, just looking at charts and just going over, hey, look, this is where the charts say this one's going to go. This is where charts say that one's going to go, without shilling something himself or whatever. He's just looking at technical analysis pretty much.
Yeah, it's hard to talk about crypto on YouTube because their policy is basically if you advocate the purchase of crypto or investing in crypto, then that's a violation of their terms of service.
And they drop so many disclaimers. I mean, more than we do even. And it still sometimes isn't enough. It still gets demonetized. Yep. Anytime I ever do a video on crypto, it gets demonetized. So I just say, look, I'm not a crypto channel, but I know a lot of people in it. I actually represent some guys who are developers, who they do some development of crypto. So it's interesting stuff to me.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. The one thing that really bothers me is I know financial planners and they're like usually forbidden by their institutions from recommending crypto, or they were for a while. I don't know if they're changing.
It's changed now. Like Bloomberg just put out an article saying, talking about it as an asset class. Goldman's talking about it. So now they're giving more and more options. And as ETFs come in, and there's already stuff like, oh gosh, I'm forgetting right now, but there's already a stock that's essentially a spot Bitcoin. The name is slipping right now. I'll remember it. But there's pretty much a spot ETF like there is for gold or silver or anything else. And there'll be an ETF. Eventually, the big one is when there's an ETF that covers like maybe the top 10, right? So you'll get a little bit of the top 10 through an ETF that'll inflate. That's probably coming in the next year or so. And that'll be pretty big.
What do you think about NFTs?
I got in a huge fight with my boy Ian over there on Twitter yesterday. We really got in a row about it. I agree.
Your boy Ian? Who's Ian?
Ian Runkle.
Runkle. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I got to go with Runkle because I agree that like I was telling him, I agree that 99.99999% are trash, junk, whatever. But I was just trying to explain that the technology in the future may open it up to something that's not completely trash. But right now, almost everything is trash. And going to...
How much would you pay for the Michaela Maroney Smirk NFT if you had unlimited money?
I mean, I have unlimited money.
Yeah.
Then I'm just hiring Michaela Maroney as a sugar baby. I mean, come on, that's just clearly the superior option here.
That's the correct answer. Good job.
Yes.
Good job. Because she was still only 17 with the smirk, if I remember right. So gotta be very careful with that. It was a
she'll
trap.
be 18. She'll be 18 when she hits seeking arrangement. Trust me, guys.
She's already well over 18 now.
Yeah.
You can't trust that though. You can't trust the 18.
No,
seeking
you
arrangement.
definitely trust but verify. There's a verification process.
That's what happened to Cody Wilson, allegedly. I think that was a setup, personally. Are you familiar?
No. Tell me the facts.
Okay, so Cody Wilson's the guy who created the Liberator 3D printed gun, right? The first one that fired.
I've heard that.
And he was sued by the 21 states attorneys general over the distribution of the CAD files. In the middle of that lawsuit, actually at kind of the beginning stages of that lawsuit, but as it was progressing, Cody Wilson got tagged for soliciting a minor for sexual activity. And the allegation was he met her on sugardaddiesmeet.com, which is an 18 plus website, which requires you to verify that you're 18 plus. So he alleges that he believed she was over 18. Turns out she was 16. And so then he got hit with that. Now he got the best plea deal ever, hands down. It was 6 years, deferred adjudication. So he's got 6 years of probation, deferred adjudication, no registry on the offender list. And if he fulfills probation, it's gone. It's dismissed.
That is fantastic. That is like unheard of, because the thing is that, and honestly, it makes me mad from an angle, because it, frankly, just straight up, it only hits men. This never is an issue with women, but it's a strict liability crime. I mean, there either are or aren't. They don't give a shit about whether there's a mistake of fact. The mistake of fact is irrelevant for, hey, they 16, they can represent it. Now, I know that some states...
She had a fake ID, if I remember right, too.
But some states, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think some states have said if there's enough evidence that they like really misrepresent themselves. And
I think it's just California that has some protection in there, but I can be mistaken on that for sure.
It could be that doctrine. They're just talking about expanding it. I would agree with that if there's evidence that they've materially misrepresented themselves, like with a fake ID. I think that and they can prove that. I think that should be a defense, because frankly, I mean, it's impossible to tell whether someone is 16, 17, or 18 just physically looking at them, especially nowadays.
Well, and the judges who have commented on it, their reasoning is, well, be attracted to people who are older than 18 or who look older than an 18-year-old. Like 18 is too much risk for you, which is, I mean, on one hand, like I kind of agree. I'm not super attracted to 18-year-olds, right? Like little older.
I could show you a picture of somebody that's 18 and you wouldn't know they're 18 and 21.
Right.
There's always people who look that way. I'd say
in
Miami, the girls that I know.
Chick who's like she had like a hormone deficiency, and so she looks like she's 12 and she's like 23, and it's weird. She goes out to bars and gets like hammered and stuff.
There were girls, Nick, in Miami that I knew that getting plastic surgery at age 16, at 17.
Yeah.
So,
it's a weird thing, and I think the strict liability aspect of it is a big problem, because if someone's lying to you and you don't have any resource to verify the lie, like, what are you supposed to do? Call their parents and ask? What if they lie?
Call the state? Like, can you please, like, is there a verified line,
Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous. And frankly, the burden's on men, because this is a thing that disproportionately affects men. Because, I mean, if it's a situation where, you see all these slap on the wrist cases with the teachers, right? With the female teachers and the young boys.
Yeah.
They don't even, I mean, slap on the wrist is like generous.
6 months probation's like, well, because he wanted it, right? Like, it's like, yeah, so that's not the standard. That's not the rule.
Yeah, exactly. Like, enthusiastic consent is not a defense.
Yeah.
It's a strict liability.
Yeah. It's, I've talked about that quite a bit. I really, really disagree with how they treat, the disparity in how they treat female teachers and male teachers. It's like, look, I think they should punish the females like they punish the males, personally.
Yeah, just I'm asking for equity. I'm not even equity, right? I'm not asking for one to be punished more than the other. I'm just saying let's have equal treatment for the same crime. This is the same crime. It's just as bad. It's just as corruptive. We just take it easier on one side than the other because the guy might be high-fiving his bros that he banged the teacher. Okay.
He might be high-fiving his bro while they're both banging the teacher, to be honest.
Which actually you're joking about it, but that actually happened in a couple cases. Yeah.
that happens with frequency.
Yes.
It's wild. Yeah,
the train will run, Nick. The train will run.
It's that's one that I really to me, again, I would say go with the harsher punishment on those, because I think the abuse of children, we sweep it under the rug for teenagers, but I think it's rampant and devastating, and it's not something that gets calculated in the immediate aftermath, right? 14-year-old boy has sex with teacher. He thinks it's great. There's not really evident damage, but that manifests later in life. That's a trauma that you don't really get away from, and may go unidentified because of the way that it is perceived by the victim, right? It's perceived as a good thing. And so therefore, when later in life they're dealing with an issue, it won't be related back to that trauma.
Yeah. And this can lead to permanent, that their conceptualization of sex and what's supposed to happen, that may be their first sexual encounter. And this was permanently etched into their mind as the basis, the bedrock, upon which everything else is built. It's a little fucked up. And just even treatment will be fine. And look, I'm okay with throwing the book at them too, making this strict if it's evenly applied. The problem is it's not, and I should like text Drex over here because I know he'd love talking about that. I've been texting about Kim Kardashian and Kanye, trying to get his opinion on that one because that one,
because he's black, very racist.
Oh yeah, of course.
I didn't text him on Martin Luther King Day. I wanted to give him the day off.
You bigot! You gave him one day off. Come on. I'm gonna go full Malcolm X on you, brother.
Britt Cormeyer says there has to be some sort of exception because the feds dropped all charges for the porn industry when Tracy Lords came out as underage. Well, the exception in a lot of cases is money and power, right? That's a big one. That's a big exception, but there's also a different exception for artistic works. For example, Brooke Shields has been photographed naked in movies that are still sold today, when she was under 18. And that stuff, Blue Lagoon. She was like 16 in Blue Lagoon, but there's one that's way worse. She was like 12 or something.
Yeah, there was a movie, I forgot which had to get edited out because there was an implied ape scene involving a 12 or 13-year-old. This was like within the last 10 years or so. But if you think about historically in terms of art, there's many paintings from the Middle Age, Renaissance, whatever, of nude, children.
Pretty Baby is the one where she's really young and
Pretty Baby.
And those things are still around because they fall under basically the art classification of free speech. Is this more artistic than it is erotic? Is a shorthand sort of look at it, more than it appeals to the prurient sexual interest, et cetera, et cetera. But that's the idea. And so I think with someone like Tracy Lords shooting pornography, and you can all disagree that pornography is art or whatever, and maybe you just haven't watched the right stuff. I'm joking. That's a joke. You can all disagree about that all you want.
Separate debate.
The Supreme Court has recognized pornography as an artistic expression, as an artistic medium. And there's a lot of stuff that goes into it, some of it that goes into the actors and actresses. And so that is protected speech as far as they are concerned. And so that just complicates a prosecution for something like what happened with Tracy Lords. Now, who didn't get it easy, by the way, is the Girls Do Porn guys. Have you?
Wait, which one? No. Tell me, give me the facts on that one. This sounds good.
Okay, so there's an adult video channel creator, whatever, called Girls Do Porn, akin to like a Brazzers or whatever. They have their genres and subcategories.
Yeah.
Right. They, turns out, were bringing girls in for fully clothed modeling shoots, and then would pressure them allegedly into engaging in full-on pornography in a couple ways.
So pretty much like the plot of Casting Couch or any of these other ones, but
actually happening.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they would offer them more money to do a nude shoot and then to do pornography. And then the parts of the problems were they were alleged to not let them leave if they didn't consent to the thing. They wouldn't give them rides back to, transportation that they had promised them. And then the other thing that they told some of them, this will be limited release. Like it's only going to be in this market. So you'll never show up. And of course it immediately pops up on Pornhub and other places like that. They got devastated. Like those guys got some serious prison terms. And now there's like a big lawsuit from a bunch of the victims for multiple millions of dollars.
How do you feel about that? I mean, it sounds, I mean, unless there's some other facts I'm not hearing here, I mean, that's a material non-disclosure. I think that's definitely
pretty. Yeah, that's the material non-disclosure or the fraudulent disclosure. Oh,
fraudulent.
It'll be here in New Zealand and that's it, for example. And then suddenly it's available. Like, and I think what their allegation was, it'll only be on privately sold physical media, like DVDs. It will never be on the internet or something like
but
that.
It's like,
and
okay,
only
come on,
these,
like, come
right.
on. You can't guarantee that.
You can't guarantee it, but that they would only maybe produce it in this way. But then, of course, when I say it popped up, like they were uploading the stuff, right? Like they were lying about what was going on. That's a big problem. And the allegations of coercion and the not letting them leave and stuff, if that's true, apparently the jury believed that's true. If that's true, then absolutely throw them in prison forever. Look.
And I just always pump the brakes on this a little bit, guys, because like I know enough guys and guys have approached me with false accusations. So this is definitely an issue. And just say, okay, assuming this has gone to trial, assuming they've looked at the facts, assuming they feel they're credible, then yes, sure. But you've got to go for all those things. And these people are entitled to due process because, we're getting into a situation where, frankly, I speak to a lot of guys and they're like, I'm afraid to go out on dates. I'm afraid to go be alone with a woman right now because. And look, I've been in Miami where my roommate brought a girl over and she literally threatened him if he did not pay her money to call the cops and say that it was a situation. I overheard this, luckily, because I was in my room at the time. So I popped out and I was like, yo, get the fuck out of here. Like just like right now, the fuck out of here. I'm recording you. Get out of here. It's crazy.
That and that's the big trick. Cause there's whatever this is such a sensitive topic for some people.
I understand that. Yeah.
I don't really care like what people do. If you're going to be a pornographer, like I think that's a bad idea for you personally. I don't think that's a great way to go about making your living. But if that's what you're going to do, doing it professionally and legally is the trick. And
I have a friend who's a good friend who's a porn star. There's many legal ways to do this stuff.
And you probably know then the contracts that they lay out are extremely specific. Like the actors and actresses that are involved in a particular scene from a professional company know exactly what's going to be happening in that scene. And they initial consent to every single degenerate, degrading act that they're going to go through. Like that's how you do it. You don't do it by, oh, this is a modeling shoot. And then you get in there and it's like, well, here's an extra $1,000 if, we can do a little more and film it. Like that is not how you do it. You put everything down on paper. Everybody knows the score. And there's no, you eliminate the things that they're not comfortable with ahead of time. You have to do it that way. And if you're going to do that as a profession, do it professionally because it's there's so much risk involved there. And as we see, because Ron Jeremy has been tagged for like multiple instances of graping, right? Like that's he's sitting in prison and waiting trial.
There's so much proof. There's so many people. I mean, for legitimate sets, there's so many people there that are witnessing this, that are seeing this, that are co-signing it. I mean, there's no way you're going to be able to get away with doing anything that's impermissible or non-consensual. Where you get into issues is if you're doing the amateur stuff. If you're, the one-on-one, you're trying to make it, this is your big, your break in the beginning and you don't know what you're doing, you're setting things up in a way that's impermissible, then you can get in a lot of trouble. But unfortunately, there also is a move towards escaping regulation. There's a reason why a lot of porn stars have left Southern California, where there's increasingly, as with all of California, burdensome regulation on all industries, including porn. So they're saying, hey, let's
like condom requirements.
Exactly. And frankly, people don't want to see condoms in most porn. So guess where they're at? They're moving to other states. They're moving to Las Vegas. They're moving to Miami, right? You know, which once again, it's a hub for a lot of things, but there's a reason why a lot of bank bus. The guys from my university, Florida International University, my undergrad, they started that way back in the day because it was pretty much completely deregulated in Florida versus in California.
Right. And someone asked a good question here. What about OnlyFans amateur startups? The same thing. In my, like, here's the thing. If you ask a lawyer for advice on how to do a thing, they're going to tell you probably the most conservative way to do the thing.
Yes.
And what you choose to, which will be expensive and burdensome in a lot of cases, what you choose to do after that is up to you. So if you ask me, oh, well, if I'm going to do OnlyFans, should I have these really extensive contracts? Well, yes, you should obviously have them. Are you able to pay a lawyer to do that and to tailor the contracts and do it for every scene that you're selling for $20? Maybe not. And there are a lot, but you know, this is only going to apply to people doing OnlyFans with partners and stuff like that.
Well,
and
even
people who do
Nick,
it,
there's certain parts of the law that I've covered that, you know, it's pretty interesting that, for example, like BDSM, if that's something somebody's into or not into, there's no such thing as a binding BDSM contract. You cannot consent out of assault and battery. So, you know, it doesn't matter whether you say in the contract, hey, I'm going to, during this shoot, slap you across the face. Now, granted, if you're doing a professional shoot, maybe the expectations of everybody are there. Nobody's going to reasonably sue you because they'll be exiled from the industry. No one's going to work with them again, right? But technically, under the law, they could. Technically, they could.
You just have to have them slap the actor back, so it's mutual combat at that point. And it's not get out of it. This is mutual combat. Look at it. Here, I'll show you. I've got the tape.
Yep.
No, it's an interesting one. Yes, Just Jester says Christian Gray would like to know your location. That was one of the first things.
Which by the way reminds me, someone reminded me of the ETF. The stock is Grayscale. Grayscale's the Bitcoin.
Oh, okay. Grayscale.
Yeah, the one that just essentially they're holding Bitcoin, and whenever you buy, you're buying Bitcoin plus a premium. So it allows boomers who are just used to stocks and just want to invest in a stock instead of owning crypto directly to just buy into that. So thanks for that. The chat pulled that one up.
Yes, thank you. The contract that is prominent, like 3 or 4 pages of 50 Shades of Grey, is all garbage. It's completely ludicrous. But to their credit, they acknowledge that the contract's unenforceable in the book. So,
do they? Have you read the book?
Yep.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So I read 50 Shades.
Have you seen 365 DNY?
No, what the hell is that?
Oh, that's the European 50 Shades of Grey, which, I mean, the guy is such a simp. It's like unrealistic, but it's the delusional fantasy based off of 50 Shades. It's like 50 Shades of Grey extreme, but this delusional fantasy of a super hot guy who's going to do, you know, some kinky dominant shit with you, but also simp hard. It's really insane. I don't know if you guys have seen that. Yeah.
No, I
video. I never read that book, guys.
I read 50 Shades because I saw all these like conservative pastors and stuff talking about the evils of 50 Shades of Grey. And I kept reading them and I went, I don't think these guys have read this book. Like something just tells me I don't think they actually read it. And so they're talking about this stuff. So I'm like, before I make commentary about them lying, I'm going to read the book and see. And I read the book and it was fine. There's actually,
well, it's supposed to be fanfic, right? From Twilight. I mean, it's originally supposed to be fanfic.
It got way rewritten though. Like if you read 50 Shades now, you don't get anything from Twilight at all. I haven't read Twilight, but I've seen the stupid fucking movies. But there's nothing even close to the storyline of Twilight anymore. But yes, that's what she was originally doing. This thing's been through some rewrites. But I'll say this and roast me all you want, chat. It's fine. There's actually some really decent underpinning literary themes going on in the book, but they're technically written very incompetently. So it had like the dialogue.
So name one. I think that'll help people to validate.
Well, okay, so she ties like Christian Grey's desire for sexual intercourse in a lot of ways to hunger, due to some like past trauma as a kid, and this image of starvation and how much he focuses on the importance of food. Like he is a billionaire, and his main thing is to dump charity money into feeding children across the world. And so this hunger theme keeps coming back through it. And then the underlying themes of domination actually come across from Anna's perspective, not from his. He's supposed to be the dominant, but as you're like looking at all their encounters, she's got the power in every single scenario throughout the entire book. So it's this interesting flip of the script, even though it's being billed to you through her perspective as he's controlling her, but she's not realizing so there's like good stuff happening literary wise in there, but it needs so much technical work because the dialogue is trash.
Yeah.
I mean, it is so badly written.
Someone mentioned the movie. I actually liked the one back in the day, The Secretary. With that one was actually way better.
I've never watched that.
That's way better because the relationship is more like relatable and understandable. Like it's something I can see. Like, okay, realistically, okay, there's a lot of employment litigation, a lot of other stuff that's going on here. You know, this is something I would definitely not advocate from a legal perspective, but from a realism perspective and me believing it, I can believe that. I can't believe 50 Shades of Grey. I can't believe 365 DMY.
Daniel Erler says he's dominant enough to send people out to have sex for him.
Oh, Jack Murphy levels of dominance.
But yeah, God. I'm not saying 50 Shades was a good book by any means. It was fine. I don't know why. I still cannot figure out why it sells 100 million copies.
Female psychology. That's why you're not able to understand it. It's a lot of separate parts of female psychology and separate fantasies that are merged into one. So you're getting all these categories of somebody who's rich, successful, dominant, but also not like abusive, dominant in the bedroom sexually, but not abusive. So you're all of these things that you would potentially want in a guy, right? Which realistically in the real world don't exist in a single person. They don't possess all of those traits at the same time.
Yeah. Well, I do, ladies.
Oh. All right. Nice.
Too bad I'm taking. No, it's
yeah.
Oh God. I do I haven't read the second two books though. That could really shatter it. But no, I think you're right. I think that's why I don't understand it is because the female psychology. But I go back to like there's nothing about this book that merits 100 million sales versus any other type of book that hits these notes, because there are lots of books that do this, and somehow this one just took off, and that's what and the reason it baffles me is because typically when a book takes off like this, a New York Times bestseller book, for example, and especially like an ultra bestseller, not a 25,000 copy bestseller, but
international. I mean, I was on the train in Italy and I saw a grandmother reading 50 Shades of Grey translated into Italian. I mean, this was huge. I mean, you can't deny it. I think at one point they said it might have outsold the Bible. I was not sure about that one, but
I think maybe in like a particular week or something, it probably did. So, but the thing about it is typically when you're having a success like this, it's because you've got an agent that has marketed this thing very effectively to an extremely effective publisher, and they hit on some certain things, and then they get that book distributed in a way that makes it a bestseller. Like it's a marketing thing, as it's everything. The Oscars, by the way, if you don't know, the Oscars is all a marketing ploy by how good your agent is at getting your movie in front of the Oscar panel and advocating for it. It's the same thing here. And so my thing was, if you've got this much going into it, at least have some jackass English major rewrite the dialogue. Like just anybody could rewrite the dialogue. That'd be better. But I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you've got this much into it. You might as well put some time and some dialogue.
But then it probably would only sold 150 copies instead of 150 million.
And here's the one thing, and this is the same thing about Twilight and 50 Shades of Grey, especially from the point of Anna and what's her name, Bella, whatever the characters are.
Yeah, Bella.
They're supposed to be completely kind of milquetoast and vanilla, so that you can read yourself into them. You can project yourself on them. Yes, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and well, I won't start talking about Star Wars.
But Star Wars, we could go there all day. We can go there all day, every day. That's always
like, I don't want to lose the audience when I start talking about my opinions of Luke fucking Skywalker. Oh my
We'll save that for another day. We'll save that for another cast, guys.
Let's see. Here we go. We've got Brick Hormeyer says the feds were bringing her fellow porn stars to court until lawyers for the stars showed that even the feds were fooled by her ID because they issued her a U.S. passport for her to travel to France, if I recall. See, that's a tough one. If someone pulls out a passport, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, I mean, how do you fake that? I mean, it's like, I guess, I mean, yes, there are fake passports, but it's pretty fucking difficult to fake a passport. It's pretty difficult.
Yeah, it is. Somebody out there can always fake everything.
Yes.
But how much burden are you supposed to bear in checking up on that? Koi 540. Oh, but to anybody contemplating this defense, first, get on the fucking wall. Second, to anybody contemplating this defense, let me just say that if you're going to make the defense, and this might be actually the failure of some of these guys who have been convicted, and why we have the case law the way we do. If you're going to make this defense, you better actually do the diligence. Like you better, I couldn't have possibly known. Well, did you actually check? Did you go to a step? Did you ask for an ID? Because most guys aren't actually asking for, I saw her at the bar getting served, therefore I thought she was 21 or whatever. Yeah, did you check? And so if you make this
90% of people, not more than that, 99% of people are never going to do that, Nick. I mean, that's
I know.
You're drunk, so
I'm just saying, if you're going to make the defense in court, you better have actually done what you said you could do, right? Like otherwise you're going to get wrecked and it's going to be a bad day for you. I scanned her. Yeah. Now we just got a barcode. We got to barcode chicks when they're born, and therefore we'll know.
Well, you've already got the barcode. That's in the juice. So
the QR code. You QR code them like on the shoulder or something, and then that way it's like, oh, okay, things are getting heavy. Hold on, let me get my phone out. Bloop. 17. Get out. Throw her out the window at that
6
point.
more months. Gotta ferment you.
Well, I checked her vaccine papers. White Alec, Koi 540 says, is there any recourse against non-consensual debanking? Is it illegal for someone to call for people to abandon a specific bank? I have a vague memory of it being illegal to call for a run on all banks. One, I don't know about it ever being illegal to call for a run on a bank from a citizen. It may be illegal for some sort, like a Fed chairman or something, to do something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone with insider knowledge, there could be issues there. Like if someone is is shorting JP Morgan and then encourages people to do a short or to run on JP Morgan, so it drives their stock price down. That's different, but I can't imagine.
Well, yeah, but you're allowed to do that. Like if you want to short sell, I mean, it's the whole GameStop thing. I mean, you can leverage yourself to the hilt, but the whole point is you're risking your position. I can have an option position that's extremely aggressive against JP Morgan, right? That's totally legal.
Right. That's true.
That's essentially a run on the bank. In fact, it's probably even worse than a run on the bank because, you might be able to recover from a run on the bank. You're not going to recover if you're going to go Bear Stearns if your stock price goes the wrong direction.
Ty, did you want to come on? I tagged you, but then I didn't.
I think he wants to talk about the Dune NFT. I think that's really what he wants to know. How Jodorowsky's Dune is now available to everybody because of the NFT.
Gross.
I do wish that movie was made, though. That would have been epic if that movie was made.
Did you see there was some Dune book that just got sold for like 2.6 million?
That's what it was. It was the Jodorowsky's Dune. So this was like the Spanish director who wanted to have this crazy Dune vision that had Orson Welles, it had Salvador Dali, it had this like blockbuster cast. But before it even started filming, the budget had like blown out, like gone off the rails. So what these people thought was when they bought this, that they could bring this crazy epic thing to life, that they bought this IP. They were just really high probably because they had no idea of how IP works or what buying an NFT is. It's insane.
Yeah. That'll be, so wait, they bought the NFT thinking they could make this movie?
of the book, thinking it was the movie.
And they think they can make the movie Dune, but crazy based on their, oh God.
Yeah.
Oh God. How did we stray so far? Guys, NFTs don't give you any right to the image or intellectual property underlying the NFT. The only thing you own is the registry on the chain, unless it's given to you specifically in contract of the sale with it.
If you have custody of, yeah, exactly. So if you have custody of it and they're giving you that as part of the sale, then yeah. So like theoretically, because the whole thing is like there's NFTs, what they do now and what they theoretically can do, right? Like
yeah.
But right now it's mostly
yeah.
mostly
I mean,
trash.
right now, if sight unseen, you buy an NFT without a specific contract, what you are getting is a registry on a blockchain acknowledging the sale that you just did. Basically, that's what you buy. And some people want that, like Jack Dorsey's first tweet, sort of. I mean, you don't actually own the tweet. You may not actually be able to take that and put it on a shirt and print it off and sell it. Like you might not be able to do that, but I guess. So there's, that's the, please, Legal Mindset, tell me if you ever make a social media network ever, can your first tweet be like, where them bitches at? Like, can it be something
100%. Oh, I make it funny as hell. Like, exactly. Where the white women at? Like, that's literally like going to be the first one, like off rip. You know?
Yeah, you cannot, just can't be something mundane. Like the first video uploaded to YouTube is like some elephant at a zoo. It's like 90 seconds of an elephant. It's like, this was your chance. This is your chance to do something great. And it's an elephant. Oh God. Anyway.
Yeah, but who even knows at that point it's going to become big, right? I mean, at that point, Jack Dorsey had no idea Twitter was going to become big. It might have just like dropped.
That's why you got to be funny 100% of the time.
Look,
no
Nick,
mistakes.
It's a challenge for people who do not rise to your noseness.
No mistakes, no misses,
no mercy.
White Alakazam says, so I'm about 2 hours behind watching it back. So I don't know if someone brought it up, but the judge has asked for pictures of the bodies not to be shown at all for media. I know Channel 3000 was also saying they wouldn't show it anyway. Yes, correct. They and again, that was another really nice part of was it this case? No, that was a different case. That was the Edgecombe trial, which I was hoping to be watching today. Someone did send me, by the way, some guy has been streaming the Edgecombe trial.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know how.
I think someone told me about like the judge in that one is that the one in Kenosha?
Not in Kenosha, but
I'm thinking of something else then.
He's in Madison, maybe, or Milwaukee. One of those two. No, Milwaukee. But yeah, some guy's been streaming it. So I've got the video. I said, where did you get this video? And he said, from the court, which I don't get it. I don't get.
He's got a man on the inside,
but it's clearly the court feed. I'm not sure where he's grabbing it, but I'll look into it because I'm curious how he got that. I don't know. All right. Phil Harrington says Tracy Lords used a fake passport when she started at age 16. The ID issue was dropped after the defendants pointed out that she traveled internationally with the fake passport and it was accepted as genuine by U.S. Customs.
So
if it fooled you, how can it not fool me?
Right.
It's a good argument. It's a very, very good argument. So, yeah. Whew. Oh boy.
I don't know how we got to those topics, Nick, but we did it. I'm proud of us.
Anything can happen here. Anything can happen. Law
Anything
can come
is
at you
possible.
from any angle, any age, any medium. Law
Consensually
coming
or
at you fast.
non-consensually, it doesn't matter. It's coming at you regardless.
It can come at your face. It can come at your stomach, your chest, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You got to watch out. Law is everywhere.
Speaking of things being everywhere, the Chris Chan trial. Do we have any updates on that?
I do not. I think it's supposed to start in a couple days, but it might have gotten pushed.
Because I thought it was early January, but I guess it's getting bumped.
I think it's late January, but it might have been pushed even farther. Who knows, man? This stuff, that's the court way, right? Push it.
Right.
So I interviewed Earl Gray, and he said the trial of Thomas Lane is supposed to start on January 20th. Well, there's talk the other day that those trials for all of the other officers may be pushed back as much as a year if they all consent to pushing them back. So the Fed charges might be a year from now still.
So why would you want to consent to that? I guess to just do more discovery or to push it off, or maybe I guess hope that politically the winds might shift in a year.
If your client's out, maybe that's the gamble. If your client's not behind bars, which I think they're all out on bail, but yeah. Chris Chan has a February 2nd hearing and it's closed, is according to Agrilith. So, but yeah, so, like the court, man, it can get pushed. This is actually in my opinion, maybe not I don't know. You can chime in.
No, let me know. Yeah.
With court as a lawyer, the most frustrating thing, or just being a lawyer in general, is that nothing matters the overwhelming majority of the time. And then all of a sudden, everything hinges on what you do in the next 48 hours.
That is so true, whether you're in litigation or transactional, and no matter what, it always is hurry up and wait. So you're doing nothing, and all of a sudden you've got a problem, you've got something coming on. For example, when I would do bond closings, on $1 million bonds, which we had time to do documents from weeks and weeks and weeks, but all of a sudden you'd figure out that people haven't been doing jack shit for the past 4 weeks. They've had to do this. And then all of a sudden within 24, 40 hours, someone's with me within 4 hours of a massive closing, $1 million closing. These people are saying, oh yeah, can I check out like the basic title on this? I'm like, motherfucker, that was 3 weeks ago. Like, no, the answer is no. Like, you just need to sign off on this, or you're going into default here. And the same thing with court, it's nothing happens and then everything happens at once. And then it's over to a certain extent until appeal, which is a very, once again, slow process.
Yeah. And so, with criminal trials, especially in these higher profile ones, like the Waukesha Parade massacre, right? That guy had his preliminary hearing. And when I started up this show, I saw in the chat, someone said, what happened to the Waukesha Parade killers trial? It's like, oh man, that's not coming for a while. Like that could be a year out still, easily. I mean, it might not be, but it could easily be a year or longer out until that actually gets into a courtroom. Most of the time they're not moving fast. The Chauvin trial moved pretty fast.
Because they had reason to make it move fast.
Yeah, they were
motivated. They needed to get that. Yes, they needed to get that in the bank. They needed to get that one in the books. That one had to go.
Yep. But the Rittenhouse trial was, it was over a year later that took place. My boy Lucas Gerhard, that dude is still awaiting trial. He's over 2 years and a couple months now that he's been waiting. Although I think his is complicated a little bit by an appeal on the dismissal issue. So that's part of it. But I mean, these things take forever. But then once it gets going, like once the gear locks in, man,
it's good.
Boom, 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 boom. Yep. It's getting done. So, but yeah, I really just want more television of court cases in general.
It's so great to break down. It's so great to look at. It's so great to analyze and really to walk through. This is why that happens. This is why they're bringing that in. And this is why this is there. Unfortunately, sometimes you also have to suffer through a lot of extraneous stuff. There's great witnesses to review. There's not great witnesses to review. That's why I like to say, hey, you said the opening is great. I'll go out and check that out. Right. Versus I'm not going to do a breakdown of the bone expert. Right. I might call that the bone simp stream if I really was doing it. But there's no reason to pull that up other than to get the simps out there. But that's about it.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Unless you guys wanted me to do a master clip of like cop from, oh God, what was it? The cop from Rittenhouse, Officer Bay, Chew, Bay, yeah. Bone Bay over here. We could do like a master B-roll of all the women in trial.
Don't forget the one chick who would have been very attractive if she had always stayed on mute from the Rittenhouse. That was the ballistics expert.
Yes.
And she comes out, it's like, oh, wow. And then she starts talking, you're like, oh, God. Please just go back to being quiet. Please. Whew. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, great.
So I do have a bunch of super chats from the beginning of the show to catch up.
Sure, on. I'll stick around for you to work through a couple of them, then I'm going to bounce to get some work done.
I knew you were going to peace out at some point.
Yeah, so. They're going to come back. They're going to come back with the next thing. I was a little bit curious to see when they come back who's going to be the next witness. I don't know what time it is over there. It's 4:03 a.m. here, so I've lost all proportionality of time. I literally slept today between 11 a.m. and I think it was 9 p.m. because I was just so tired. But that's my life now, guys.
Well, I was going to stream last night, and I went to bed. I was in bed for a while. Lady Rackets was doing something, watching a show, and I was like, oh, I'm just going to sit here by you. And I fell asleep for a while, and I woke up, and then I went back to sleep. Like I woke up just to tweet out that I wasn't going to do a show because I was dying. And I went back to sleep, and I organically woke up at 7 a.m. today. Like I haven't done that in 30 years, I think. I'm awake. This is
like
amazing.
Your circadian rhythm is just gone. It's just shot.
Yeah, it's over. Well, last week I only had, for the whole week, maybe 10 to 15 hours of sleep total. It was a madhouse of a week. I was driving a whole lot. And Mark Gee says the defense doesn't stand because they don't have a leg to stand on. Maybe they can ask Chandler for some. There we go. Let's see. Irby. He said this yesterday and I missed it. He says, of course, the New York Times article was written by a Steinberger. No need to check the early life section on that one. Can see the beak from a mile away. Wow. Very, very offensive, Irby. Very offensive commentary there. What do we got here? Great US says, morning legal team. Hope all is okay with you guys. Just got here enjoying some soup today. Cinnamon Toast Crunch with whole milk. And realized I'm not watching the lawyer shooting, but Canabro vomiting. Yes, some excellent soup. Cinnamon Toast Crunch with whole milk is phenomenal. Good choice. Mark Gee says, I hear that Fuji and Papua New Guinea have ethically sourced humans if legal mindset is looking.
Sure, maybe that'll end up on the docket. Who knows, guys? Who knows?
You got to mean Fiji, right? Not Fuji.
No. I think
Fuji's the mountain in Japan.
No,
Fuji.
I think there's an island. Is there? No, it might be Fiji. Yeah.
Jackson Graham says Court TV said they will stream the trial when the jury is seated. Okay. That's weird. Cause I swore that the Edgecombe trial is being live streamed, was being live streamed. And then I saw someone else saying that it wasn't. And so I was very confused. And there was nothing today until this guy started streaming, and it's some bootleg court cameras. Okay. Great US says in Southeast province of China, you can eat aborted babies with the larger ones costing more. I have to find the link of the American guy living in China shouting he was not lying to Reddit users who doubted it. And then a whole bunch of vomiting emojis. Del Frickin' Tree says great US is an N-word. So that's interesting. On Odyssey, by the way, your chats are not censored, although I may have to censor them in some instances. Right. Great US tagged Del Frickin' Tree back and then tagged himself and says, is an N-word. Voice trash father. I doubt it. There you go. So that one's
trash father is his name now. So okay.
This is the trash.
He's the trash senpai,
Yeah.
Thank you, swing.
I love those two guys.
That's so great. I mean, the fact that we played that like in one night 13 times, like every lawyer that came on, we just kept playing it. It's like, and it just became more and more funny to the point where I was
can you watch this with us? Tell us we're crazy. Joey Smith says, did Halderson's immune system do to COVID what he did to his parents?
Oh.
Oh my goodness. Skeleton says, so what you're saying is the main issue is that your nose wasn't big enough to sniff out when the actual trial being streamed was. Yes. No, I swear the Edgecombe trial is supposed to be streamed. So I'll have to find out what's going on with that. Not Wraith says, I've been catfished. I was here for Theodore, got Chandler, but have to stay now. Who doesn't love dismembered parent cases? questionable. Welcome to paralegal status. And again, guys, if I switch over to the Edgecombe trial, like if that thing is live streamed, that's what I'm intending to stream. But we'll still be covering Chandler at night for sure. Pickillington says, what would Chandler choose as his last meal? Five Guys. Questionable says, best YouTube information I've watched. Thank you, Nick. Oh, hey, you're welcome. None Your Business says, is it possible the defense wanted to use a strategy of saying the girlfriend could have done it, but the kid said they couldn't, like he still has the feels? Yes, that's possible.
Oh, because he has a say over that part of the trial strategy, right? If they wanted to come at it that way.
Anyone who was exposed to conversations, engaged in conversations.
Oh, we're back.
Otherwise researched,
we're back, baby.
Learned or sought any information about the case. I see no hands.
Did anybody go on Twitter during their lunch break?
The state's case. If you would call your witness, please.
The state calls Andrew Smith.
Mr. Smith,
Andrew,
I believe you could testify safely and responsibly without wearing a mask. That would be our preference if you can.
Let's see what he does. I'll see what he does, and then maybe I'll pop off here if he's.
Oh, he took it off.
I'll ask you to please stand.
Not
so
fun.
that the oath can be administered.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear?
Wrecked.
Yes, ma'am.
How embarrassing.
And then you can pull the microphone back up nice and close.
You know he hates himself right now,
Good
too.
afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name
so
and then spell
pissed.
it out so everyone who's taking notes just knows how it's spelled?
Andrew Smith,
How do you spell it?
Alpha, November.
That's my
Delta,
fake
Romeo,
number. My
Echo,
fake name.
Whiskey.
Okay, and your last name, Smith, common spelling?
Did you
Sierra, Mike, India, Tango, Hotel.
He's gonna
And,
do that
how
shit.
old are you?
catch on
22,
fire?
sir.
And what area of the country do you live in?
This is the guy
Kansas, sir.
who gave the SKS to
Do you know
Chandler
someone by the
Halderson.
name of Chandler Halderson?
Yes, sir.
How did you meet Chandler Halderson?
Playing video games while I was stationed in Germany, sir.
And do you see Mr. Halderson in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Before
What's going to
you
happen
ask-
here is the judge is going to give some instructions, and then I'm going to ask you where he is. So wait
I
one
will-
second.
I would ask everyone who's not in the jury box to lower their masks for just a short moment so that all faces are observed by the
Oh,
witness.
This
who
guy
can
has
replace their
elven
masks.
ears.
I forget. Are they not allowed to
Just
say
seems
they're in the
always
military
in the
because of
courtroom.
bias? So
Can you
he's.
tell me where he's sitting and kind of what he's wearing?
I mean, they openly
on the
said
right
this guy
side of the
was
suit, sir.
former military.
Okay.
And,
Is he at a table?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
oh, that's the
Record
record
will-
reflect identification.
It will reflect identification.
Sure. Let's talk a little bit about, I guess, that time period in which you met Mr. Halderson. You said you were stationed over in Germany.
Yes, sir.
Were you in the military?
Yes, sir.
What branch?
Army, sir.
And
It's gonna
where
get
in
real
Germany were you
annoying.
stationed?
On
It
spot,
already
sir.
is.
And whereabout is that?
Middle of BFE, sir.
Please
and
explain what BFE
How did
means.
you meet someone who lived here in Wisconsin while you were in Germany?
Playing video games on Arma 3 server, sir.
And what type of video games were you playing?
Mostly FPS, sir.
Sir, food of porn,
What type
sir.
of game is that?
So go around, complete objectives, and capture certain scenarios, sir.
Is it a shooting game?
Yes, sir.
And some people on the jury maybe play video games, other people don't. If you had to explain to someone how you end up meeting someone playing a video game, could you describe how that happens?
So you'll connect to a server, and then you can type in voice channels or
Objection, Your Honor.
You
This
type
guy
in
is not
text channels,
qualified
meet
as an
people.
expert.
You can dive by other players and interact through them like that by just typing them, or if you guys get in a voice altercation at safe zones where some players can't necessarily hurt each other.
Safe zones.
Voice
And
altercation.
so how about did you end up meeting Chandler? Was he just in one of these games and you talked to him?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to him a lot?
Yes, sir.
Did you develop a friendship?
Yes, sir.
About what time was this? What year was this?
I want to say it was 2019 or 2018. It was shortly after my son was born, sir.
And how often, if you just had to give us a general overview, how often would you play video games with Chandler online?
Almost every day, sir.
And would you be talking and communicating during that time period?
Yes, sir.
At some point, you start to learn a lot about Chandler, I would imagine.
Yes.
Did you have any idea of, at the time, kind of what he was doing in life, school, work, anything like that?
As far as I knew, he was going to college in one of the towns somewhere in Wisconsin and doing all that.
Okay. At some point, you end up coming back. to the
Notice
United
his head
States.
movements when he
Yes, sir.
talks.
Military service was over?
Something like that, sir.
Okay. At any
Something
point where
like
you
that.
were in the military toward the end of your service, did you suffer an injury yourself?
Yes, sir. I was in Germany, and I was coming off the 50 cal range in a German totaled our Humvee, and I got in a Humvee wreck. So I slammed my forehead on a hard side wall of the vehicle, unfortunately. So
You had a head injury.
essentially, sir.
Okay. Were you talking to Mr. Halderson around this time, in between that head injury and when you came back to the United
Yes, sir.
States? When you came back to the United States, what state did you move to or live in?
Kansas, sir.
Is that your home?
For now.
Okay. Have you ever spent much time in Wisconsin?
He's getting the fuck out of Kansas when he can.
After you moved back to Wisconsin, or to the
Beautiful
United
comments
States,
on
did
Odyssey.
your frequency of playing video games with Mr. Halderson?
Well, I
increase,
fucking noob
decrease,
tubed
stay the
this
same?
12-year-old and then
Increase, sir.
tagged his
I was
corpse while I
in
was
the same
screaming
time
racial
zone.
slurs at me, sir.
And would you continue to play the same types of games?
Yes, sir.
Is there any specific weapons that Mr. Halderson liked when he was playing these games?
It really depended on what we were playing. On Tarkov, or Escape from Tarkov is what the game was called. It would range for realistically to whatever we could find inside the video game, because not everything was necessarily easily to collect, but the SKS was certainly a weapon that was fun to use in Tarkov and was something that I had grown interest in as well.
And
I don't
around
like his
this
head
time
shape.
after you came back to the
Don't
United
like it
States,
at
did you
all.
learn anything more about where Mr. Halderson was in life?
What
Like,
the-
jobs changed, school changed, or was things
The
same?
wiggle that he does when he
Essentially,
talks.
what I understood
Oh,
was
the
he was
shake,
going to
okay.
college, and he at some point
not the
had
head
gone
shape.
back to Windsor, or I think it's called Windsor, and had started working for some company installing solar panels or working on contracts for solar panels.
Hippie shit.
At any point in your discussions with Mr. Halderson, did he get another job, or was that the last job you knew him having?
As far as I know, that was it, sir.
At some point, you decided to come visit Chandler.
Yes, sir.
Whenabouts was that?
Sometime during, I think it was June, sir.
Of this past year?
Yes.
In generally, how did that come about? Did he ask you to come up? Did you decide to come up?
So it was one of those last minute decisions I was able to make, sir. So my wife had ended up going to visit family in Ohio, and she was going to be gone for 2 weeks. So I went and looked at how many points I had. I was able to take off work, and I went and called off work that day so I could come up and have a weekend with driving up there and then spending 2 days with him, sir.
Had you ever been to Wisconsin before?
No, sir.
It's a long drive up here.
No shit.
It's okay. Everyone slips up. I'm showing you what's been marked. In this case, is exhibit number 392. Is that you and Chandler up here?
Yes, sir.
And I'll just move 392 into evidence. I'll just show it to the jury. That's okay.
Nailed it.
Any objection? It's received, you may publish.
Where'd you stay when you were up here with Mr. Halderson?
In their family home in the basement, sir.
Did you meet his parents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were up here, what kind of things did you do for fun? Where'd you go?
Redeemed.
So we went
I love this guy
swimming
now.
Yeah.
at some
Forgive him for the
river
foxtrot.
at some point, and then we went and drove around to the different department stores, and we're looking at weapons and all that. So we went to Cabela's. We went to, I want to say it was Bass Pro, but that doesn't sound right. I know we went to Gander Mountain, and then we went to like 1 or 2 other places, but I can't remember what they were.
Bass Pro bought Cabela's, so it might have
Showing
been
you
Bass Pro.
a photograph labeled exhibit number 563.
Jesus.
Did you take that picture?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
The river, sir.
That you went swimming?
Yes, sir.
And who took you there?
Were you naked?
Chandler and his girlfriend at the time.
Right. I'll move 563 in evidence.
At the time. Is it a different girlfriend?
I asked the publisher on the Elmo.
Mm.
Actually, it's not set up right now. I'm just going to show everybody.
Can we see this one?
Was that a river or a lake you were swimming at?
River, sir.
And was there a city across the street or across the river from there?
Yes, sir. And there was a bridge on the right.
Were you topless? Was there a
Bottomless.
lesbian woman around?
Having never been
Bottomless.
to Wisconsin before, you don't know exactly what river that was or where you were?
I'm just here, sir.
Okay.
I'm just here.
How long did you stay up here with Chandler and the family when you came to visit?
So I got up there on Saturday morning, right around 5 a.m., I think. And then I stayed there until Sunday evening around 1700, and then went and departed and was able to arrive back home on Monday around 2 or 4 in the morning, somewhere between, sir.
When you visited Wisconsin to see Chandler, you brought him a gift.
Yes, sir.
What did you bring him?
I brought him a 20-inch barrel SKS.
How did you acquire this gun?
So I had purchased it on a gun broker, and I went and had it sent to my FL, and then I went and sat in the FL until I went and did the FL transfer. So I purchased it initially because I really thought like, oh, well, I like it in the video game. I might like it in real life. And then I fired it. It sat in my safe, and then I never touched it again. And then
Didn't like it in
just
real
dawned on me,
life.
like,
Yeah.
well, I'm going to give it to someone who might actually appreciate this weapon and take care of it and all that. So I ended up giving it to Chandler as a gift.
Okay. So while you like guns, you didn't particularly love this gun.
No, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 391.
You just hit it and quit it.
You know what that document is?
Yes, sir. It's a FL transfer paperwork, sir.
And you've been saying the phrase FFL, correct?
Yes.
What is
He's
that?
actually just
That's
been
a
saying
federal firearms
FL.
license holder.
Meaning someone who's licensed to sell firearms and fills out
Yes,
paperwork.
and does the correct background checks and such.
Got it. I'll move 391 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
This document has your signature on it and the person who sold it, their signature, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it has the serial number of the weapon that you purchased.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Now, when you gave the gun to Chandler, did he pay you for
He
it?
crossed
No,
state lines.
It was a gift.
Yes, sir.
Did you document in any way transferring that gun to him?
Yes, sir.
How did you choose? Did you fill out paperwork like this?
I took his photo ID that the state issued him, and I took it right next to the serial number, annotating that this was me giving this weapon to this individual. So that way,
That's not
if
annotating.
anything like this would occur, that it wouldn't necessarily come back to me.
Okay. It was important to you to document that.
Most times it is, yes.
Okay. So I'm showing you what's
Most
been marked
times.
as exhibit number 300.
Well, I guess you say like if there's other paperwork then.
394, and then maybe a more zoomed in version, which is 564. Do those all appear to be just general versions of what you did there?
Yes, sir.
And so these are Chandler's driver's license
In case
and the
something,
serial number. Of
in
that
case
one.
he shot his
Yes,
parents, chopped him up,
I'll
and ate
move
him. I
Yeah.
want to make sure that
393,
my name wasn't on that
394,
fucker.
564 into evidence.
No objection.
Yeah, that's pretty based. Not gonna lie.
And I'll publish them to the jury just by showing it, if that's fine with everyone. Okay. So I'm showing first this one. This
Stephen
is
Cooper
Chandler's
says,
ID, and then you put it up next to that serial
at least
number.
it was Arma
Yes, sir.
3 and not Call of Duty. Only better would have been Tarkov. Turns out, by the way,
was
it was,
Starter version,
it was
zoomed in,
Tarkov
same
later.
thing.
Yes, sir.
And then the actual serial number zoomed in a little bit closer.
Yes, sir.
Can you read the serial number for us of this gun from the zoomed in picture?
Yes, sir. 101794855 Papa.
So 101.
P is Papa.
85.
Yeah.
P, Papa. Okay. Had
Wait,
Chandler
Paul?
asked you for this gun,
Like-
or was this just your?
No,
Did he
Papa.
stutter?
I think he
Oh.
had at one point
Okay.
asked for it as a joke, but mostly it was my idea, sir.
Should be penis.
You brought him other things that go with the gun.
Yes, sir.
What type of things?
So I had brought him a steel canister that had contained roughly 480 rounds of 7.62 by 39 steel case Tula ammo.
And is that the ammunition that goes with that weapon?
Yes, sir.
Probably cost more than the
And
gun.
showing you what's been marked. Exhibit 395,
470 rounds of
6.
7.62.
397.
Better than a cheap,
Do those
more
appear to
expensive
be
than
that-
cheap
that
SKS.
canister of ammunition.
Yes, sir.
And are you fairly confident that's the one you brought?
Well, I mean, I'm the only weirdo that stencils his ammo can, so yes.
You put those stuff.
Yes.
So I moved 397, 395, and 396 into evidence.
This
And I'll
guy's
move to
great.
publish, to
He
396.
does not want to be here.
And so showing the jury this picture, when you say you stenciled this ammo can, what do you mean by that?
So I've got plenty of different kinds of rounds in my home. So I'll go and have different cans for them. And I take a spray can, I'll buy the stencil so I can make sure I know what I'm grabbing if I need something before I go to the range. So I'm not running around like a chicken with my head cut off trying to figure out what can goes to what.
So this yellow paint that says 7.62 by 39, that's you that stenciled that on there.
Yes, sir.
And briefly, just showing you exhibit number 398, 399, 400, 401. Do all of those appear to be the ammunition that was inside of that can?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll move 398 through 401,
No objection.
They are received.
and I'd move to publish. I'll publish just for purposes of just showing the jury something, 398 and 400.
Very good.
And these are just those ammunition.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there was a lot of ammunition.
A bit.
There, a bit. Larry Johnson says, remember to hydrate when day drinking. I've already drank an entire non-alcoholic beverage, and I have another one here. We're good.
How
We're
did Chandler
good.
react?
But
when
thank
gave
you.
him the gun?
Oh, he was happy.
What do you mean? But how do you know he was happy, or how do you know that?
He had an
He had a big
erection
smile on his face when I had given it to him as a gift.
or that.
Both.
Were you aware whether his parents that he was living with were gun people or wanted guns in their home?
As far as I knew that, or what I was explained by Chandler, was that his parents understood the reason why firearms exist in this world. And not that they necessarily support having them, but they're helpful in situations.
Sure. To your knowledge, did Chandler have any guns?
As far as I knew, he told me that he had owned a AR-15 with a barrel extension that had to be welded on or something like that. And it was kind of looked like an M16 almost.
Did you ever see that gun?
He had shown me a picture of it on on the app called Discord, but I don't have any documentation of it.
Release the Discord.
Ever see any guns in the Halderson house?
I think I asked about it, but I think he said that they had it at the wherever their cabin was.
What did Chandler do with the gun? Were you able to figure out where he put it in the house?
Yeah, he had initially. So if you would walk down,
You
the
mentioned
flight of stairs
Discord.
to the
Are you a
basement, you'd
furry?
look left, there was like a little wood pile, and he had stuck it in the middle section there because it was. I understood that they might not be happy about having this firearm. So, but he had told me he was going to be moving soon to do a career in SpaceX in Florida. So he was just going to take it with him and move out there with it.
Were there any magazines that came with the gun?
Yes, sir.
How many?
3.
All pornographic.
And those all went with that.
If this guy happens
sir.
to be in my
How did- were they
Discord, let me
loaded
know who
with
you are
guns?
so I can give you a free
Not
month.
initially, sir.
How did they become loaded?
I think we were bullshitting with the magazine, sir, and both of us, and we're like, he was asking me how to load it, so I was like, oh, and I was showing him how to pack the magazine.
Aside from, and I think we've got it. but
Where would
aside
you
from the
target
gun,
my dad,
the three
hypothetically, if you
magazines,
wanted to kill him?
the ammo can, and then the 400 some rounds of ammunition, was there anything else related to the gun that you gave to Chandler?
The optic that came on the weapon,
The sight, if for most people. If people aren't gun people, what's an optic?
it's the same thing, essentially.
I showed you that gun. Did you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're not going to touch it. The detectives, in fact, are going to touch it, but it's already been received into evidence.
Roger.
In this case.
Roger.
Roger.
His dad was a bigger guy, and he asked me if this SKS would be, useful for big game hunting. I didn't put it together at the time. SKS uses stripper clips and has a 10-round internal magazine.
Mm-hmm.
Is SKS
Detective Shunk, who I think
is
you
it
met in this
bolt
case,
action?
does that appear to be the weapon that you gave to Chandler?
Can you flip it over?
Memorize that serial number?
Yes.
And looking at this zoomed in picture of the serial number from the driver's license photo, you can stand up if you need to. Would you confirm to me if that's the serial number in fact?
Semi-auto. Okay. Legal Mindset. Did you hear my cover of the Police's song, Handing Out an SKS?
No. You mother. I hate you. Can I ban you from your own stream?
Yes.
I love it.
I think just because you weren't speaking into the microphone, because I asked you to stand up, that last response was yes, that is the serial number.
Yes, sir.
SKS can be converted to magazines
The
quite
magazines
easy. Okay.
themselves.
I believe you guys. I don't know anything
Do
about
you
it.
recognize those if you saw them?
No, it's,
Yes, sir.
It's a Soviet.
Well, I don't remember. My brain doesn't always work correctly sometimes, but I can remember most things for firearms. So I know 2 of them should be made by ProMag, and then one has a metal bottom with some black screwed up something on it.
When you gave Chandler the 3 magazines, and obviously there's 1 gun, but there's 3 magazines, there's a good deal of ammunition, several hundred rounds. Were
400,
you
480.
480. Were you giving him everything you had related to that gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have any reason to keep any of the other things?
No, sir.
Okay. Just 1 second. We're going to show you some other stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think the comment about his movements being result of the brain trauma, that probably checks out.
It could be. It could be. And if it is, I'm only barely sorry. But you're hilarious enough that I don't think you care.
No.
So, Born a Hawkeye says his movements and unfiltered statements are likely a result of brain trauma sustained from the accident, which caused his medical discharge from the Army. It's always entertaining to have friends like him. I just like his no-nonsense demeanor.
He's not taking any bullshit or anything.
Yeah.
Very credible witness.
But again, you'll notice the detective's wearing gloves, so he'll show you anything and he'll turn things around if you ask him, but we'll have to ask you not to touch anything.
Roger.
Just so the jury knows, because of the break that we had in suspending the trial, I asked the detectives to reseal all of the evidence boxes since we weren't going to be able to access them for a number of days. And that's the process that's happening at this time.
And I like how they have enough trigger discipline to not wave it at the jury. Chicken winging.
And so,
Oh, God.
can you flip that box over for me? Showing you what's been marked as 288. Does that appear to be a magazine consistent with what you gave Mr. Halderson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what defining characteristics are on that magazine that lead you to believe that is in fact one you gave him?
The big ugly splash on the bottom of the magazine, sir.
All right. And I'll have the detective display that to the jury.
Oh, gosh. I'm
And
getting
so we're going to do the same process. with
significant
the
irritation in
next
my ear on
two. The next exhibit we're going to
the
deal with
headphone.
is 289.
Hi. Can't wait for my customers to come in.
Nice.
This is how I open my mail too. I put on black gloves every time. All right, OJ, get the glove on.
No glove, no love, Ricada.
This is how I did in Nicole Brown.
If I did it.
You know that guy feels like an asshole putting the gloves on too. Like, come on, get on the fucking fingers. Oh, God. Everybody's waiting. It's so quiet.
And why didn't he have them on before?
I don't know.
Or does he have to like change the glove every time he handles a different piece of evidence? That will be annoying. And yes, all detectives are bald. It's requirement.
Mm-hmm. If they have hair, they got to be a patrol officer till it comes out. Open it. Oh my gosh. This is embarrassing. You're a detective. You can't find your way inside of a paper bag.
Well, this guy's never clearly worked a box before.
Amateur hour over here. Yes, there you go. Well, you're going to take it out anyway. Just rip it open like it's Christmas.
Again, same process. We're showing you 289. You can ask that be moved any way you'd like. Does that appear to be consistent with the magazine that you gave Chandler Halderson?
Yes, sir.
And would that fit to the SKS rifle that you just looked at?
Yes, sir.
We'll go to the next one. And while the detective's
God.
pulling out the next one, last
Thank
one, which-
you.
Well, the
Touch the
detective's pulling out the
outside.
next one.
288.
We can break for the day.
You yourself have fired this gun in the past.
Yes, sir.
You have to put on new gloves for every box that's open? Come on.
This is ridiculous.
Are you aware exactly how much ammunition you gave to Chandler?
Yes, sir.
How much?
The box ammo that I have purchased had 500 rounds in it, sir. I've shot roughly 20, didn't enjoy the firearm, and gave him 480 rounds.
And when you say 480, is that an estimate or do you know that to be exact?
That should be precise.
While you were here in Wisconsin with Chandler, did you all fire the weapon?
No, sir.
Well, they're all my stalling questions.
Do you like pina coladas?
Oh my gosh. He still hasn't.
He's not even inside the box yet.
You got to get your hand in there, buddy. It's protected by an evidence box, so you can actually get a little aggressive with your cutting implement there.
This is evidence ASMR right now.
Dude, just cut it all the way like you did last time eventually. Oh my God. Just rip it in half like Superman would with a hooker. Come on.
Yeah, every magazine is in a separate box.
Showing you that exhibit. You can ask for it to be moved any way you'd like.
Yes, sir.
Is that consistent with the magazine you gave Chandler?
Yes, sir.
Did you discuss with Chandler when you gave him the weapon in June of this past year, anything more about what he was going to do with it other than I think you said he was going to move to Florida with his new job? Anything else? Did you discuss? Was he going to go hunting? Anything like that?
I don't believe so, sir.
You said you visited him over the course of a couple of days. Did you give it to him right away or later on in the weekend?
I think it was either Sunday that I gave it to him or it was someday on Saturday that I gave it to him.
After you gave it to him and he placed it, I think you said under boards?
It was so it was almost like a bench like this, but there's a hollow center that had stuff stacked inside of it, and he just kind of shoved it in there since there was stuff blocking the front path of it from view.
Do you know where? Did the gun ever come out after he put it in there? Did you ever see it again?
We could have, sir. I think we could have played around with it, just showing how it works. And like, keep in mind, I had this weapon for a couple months, just had it sit in my safe, so I've had plenty of time to figure out a little bit of the ins and outs of it. So.
Okay. Did he place? Do you know where Chandler?
It was just sitting in your safe. How are you figuring out the ins and outs of it?
I don't recall, sir.
Oh, it's today.
Did Chandler tell you anything more about his job at SpaceX?
Not really, sir. Just that he had an opportunity that he was looking forward to.
Didn't you have it marked as day 8?
You left at some point.
I did.
Continued
I
talking to
fixed
Chandler
it.
playing video games after you went back home?
Yes, sir.
There's no proof.
At some point, did Chandler suffer some sort of injury?
Yes,
You've already edited
as
it.
far as I know, he went down the stairs and had fell somehow and screwed up his head or his neck.
And did that injury, according to Chandler, did that end up impacting his job or anything like that?
As far as I knew, so it seemed that because of the injury, he wasn't going to be able to take a flight out to Florida to do this SpaceX thing. But other than that, he didn't really explain what was wrong, just that he wasn't going to be able to fly out there and he wasn't able to look at computer screens or anything like that with so much blur on the screen or motion blur.
Did you find out at some point that Chandler's parents were missing?
Yes, sir.
How did you find out?
It was shortly after the 4th of July when I had came back from Texas from visiting my other buddy. He had gave me
His other buddy.
sort of not hysterical per se, but a pretty upsetting call that his parents hadn't got back to him or he hadn't seen them.
Sure. And then the cadence of things was this was after the head injury?
Yes, sir.
Did Chandler tell you anything about?
I want to
the
ask
head
this guy to
injury in
teach me to
terms of
play
specifics about what was
Tarkov.
going to happen?
He told me that he would have to wear neck
I haven't
braces
played.
and that they were supposed to drill a hole in his head or something like that to alleviate some sort of pressure.
Did you talk to Chandler about his parents being missing?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about those conversations.
Well, day one when he told us, because he had told me and my friend that he's friends with that I visited when I was down in Texas, he told us that they had been missing. So we both suggested to him that, hey, if this is really a big concern for you, you might want to contact law enforcement immediately.
Okay. What did Chandler say to that?
He said, well, they might turn up, so I'll just wait a few days. And so it goes.
After that conversation, do you recall having any other conversations with Chandler about his parents being missing?
Just talking about how or where they could have end up it or what was going on with the situation.
Was Chandler expressing worry to you or that he was concerned?
He seemed concerned, yes.
At some point, sure, and obviously now you're aware that Chandler was arrested for what happened.
Yes, sir.
You began having to have some conversations with law enforcement because a gun that was found very close to Bart Halderson, Chandler's father, was that gun that we just showed you. And so law enforcement started talking to you, right?
Yes, sir. Well, I had reached out to them immediately upon figuring out that he had been arrested.
You've been cooperative with law enforcement the whole time, haven't you?
I'm not going to be a broken piece of glass, sir.
Meaning you'll help if you need to.
Yes.
I've not heard that one before.
Police, in fact,
That's
visited
a
you down
weird
there where you
expression.
live at some point.
Yes, sir.
You, when asked, had given them access to things like bank records or your phone and things of that sort,
Yes, sir.
and you've provided photographs whenever you could.
Yes, sir.
Why was that important to you to assist?
Well, to put it bluntly, sir, I served in the Army, and I'm not going to get fucked for something that I didn't do.
Where were you July 1st?
Holy shit!
Crystal Beach, Texas, sir.
In fact, what is Exhibit 566?
Oh
Looks like
my
a bank
God.
statement, sir.
And where's that bank statement showing?
Oh.
So if you follow this down, so
Whoa! This guy's
you can see
great.
Holy
that I
shit.
went and did some sort of purchase.
He's
at
got
a
no
gas station
filter.
at Texas at 7:02. Then follow this down, 7:02 Lufkin, Texas. And then keep following it down. You can see 7:02 Crystal Beach, Texas. Keep following down. You can see Lufkin again, sir, and then Crystal Beach, sir. And then more purchases at Crystal Beach, Texas, sir. And then a few of interspersed things that my wife had been purchasing at Dollar Tree, apparently.
And where was she at?
Or Junction City, sir.
Junction City. And
She's
and
shopping
all
at
of
Dollar
these
Tree.
purchases, and this is a bank statement from the 1st, looks like through the 10th. There's not a single one from Wisconsin, correct?
No, sir.
Nothing from Illinois? No?
No, sir.
Iowa?
No, sir.
Minnesota?
Unless I have the power of God to teleport, sir, I don't think that's going to occur.
Understood. I'll move 566 in the evidence.
You're gonna get some ridiculous answers when you ask ridiculous
Don't think it needs to be
questions.
Yep.
published. Your bank statements can just
Has
be right there.
information been redacted? on-
They have been redacted if ultimately
All you can
anyone.
see is how broke I am.
That's fine. And in fact, at times, you're aware that the police verified your location in other ways.
Try to GoFundMe for
I'm
this
sure they did,
dude.
sir.
You were never in Wisconsin in July of 2021.
No, sir.
One second. Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I'd like to first ask you a few questions about that SKS that you purchased. Is it correct that you purchased that initially for yourself?
Yes, sir. Or ma'am, sorry.
Is it fair to say you're
Misgendered.
interested in guns?
In firearms, yes, ma'am.
You said you went and fired that SKS maybe 20 times?
I had shot it once and put 20 rounds to the rifle itself through my hands, ma'am.
After that, you decided it wasn't that appealing to you?
No, ma'am. Just too much of kick, too much of anything that didn't make me happy about the weapon.
What do you mean by too much kick?
So each caliber of weapon or bullet will fire X amount of powder through it. So for example, the SKS, which shoots 7.62 by 39 or whatever it is in Russia, it shoots a bigger payload of powder
Привет.
versus 5.56/223, which shoots up to 27 grains of powder. So it's not as much kick, but you can still put enough firepower down range.
Why does the kick make it unappealing to you?
Because if I had to defend my family from a home intruder, I think 5.56 is going to be a lot easier and a lot faster for me to react with than a 7.62 by 39 round.
Compared to other guns or firearms that you've used, the SKS is somewhat louder than similar type firearms, correct?
Not necessarily. It depends. It really depends on a lot of things, along where the location is. If you're in let's say you're shooting it in here. It's going to be loud as hell because there's all the encasing around you. If you're outside, it's going to be not as loud, but it's still going to be pretty loud.
Louder than a handgun.
Not necessarily.
Mhm.
Under similar circumstances, louder than a handgun.
No,
Possible.
not necessarily.
Yes.
Now, you're familiar with your familiarity with firearms. You're familiar with the terms of flash suppressor or flash hider.
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those?
So a flash hider, depending on what you have, it can make either the ball of flame that comes out of it a lot bigger. It can make it so when you're shooting or at a prone position, when you're firing, the weapon gets pulled forward versus sending the recoil back, so it's not as much. And it really depends on what you're talking about specifically. You can't just throw a flash hider in with one of the other things because they all do different things.
Potentially, they could also reduce the sound.
Not necessarily unless you have a suppressor.
So a flash suppressor can reduce the sound.
A flash suppressor, if you can go out and buy a suppressor with a tax stamp, yes.
So could any kind of silencer.
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't provide any of those with this SKS when you
No, ma'am,
gifted it
but
to
with
Mr.
the
Halderson.
SKS's barrel at the end of it, regardless, it's kind of an act of God almost to put a suppressor on. So there's barrel threading, which was not on this SKS at the end of it. There might be a special attachment you can get and purchase and put onto this firearm, but unless you have certain special attachments, it might not necessarily fit in correctly or seat correctly, which can cause problems itself and cause an obstruction.
Bottom line, though, this SKS that you gifted Mr. Halderson didn't have any of that.
No, ma'am. It's the standard end of an AK-74, essentially.
Now, when you gifted this SKS to Mr. Halderson, you talked about this procedure you use with taking a photo of someone's driver's license with the serial number from the firearm. Do you
Yes,
remember
ma'am.
that? That's not something you only have done with Mr. Halderson. It's something you've done anytime you've sold, transferred, or gifted firearms, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've done that several times?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
Depends on a lot of things. If I have, so I can have an AR-15 that I'll buy and I'll build it and then it'll sit in my safe for whatever reason for a long time. And then I can go like, oh, okay, well, go and sell it. But as for how many I've sold, that's none of your business, frankly.
I love that. I love that.
I'm sorry, I
Gotcha.
missed that. What did he say?
That's
He just
really
told
all I
them.
have.
He just
Thank
told
you.
this manatee it was none of our business.
May this witness be excused and released.
There you go.
Thank you, sir. Have a good
Yes.
rest of your day.
Damn it. I missed.
Can you play it again? Can you rewind it and play it again?
Yeah, I can rewind it just for a second.
Because they're about to go on break, so this will be a good time to play it again.
Hold on.
Especially
Yes,
when it
ma'am.
lags.
How many?
Depends on a lot of things. If I have, so I can have an AR-15 that I'll buy and I'll build it and then it'll sit in my safe for whatever reason for a long time. And then I can go like, oh, okay, well, go and sell it. But as for how many I've sold, that's none of your business, frankly.
Nailed it.
That's perfect.
She's
that's
she's
fucking
stunned.
perfect.
She
Yeah.
doesn't know what to do here.
That's really all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect? May this witness
L-I-N-T. My last name is Seltzner, S-E-L-T-Z-N-E-R.
And what
Oh
do
my
you do
God,
for
it's
I was
voice?
checking the
I'm
court
a
feed
detective
for
Dane
the
County Sheriff's Office
How long
for
you
the
been a
Theodore
detective?
Edgecombe trial.
since August of 2015.
Were you yourself involved in the investigation into the homicides? Bart and Krista Halderson, specifically into the search of their home on Oak Springs.
Yes, I was.
In what capacity were you involved in that search?
I was just one of the detectives assigned to help search.
And particularly, did you end up searching Chandler Halderson's bedroom?
Yes, I did.
What gave you the impression that that was Chandler's bedroom?
The pictures on the wall, the size of the clothes, documents, things like that.
When you searched the bedroom, were you searching for any
Another
items in
bald
particular,
detective.
or were you just looking through and seeing what you could find?
I think at that point we were just looking for anything we thought that could be related to the case.
And were cell phones an important item for you to look for at that time?
Yes, they were.
That was included in the search warrant of things that you could take from the Halderson home.
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you a couple photographs. Showing what's been marked as exhibit 469. What is that a photograph of?
I see Apple iPhones, an iPod, I believe, and then there's also a black and silver Apple iPhone.
Okay. And I'm showing you 470 with some of those items pulled out, correct?
Yes.
There were numerous phones in Chandler Halderson's bedroom that were seized as evidence.
Yes, there were.
Were these photographs of those phones in those general areas?
Yes, they were. This is an Alcatel flip phone.
Sure. So at least
He has an
were these
Alcatel
all
flip
found in the
phone.
same general vicinity?
Yeah, these phones were found.
Do not trust out of
the
100.
Apple iPhone was found in a desk drawer, and where you would put your legs underneath the workspace, there's that fold-out drawer where typically pens and things like that are found. That's where that was. The Alcatel phone was found in the bottom drawer.
Okay. Same desk?
Same desk.
Okay. So a couple different phones, and then just some general USBs, normal office stuff in there, correct?
That's right.
All right. I'll move 469 and 470 to evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
And then before I publish, did you find any ammunition or ammunition cans in the bedroom?
Yes, I did.
Whereabouts was an ammunition can found?
The ammunition can was found in the closet on the right-hand side on the floor.
Showing it's been marked as exhibit number 471. Is that the ammunition can?
Yes, it is.
And is that kind of where it was found?
It was in the closet. I can't really see you from the
Doing
context.
some
Things are
weird
moving
mouth
around here.
breathing into
Take a
that
photograph at
mic.
the top.
Yeah, that's
It's
it.
got this lisp that's weird too.
471.
Any objection to the receipt of 471?
No objection.
It is received.
All right. I'll move to publish.
These items should show up on the computer monitor.
Gives me tattoo of
We're just gonna
candy
show
on
them here
his
'cause there's
palm
not many, and
vibes.
the detail perhaps isn't as important as some, but is that the ammunition can there in the center of 471?
Yes, sir.
And you said that was in Mr. Halderson's closet?
Yes, it was.
469, is that a photograph of the top drawer of that desk?
It looks like it, yes.
And we have some phones that
Mhm.
became relevant that you ended up seizing,
Yes.
and other just general debris. And then if we look at 470, is that laid out all the phones that were collected from that desk?
Yes.
And then obviously there's just appears to be some normal office things, but we have a flip phone kind of in the center right, and then appears to be two iPhones,
I believe one was an iPod.
iPod and an iPhone.
Yeah, I believe so.
And all those items were seized?
Yes.
Were any gloves found in Mr. Halderson's bedroom?
Detective Liz Allen located a glove in the drawer of his nightstand. That was a black glove. And then I found a box of Walgreens exam-style gloves in a container or box underneath the bed.
Sure. Exam style gloves, the gloves that we've maybe been wearing in court, the plastic gloves, the latex gloves?
Right.
Okay. And did you seize that box of gloves?
Yes, we did.
I'm showing it's been marked as you don't have to open it. 474, is that in fact the box of gloves that you seized that day?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I'll move 474 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
That box of gloves had
Were
it
the
been
parents'
opened,
DNA on the
and
gloves?
had some taken
How
out,
about the
or do you recall?
girlfriends?
I can't remember for certain.
Sure. And those phones that we previously talked about, one flip phone and one iPhone found in the drawer, were those seized by yourself, or others involved in the search of his bedroom?
We were seized, yeah, but they were seized by detectives, yes.
Sure. Showing exhibit number 567, does that appear to be the Apple iPhone?
Yes, it does.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 473. This is just labeled as what?
Labeled a cell phone.
Okay. And in fact, we're going to open these. So we'll have one of the detectives bring up, don't think there's any scissors up here. So we'll have them bring something up to open those.
Jesus. Oh my God. Is he masking up so they can? What a cuck!
We
I'm
live
sorry.
in clown world, man.
This is
Clown
ridiculous.
World.
Or you have to, are you moving based on on testimony regarding the labels?
We'll open them up first.
Irie says the real question here: how are there 5,887
So we'll
people
start
watching,
with,
but only
473,
2,800 likes?
labeled
It's
as
a good
cell phone.
question.
If you want to open that up for us.
Valid questions.
Get those likes up, or you too will be killing and eating your parents.
Can I do my Richards impression, please? Your Honor, why are all the detectives in Wisconsin bald? Is it because they're bald-faced liars, maybe? I don't know. Maybe the jury wants to weigh
This
in on that.
is an Alcatel flip phone.
Okay. And you're not here to tell us what's on the phone, but it's a flip phone.
Yes.
And consistent with what you see in Mr. Halderson.
It's so ridiculous that they let the detectives touch the evidence. They don't let the
7-3 in evidence.
No objection.
lay witness touch the evidence. It's like, get the hell
Same
out of here.
thing. We'll look at this one, labeled in this case 567. If you could open that up, let us know what we're looking at. What do we got there?
This is a black and silver Apple iPhone.
And was that the phone found in the top desk?
In your professional opinion, does having an
Yes, it
iPhone
was.
make someone gay?
Take that back, and I will move.
25%
Seven
more likely to
evidence.
get you
No
laid.
objection.
It is received.
And don't go too quick or too far here. While we're here, these are the gloves I think we already talked about. It's 474 movement evidence. If you could just open those up so everyone can take a look. And is that box of gloves open?
Yes, it is.
And what's it labeled?
Nitrile exam gloves
From Walgreens?
from Walgreens.
All right, we can place it back in the bag.
Your Honor, clearly the witness is wearing the same gloves that they allegedly took from my client's house. I think maybe they planted them, Your Honor.
We have one more to look at.
Oh, one more. Glorious.
Is that ammunition can and all the ammunition collected?
Yes, it was.
This one maybe stained slightly white. Ignore that.
Exhibit number 475 down. Does that appear to be the ammunition that was collected from Mr. Halderson's bedroom?
Yes, it does. Yes, it is.
And is it appropriately marked with an exhibit sticker as well as the Dane County Sheriff's evidence sticker?
I recognize that evidence ID number and the sticker.
All right, I'd move 475.
You
No
better
objection.
It
recognize.
is received.
And if you could just open it up so we can take a look at it.
It's a good question from Wolfgang. Says, why do we have this baldy here explaining to us what things are? Like, are we not supposed to know what gloves are without someone explaining it to us? They have to lay foundation. So the foundation is, what is this? Where's it from? And how do you know is the most important part. Like, how does this guy know? He was the guy who was, at the house collecting this, taking the pictures. So what is this? What
And
did
I'm
you
gonna have
find?
do is just
What
pull
did you
that out,
see?
if you could, and hold up so the jury can see the stencil side of that.
If you can have it rattled
It's
by
a
the microphone
7.62
more, that'd be
by
good.
39. Is that full of ammunition right now?
Yes, it is.
It's very heavy, isn't it? Okay, we'll put it back.
That's subjective.
480 pounds of ammo isn't light, though.
That's true.
Or 480 rounds. 480 pounds of ammo is pretty heavy, 480 pounds. But 480 rounds is, it's for just a little dense area. It's pretty
He's
heavy.
skipping arm day, Ricada.
Replace the
I skip arm day every day. That should be obvious.
But never
I
mind.
need to sit here with weights just whole
Wrist
stream.
day is still in, but arm day now.
Wrist
You're not
day,
the
you mean
person who
wrist
does the
hour.
analysis of those phones, right?
No, I'm
Wrist
not.
Okay,
60
put them-
seconds.
They got put in the bag, they put in evidence, and that's what you're testifying to?
Yes.
No further questions.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
He may be excused, yes.
Thank you, sir.
No
Have a good
cross.
rest of your day.
I mean, not that there was anything to cross-examine.
This is why it's 3 weeks.
I'll just sit here reverse curling all day.
Honestly, that'd be hilarious.
State now calls Alex Cravat to the stand.
Oh God.
I wonder if Alex Cravat is wearing a cravat.
I was thinking it might as well be. Look at that.
Got
Look at that
there
outfit.
first.
Do you solemnly swear to affirm the testimony about to give in the
Oh, he's got a man bun. I distrust him immediately.
I think this may be where I check out for a second and pop back in later. Let's see. Let me see what this guy does.
Good afternoon. I've been asking every witness if they believe they can safely and responsibly testify without wearing a mask, that they should do so if they're
I
comfortable.
hate that phrasing.
I would prefer to keep mine on if that's okay.
That's
Oh
Thank you very much.
no!
Oh, I'm out. I'm out. Okay, I'll be
Good
back.
afternoon.
I'll be back
Could you
on this
please
one.
State your first and
Sorry.
last
Later,
name
buddy.
Love you
spelled
guys.
both for the record.
I am Alex Gravatt, AlexGravatt.
Gravat.
Mr. Gravatt, do you know somebody by the name of Chandler Halderson?
I do know Chandler Halderson.
And how do you know Mr. Halderson?
We were childhood friends and roommates.
Okay. I'd ask that you look around the courtroom. The judge will give instructions in just a second, and tell me whether or not you see Mr. Halderson.
And before the witness does so, would everybody not in the jury box lower their mask for a moment so that he can see everyone's faces? Thank you. You can replace your mask. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I see Chandler Halderson.
Could you please identify him by perhaps where he's located and perhaps the color of his shirt?
Can you
He is
identify
wearing
him
a
by
black
anus?
suit with a white shirt next to
Oh
somebody
my
wearing
God.
green.
All right. And that's
Resident
the record reflect that
science
the witness has
denier.
identified Mr. Halderson.
Good shot.
Mr. Gravatt, did you ever go swimming in the Wisconsin River with Mr. Halderson?
Yes, a handful of times.
Okay. And where did you guys go? Could you describe the location?
We had two spots, one next to a local park in Saukville, and then one kind of down the road across a bridge. And we had to go into a cul-de-sac and then down a winding
How do your earphones
path
always pick up?
through a little prairie to
Is it really? You're having feedback?
And that second location you described,
Yeah.
how many times do you think you went there with Mr. Halderson?
Me personally,
Just wondering
two
why you
or
can't
three.
buy
I
headphones
know
that function.
They went, he and a few of
They're
my other friends went
AirPods.
more times without me.
Shouldn't be happening.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Halderson knew how to scuba dive?
Yes.
What did you know about his scuba diving?
Well, I knew in high school he was a diver, but then he loved to swim, and from my understanding, he joined the Madison police diving team for search and rescue missions. I know he'd gone a few times with them, to my knowledge, but I never went with him or dropped him off or saw anything too much.
Did
like
he
that.
ever tell you about any of his search and rescue missions?
Yes, he told me a couple of times about getting caught in riptides, and one time he said that he saw a body while doing it, while scuba diving, and that he was a little weirded out by that.
He's so good, this guy.
Did he
You
ever
got caught
bring
doing in
home any
riptides in a
mementos
Wisconsin
or
lake?
Anything he found while scuba diving?
Yes.
A lake.
I know there was
A
one
lake with
time
riptides.
he brought home a large pink sex toy that he found, and then there was one time I believe he brought.
He did
home,
not
like,
find
a
that.
rusty
He did not
knife.
find that. Now the question arises, where did this pink sex toy come from? Because he clearly didn't find it while scuba diving, so where did he find it?
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
May this witness be
What
excused and
was,
released.
what was the
Yes,
point
sir.
of this witness? He found a giant dildo in the water.
And the next witness, please.
It's so good. Do you still have
Called
feedback
Dakota
from me?
Brown to the stand.
Yep. Who's this girl? Who's this girl?
Good afternoon. I've been asking every witness if they believe they can safely and responsibly do so to testify without wearing a mask.
Just
If
tell
that's
him,
comfortable
God, you
with the
suck,
guilty.
Judge. Just tell him
Thank
to
you
take
so
off
much.
their mask.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Please state your first and last name for the record and spell
Dakota Brown, DAKOTAH BROWN.
At least she took her mask off. Are you going to cry?
Yes,
How do you know Mr. Halderson?
I was in a relationship with him for 1 year.
And I'd ask that, the judge will give instructions in a minute, but I'd ask that you look around the courtroom, see if you see Mr. Halderson, and then identify him by where he's seated and perhaps the color of his shirt.
I'll ask everyone not in the jury box to lower their mask for a brief moment. Thank you. You could return your masks. Were you able to see Mr. Halderson?
Yes, white shirt, black tie, blue mask.
And is he seated at a table?
Yes,
I'd ask the record to reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
Now, Ms. Brown, did you ever go swimming with Mr. Halderson in the Wisconsin River?
yes.
Where did you guys go?
We went to Sauk City, to a beach area on the river, right on the riverbank.
And was that a place that, to your understanding, Chandler swam a lot?
No, we found it
Is that better?
one day as a group, us and
Infinitely.
our friends, and we all went together for the first time.
And what year was that? Do you remember?
2020.
I'm going to show you what has been marked and received as exhibits 120.
She has the saddest eyes ever.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize either or both of those photos?
Yes, both.
How do you recognize them?
Chandler sent them to me.
Are the pictures of the pink
And
dildo?
do you know anything about where these were taken or any of the circumstances surrounding?
He just said a beach day in Sauk City with the boys.
And just quickly, Your Honor, if I could have the Elmo.
Just a question for you. Do you ever not look sad and depressed?
Awful.
Why do you look like a Sylvia Plath poem?
And you provided those photos.
Like the inspiration for the Mona Lisa.
With this investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
Ms. Brown, what, if anything, do you know about Chandler's scuba diving career?
I don't know anything other than he told me that he has gone diving, that he was certified, and that he had a job diving.
And did he say what department he dived with?
For the Madison Police Department.
Okay.
How many people did he tell this to?
All of them.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused.
And nobody said,
Yes, sir.
hey,
Thank you so
there
much.
is no such
Have a good
thing.
remainder of your day.
Phoenix Rises says this guy's 23 and getting grounded, and yet he's still pulling these pretty attractive chicks. And I said, the real question is, what is everybody else doing wrong? That's the real
seriously,
question.
That's a phenomenal point. By the way, on this whole mask thing, I actually just read a story which said that the reason Sotomayor appears by virtual conference is because Neil Gorsuch refuses to wear a mask. That's
Good.
why she.
If I could keep Sotomayor away by not wearing a mask, I would never wear a mask in my life.
She has a paranoia about being around unmasked
If you are
people, and Gorsuch
comfortable, I
says,
believe
"F
you can
you, I'm not
safely and
wearing it."
responsibly testify without wearing a mask. That would be our preference. Thank you very much.
Brienne of Tarth.
Yeah, good afternoon. Could please
Nice.
spell your name?
Paige Valenta, Paige, Valenta, Valenta.
And how are you employed?
With the City of Madison Police Department.
In what role?
I'm the Assistant Chief of Operations.
In the realm of ranks of police officers, you're at near the very top.
I report directly to the chief.
I asked you a couple of questions in this case, which is why you're testifying, but does the Madison Police have a scuba diving rescue team?
No.
Has someone named Chandler Halderson ever been employed by the Madison Police to your knowledge?
No.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Have a good remainder of your day.
Nichols Ruger says, came for the case coverage, stayed for the degeneracy. And Stephen Cooper says her eyes are sad because she realizes she could have cut up his parents with him.
State will recall Brian Sharp.
Garrett Graves says, to be fair, Sotomayor has a lot of comorbidities. That's true.
Well, supposedly she has diabetes, but I think that's just something that fat people say sometimes.
The hell's this weird reflection suddenly on the screen? Very odd.
Just gonna get situated. Give me 1 second. Of course. Detective, we've heard from you a couple of times. Due to some things you've done in this investigation, be fair to say that there was a large team of people responsible for determining what actions were taken, what steps to take next in the investigation? Or was it just you or just Sabrina Sims?
No, Detective Sims and I were the lead detectives, but we had a lot of help.
Sure. We have seen a lot of evidence in this case, both at all the crime scenes. Was it important to you to see if any of those items were connected to other crime scenes in this case?
Yes, definitely.
Why was that important?
It was important. We found tools out at the farm, obviously. We knew that there were items in the Halderson household that had been located. Trying to figure out
This guy's been called to the stand like 3 times.
how they were placed in the different locations, I guess.
Yeah, it's
so
really
the tools
annoying.
out at the farm, if there was anything that we could do to determine whether they had a tie directly to the Halderson family or the Halderson household.
Didn't you think there should have been more foundation about him not
And
being
were
on the
there some
police?
steps
Like,
taken
did you
in
search
this
the
investigation
records?
to try to make
Like,
those
not 2
determinations?
questions.
Definitely.
Some of them
How do you know
involved-
that she actually knows everyone who works there?
Some involved expert witnesses.
They didn't object because they know it.
Let's
he
start
wasn't.
with one item. We've talked about a lot. It's marked. I'll show the defense real quick. The target bag. It's marked as Exhibit 561 in this case. What is Exhibit number 561?
Could we just have had each witness testify once?
That
That's
would be
the target bag filled with
the organized way to do
cleaning
it.
supplies that Detective Feeney found on Irwin Road.
And these were the rags with the red stain on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they were securely
You
placed in
can't see
evidence.
the
and
rags.
Sitting in the Dane County Sheriff's Office evidence for since they were collected and up until court.
Yes.
Okay, I'll move 561 into evidence.
A sealed box?
They recently
Those
resealed
items, or
them
at least that bag, had a sticker on it.
because they had a
name,
week break
right?
for COVID.
Yes.
And what name was that?
It was C. Melander.
And in the course of the investigation, did you have an idea of where that bag was last known to be?
Yes, we had found several bags similar with the same barcode with the same name on it at the Halderson residence.
So that's an example of one item found at the Irwin Road property connecting to the Halderson residence.
Yes.
Let's talk about the gun. There was a gun found at the Irwin Road barn,
Correct.
and that was in October.
I believe it was October, yes.
Were there any items in the home that drew your suspicion or that you wanted to examine whether those items were in some way connected to that gun?
Yes, during the search of the Halderson home, 3 magazines were located that were consistent with rifle or magazines that would fit into the SKS rifle found on Irwin Road. We had also located a spent shell casing or a fired shell casing, another way of saying it, in the home.
Okay. Was there anything else located in the home that led you to believe that that gun was fired there?
There was metal fragments located on the north side of the basement.
Let's talk a little bit about the, start with the shell casing itself, or the spent casing. Is that brass hollow bullet that everyone's seen?
Yes.
Why is that important to the investigation, or what drew your investigatory interest into that object?
Not normal to have a spent shell casing in a basement, especially within the proximity to the bullet fragments that were located nearby. At that point, we had already known that Bart Halderson had died of bullet wounds to the back. So obviously, tying all that together, it made it more interesting.
Did the team engage an expert to try to analyze whether that gun fired the spent shell casing, fired that bullet?
Yes, and we'll hear from
that spent shell casing probably was going to kill his mother.
Today, in
right?
fact, was.
Because he
The
kills
gun,
all
you
the
mentioned that the
others.
magazines
Hard to
found
say.
in the wall, you believe matched the SKS rifle found at the barn.
They do.
And are you familiar with this gun?
I am.
How familiar are you with this gun?
I would say very. I'm a firearms instructor and have quite a bit of experience with the SKS.
Was there any other gun found at the Halderson house that would have fit those magazines?
No,
In fact, were there any other firearms recovered at the Halderson house? Actual firearms?
not a real firearm.
There were some airsoft guns or things like that?
Correct, under Chandler's bed.
Okay.
Were there any
You
crusty
used the
socks
phrase
under
metal
the bed?
fragments, and I think you maybe used it a different way. Did you have a suspicion of what those metal fragments were?
Yes, they appear to be bullet fragments.
What leads you to believe that?
The consistency, like I said, being a firearms instructor, I've seen plenty of bullet fragments laying around on the range. I've been involved with numerous death investigations, which included firearm trauma. Finding these similar bullet fragments around. We also had pictures, photographs from the medical examiner's office that had these similar metal fragments, bullet fragments inside Mr. Halderson's torso.
Relative to the size of what the actual bullet is in this gun that you say you're familiar with, how were these fragments? Big, small, a large portion of the bullet, a small portion of the bullet? What would you say?
I would say small. The bullet's fragmented pretty widely.
Okay. And fragmented just means shattered?
Broken into several pieces.
Cut my life into pieces.
Bullet fragment was
cut my
photographed,
mom
correct?
into
Correct.
pieces.
And I think we've seen some of the photographs. We have another one I've marked 557, just because we're going to talk about it. What's 557?
557 is the bullet fragment that was located on the north side of the basement in the Halderson home.
And the jury's seen this picture, but this is zoomed in, is it?
This is zoomed in, correct?
This is
And
my
who
last
performed that
dessert.
Deputy Scott Coons.
Who we heard from for about 4 hours the other day?
Quite a while.
Okay, I'll move 557 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
In the zoomed in version of 557, was anything drawing your attention when you saw this zoomed in or when you looked at this closely before it was washed by the crime lab?
Yeah, several things drew my attention. First, it appears to be the inner portion of the bullet, the projectile of a round. I didn't see any of the brass or copper casing that would be on the outside of it. I also observed quite a bit of reddish brown staining. It's not the best in this picture on the Elmo, but it's visibly there.
And when you say the staining, and I'll use my pen, are you talking about this area?
Yes, there's splatters all over.
And we heard about the DNA analyst who said that this was washed essentially and tested?
Correct.
Okay. You talked a little bit about not seeing any of the brass or the casing. Some people are more familiar with firearms than others. What do you mean by that?
So around the lead portion of a bullet would be some type of a casing, whether it be copper, most common. It just kind of holds the lead intact until it were to hit an object and expand. Typically, the copper will break away from the lead portion. Sometimes you can recover it, sometimes you cannot. This appears just to be the inner portion of that bullet.
Got it. You didn't see any of that casing?
I did not.
Okay. So when we talk about connections between Oak Springs and Irwin Road, you said that you had the spent casing tested for ballistics.
Correct.
Was the ammunition that was found in Mr. Halderson's bedroom, that big box that Mr. Selzner just held up, was that consistent with ammunition that would be fired out of that gun that was found out of the barn?
Yes, the SKS is a 7.62 by 39 caliber, and that was what the ammunition was that was located.
And obviously, as the case detective in this case, you've looked at the other pieces of ammunition, including that bullet given to Mitchell Halderson that said "get well." Are all of those consistent with ammunition that could be fired out of that SKS rifle found out at the barn?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about other items where we're talking about connections. Was there on Bart Halderson's torso, was there any sort of rope?
Yes, when Bart's torso was located, there was a section of rope that was wrapped around his waist.
And I think everyone's seen that enough, but it was around the waist of Mr. Halderson?
Correct.
Was it tied into a knot?
If I recall, yes.
Okay. Was a similar style or colored rope found at the Halderson house in the search of the garage?
Yes, it was located in a basket in a garage.
And I think we already saw a 210, but is that some black rope there?
Yes, it is.
Was a cutting of the rope found in the garage and then the rope found around Mr. Halderson's torso, was that sent out to the crime lab?
We did send it out for a fracture match.
Sure. Fracture match, meaning can someone actually say it's the exact same?
Whether they were once joined together.
The rope that was around Mr. Halderson's torso, we haven't seen it in court. Was it collected by the police?
Yes, we did collect it and we have it in evidence.
Why isn't it here?
The rope is double bagged due to the level of decomposition on the torso. It just wouldn't be appropriate to bring it into a closed setting such as this.
Is it refrigerated?
Yeah, I don't recall.
Okay. Is there a smell to it?
Definitely.
Okay.
Ugh. Stinky flesh rope.
In talking about other connections maybe present between the farm and the house, let's talk about some of the tools. There was
he never
undisclosed
confirmed that it was the same rope. He just said they tested
found
it.
in an oil tank. I think we've all seen the photographs near Mr. Halderson's body. Was that tool collected?
The always saw was collected. All the tools inside that fuel drum were collected.
And you just said the brand name Alway.
Correct.
Had you ever heard of this brand name before this case?
I had not.
Did it stick out to you for any particular reason?
It appeared to be a very old saw. We actually performed a Google search on it, and it was an antique saw.
Is it a brand that you normally see yourself?
I have never seen one before.
Showing you what's been received into evidence is exhibit number 221. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Where was this photograph taken and where's it from?
This photograph was one of the lower drawers in the Craftsman toolbox inside the Halderson's garage.
Okay. So showing everyone 221. Where my finger is, that silver handle right there, is that a saw?
Yes.
What brand is that?
That's also an always saw. The handle is a little bit different in design than the one we located out at Irwin Road. However, it's still the same name brand.
Okay. Good logic. Let's be honest. You'd take a
The
nibble
other
if it was you,
item that I
right?
think the anthropologist talked a lot
Asking
about
from
today was that
Othamer.
broken
You take
hacksaw
a what?
blade.
Nibble.
You've seen that in the course of the investigation?
The bow saw blade.
What?
In fact,
Of
I
the
think you're the one who
parents.
held it up for the jury a couple days ago.
Oh, gross.
If you were
Might have
Chandler.
been a week ago, actually.
Gross.
Forgot we were gone for a little bit. Was there a frame, a bow saw frame found in the garage of the Halderson house that seemed consistent with you, that a frame that would hold that blade?
Yes, there was along the west wall behind some boards.
Behind some boards? Showing you 224, these are already received into evidence, and 225, is that frame?
Yes, it is.
Show these to the jury, so we're all looking at the same thing. And again, we've seen these all before, but 224, is that bow saw frame behind some boards?
Yes, it is.
And 225, that's maybe the end of the bow saw or where the frame or the blade attaches to the frame.
Correct. It's opposite of the handle side.
It's a little piece right there that's broken. Was that of interest to you?
Yes, it was. Knowing on Irwin Road that we had found the broken bow saw blade, we knew that there had to have been the other end that would attach to the saw somewhere. We also sent that portion along with the broken bow saw blade out for examination.
And someone to look at, see whether they matched or not.
Yes,
Okay. And we'll hear from that person today.
we will.
Let's talk about the tarps. A couple tarps found out at the Irwin Road property, one in the barn and one out by the torso, right?
Correct.
And so if we're remembering everything right from last week, Exhibit 174, this is a garbage can with a tarp in it,
Yes,
as it was essentially found with the tarp inside the garbage can.
correct.
Is this the tarp that has some yellow tape on it?
Yes,
And then there is this big bag. I think the lab labeled it item S, but this is the barn tarp, right? This is labeled exhibit number 143.
that was the one found in the barn.
Okay. Let's start with the one in the garbage can. Did that tarp appear to be newer to you?
It did.
You've seen in this case the person from Fleet Farm testify about the tarp that Mr. Halderson purchased on July 2nd. You've seen in the crime lab measuring it. You've actually seen the tarp. Is that tarp consistent with the tarp that was purchased at Fleet Farm by Mr. Halderson on July 2nd?
Yes, it is.
In size and color?
Yes, the crime lab reported that the tarp was 6 foot by 8 foot. It's silver and black. I've seen that in pictures. And I know that the the Fleet Farm tarp was definitely of those dimensions and same color.
Was, in the search of the Halderson home, any other tarp collected at the house that would be consistent with that Fleet Farm
There
purchase
was
tarp?
not.
Okay.
No.
This tarp that we're talking about, there was some testing that was done on it, correct?
Yes.
Is there something called footwear testing done?
There was a footwear analysis, and we'll hear about that later also.
In general, what is that analysis?
You can testify.
They're able
we're
to
gonna hear about
determine
it
if there's
later.
any footwear impressions on the piece, in this instance, the tarp. And then once they are able to identify whether there's footwear impressions on that tarp, they request, they're able to tell you what type of shoe they believe it is. And then, they'll go on from there and can confirm whether or not a certain shoe made that impression. But like I said, we'll hear about that from an expert.
Okay. Same question with the tape. Was testing done on the tape, the yellow tape that was found on that tarp?
Yes.
Was that yellow tape of evidentiary interest to you as a detective in this case?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Several reasons. I know that we had located a roll of yellow duct tape in the south side section of the basement at the Halderson home.
Oof.
Also with tape, I know that fingerprints can be captured on there. From photos, I knew that there had been some red staining on the tape also, so possibly some DNA evidence.
It was an item of interest.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Let's then
Of
briefly, we'll talk about the
course.
barn tarp. In relationship to the tarp that's in the garbage can, is the barn tarp older or newer in your just general appearance?
It appeared older.
And in this case, were you able to discover any evidence that tarp?
I like that the DA moves pretty quickly. through
Yes,
his
we have
questions.
several photographs of Bart
pretty
Halderson
quickly,
in his
except that-
garage making a table on that would appear to be that
Yes.
same tarp. It's a much larger.
Overall, this is a very long trial for pretty
Less evidentiary
straightforward
interest because
case.
you thought maybe other people had been on this tarp before.
Yes.
Nonetheless, the testing was done and we looked into it, right?
Yes.
And I think we heard from the DNA analyst last week, there was blood found on both of those tarps.
There was.
Mandy Karavichus says, my vacuum cleaner broke. Luckily, it put a Dallas Cowboys jersey on it, so it sucks again.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Mandy is going to legally change her name to Mandy Completely Vicious.
Thank you, Detective. You can return to the table.
She,
This might be a good point to
she's
break
having a
since we've
lot
been
of
here for
fun
90 minutes,
with
so
the
almost.
Cowboy loss
Well,
on
we hear
Sunday.
from some experts next, so I take a little time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. we'll take a 15-minute break at this point in time. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
If you can make a case about a guy who shoots his parents in the back and chops them up, maybe eats them, and everybody's involved with lesbian lovers riding on tractors, swimming around, if you can make that case boring, Wisconsin has figured out a way to make that case boring. Oh my God.
Good.
Stop.
No.
I
No.
want to hear that guy talk.
Yeah.
Oh my
Well,
goodness.
To be
What's
fair,
up, Joe?
a lot of the evidence in this case is just, they have tons of circumstantial evidence, but, you don't have any eyewitnesses. You barely have a body. So they kind of have to make this. They kind of, you don't know where the mother was even killed.
They don't know where the father was killed technically. The best guess is that he was killed in the basement because there's a bullet fragment in the basement and there was some luminol residue on the floor, but it's a hard floor and bleach shows up on luminol, so they could have just bleached something there.
Yeah, that's why they got to be really careful.
I know,
Yeah.
but I hate it. I'm bored. It's
bored.
amazing. Like this story is great. It's a great story, or you could make it a great story. But it's like, oh, he just said. The judge's like, oh, should we take our break? And he's like, well, Judge, we got some expert witnesses coming up, so they could take a while. It's like, oh, fuck.
How much longer is he supposed to go?
I don't know. They said like 3 weeks on this trial. It's only been a week.
I think they overestimate these things. It's sort of like airlines, they always say a flight is going to take an extra half hour longer than it's actually supposed to take. This way, if they wrap up sooner, everyone's like, "Phew, you wrapped up faster." So
I don't think they're going to wrap up faster. Not the way this has been going. The only thing that's keeping this short is that the defense is basically not doing cross. If they do cross, it's 3 minutes of cross on any of these witnesses. So, I mean, that's been a saving grace.
What's going on with you?
I was going to watch the Theodore Edgecombe trial, and then people said it wasn't being streamed, but then it turns out it is actually kind of being streamed. Yeah, well, the court feed, the court feed exists.
Remind me on Edgecombe. Sell the audience on Edgecombe why that's such a great case to watch.
Well, Edgecombe killed an attorney. So the first question we have to figure out is that even murder in the first place?
Right. Obviously.
But it's a self-defense case, allegedly. He's a black defendant. He's got a criminal record that is interesting. It involves gun crime. It involves some domestic assaults and stuff like that. It's sort of on video, but the video is really blurry and really far away. But the attorney certainly gets close to him before he shoots. He shoots him right in the dome. I mean, it's a headshot at very close range. We've got the other issues is immediately preceding the video where the attorney gets out of the car and follows the guy and then gets shot in the head. You know, there's allegedly another video caught on a traffic cam where the guy rolls up on his bike next to the attorney and punches him through the passenger side window of the car that he's in. And then there's allegedly something that happened leading up to that, but that doesn't seem to be on video that the defense is coming about. I mentioned he was black for one specific reason. One of his attorneys appears to be an activist attorney, that's always an interesting perspective because they could get very animated, for example. And they also hired Dr. Black, the use of force expert from the Rittenhouse trial. Right. They hired Dr. Black because they saw him on the Rittenhouse trial. So
his name was Black. I thought it was Dominic Black.
No, Dr. John Black. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That was the guy who was supposed to provide testimony at Rittenhouse that never actually ended up coming. Right. He was supposed to have the whole use of force, and we never saw use of force from him.
Yeah, they screwed up the questioning of John Black. He became they forfeited him as a use of force expert to get Robert, the worst use of force expert ever, removed from the case, which was dumb in my opinion. And then they had him relegated to just being a video expert, and they got all kinds of messed up because he had editorialized his characterization of the video clips. And then they lost on the objections, which is funny because the editorialized captions on the video clips of the prosecution were shown to the jury over and over, and Richards never objected. So anyway, long story short, they have John Black testifying on this one, which it's just another interesting facet. It's also only supposed to be like a 4 or 5 day case.
Oh,
which is great.
Short and sweet.
Which is great. But like a normal case, a normal murder case is short, a couple days. You got a couple experts, you ask them the questions and it's over. They're not.
You saw how they dragged out Kim Potter though. So, they can find ways to drag out murder cases when they want to.
Yeah, they can. I mean, but this is more of a straightforward one. So they're expecting to be done. They're expecting to be done either Friday or Monday of next week.
On the bright side for you, it seems like this trial is trying to prove Einstein's theory of relativity and making like this seem like it's taking 6 months, even though it's only 3 weeks. It's like changing time right there.
That's true. Kingslayer Damocles says, quote, "It's unusual to have spent casings in a basement. This is so ridiculous. It's not like people reload in their basement all the time. No, it's not. Literally everyone I know who reloads does it in their basement. He's lying." Now, in fairness, I don't think there's any testimony that this guy was reloading, repacking rounds or, shell casings in his basement. Stephen Oglesby says, I didn't realize Wednesday Adams was working for the defense team. Yeah, that's the lawyer I'm most curious about in this entire case is the defense bay. What's she doing? Why isn't she talking more? The other two defense attorneys, I'm not big fans of personally. So I want to know her story. But
I didn't see her yet, but what's her name?
I don't know. No idea.
Just when it's Wednesday. It's Wednesday.
Wednesday Adams from now on, apparently. But yeah, so I don't know, man. This case is really, really long. They've I keep saying they called this past detective 3 times. Someone said it's more like 5, that he's actually been to the stand 5. They keep bringing him back.
I don't understand how they allow that. Like
I don't either.
I've never
call
heard
your
of such a
witness,
thing.
ask your questions, and then your witness is done. You're not finding new information at this point.
Like in the Maxwell trial, one of the victims, Kate, had testified, and they finished questioning her, and after she was excused, so they realized she had testified that at one point when she was down in Florida, she had performed for Jeffrey while wearing a schoolgirl costume, which is evidence that they had found, and they had forgotten to ask her to identify the specific costumes that she wore and whether it was at least similar to what they found in their FBI raid. And because of that, they said, well, you can't call her back anymore, so you have no foundation or relevance to bring in these costumes, and the evidence ended up being omitted. And it was a big blunder by the defense that they failed to ask these questions at the right time and were prohibited from bringing a witness back. That seems to be the standard. You can't just bring back a witness. Once they're excused, they're excused. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird to have someone come back multiple times. It's not
okay.
like,
So real quick, KC Auto Doctor says the Edgecombe jurors got doxxed, and the judge just dismissed all 50 of them and will restart with a new jury pool later today.
get out of here.
Oh my gosh. What a mess that is. But now I have the
What a surprise that the defendant has a racial activist there, and then the jurors all get doxxed. What a shock.
Well, the weird thing was, it was said that it wasn't going to be streamed or whatever, but it actually is up on the Wisconsin website. Wisconsin courts have a whole bunch of cameras just broadcasting their courtrooms without the media. So this Milwaukee, whatever, it's Milwaukee County Branch 12, has the courtroom. The courtroom cameras are on right now.
How do they not protect the anonymity of the jurors? How does that not happen by nature?
I don't know if that's the way that happened. I don't know how they got doxxed. I don't know if they got doxxed on video or whatever. But it's tough. I have no idea, man. What are you doing? What are you up to besides trying to disprove general and special relativity? Like what other activities, what other minor things are you up to this week?
I had on my show last night a guy that Ryan Kinnell from RK Outpost. Dude's
yeah, he's
based.
great. He's a Fed.
Yeah. What do you mean he's a Fed?
Have you ever seen the way he dresses? Dude's a Fed.
You think he's glowy?
Plaid shorts, short sleeve shirts or polos, Ray-Bans. Oh yeah.
He's totally glowy, you're saying.
Have you seen his haircut?
Yeah. Okay. It looks like a video game type of haircut. It's like this swooshy type of thing.
I'm just saying. I love him. I love him to death, but he's
you're sure he's a glowy.
I mean, he's sure he's a glowy. Look at him. There's all the evidence you need. Look at him. Oh, you did miss you missed a great section of testimony here today. So Chandler got his firearm in this that he allegedly used to murder his dad by shooting him in the back. An SKS rifle. He got it from this guy, a former military who was stationed in Germany that he met playing Tarkov and Arma 3 online. And they met up, and this guy brought him a gun because Chandler liked the SKS. Which
I like the SKS also, by the way. On PUBG, it's an amazing gun.
So I'm being told the SKS is like a beginner gun in most of these games. Now PUBG is different because you got to get whatever you find, right?
Right.
But the SKS is a beginner gun in most of these games. So that just indicates that Chandler is a noob scrub who needs to get good, apparently. But that's his gun. This guy had an SKS and he decided, oh yeah, I'll give it to my friend. And then his testimony was just very funny. It was very blunt. Like at one point, the prosecutor's like, "Oh, it's a long drive from where you live to here, isn't it?" And he goes, "Yeah, no shit." And then when he transferred the firearm to Chandler, he took a picture of Chandler's ID and the serial number of the firearm. So, and they asked him why he did that, and he's like, "Well, because I'm former military, and I'm not going to get fucked by anything like this." And it was like very, very honest testimony.
Yeah,
it was great. It was great.
Yeah. That's actually, he's like, because I have a brain. That's why I took a picture.
Yeah. He also had a brain injury.
Girlfriend. Did he?
Yeah. He didn't talk about this specifically, but the put together is that he was discharged from the military medically because he was stationed in Germany and got in a Humvee accident and smashed his head on the steel side of the Humvee and has a brain injury.
I like that whole defense concept you came up with, that it's really the girlfriend who killed him. I mean,
gotta try something.
That creates new levels of drama, and like that she was controlling him all along, and she's also framing him at the same time, like insulating herself. Like she has him. It's almost like she has him like dispose of the body in the woods, and then takes a screenshot of him like being out there, which is such a weird screenshot to take. I mean, ask yourself, why the hell would she take a screenshot of the Snapchat, geolocation thing, unless was she planning on busting him and saying like, were you out with some girl? What were you doing out there? Like, why would any girlfriend take a snapshot of that?
And she didn't take any screenshots of him at other weird locations that we know of. Like, they're not bringing it up, and of course, cross-examination didn't really ask her about all the other screenshots she may have taken. But
Did they ask her why she took that screenshot?
I think the state did, and she basically said because it was strange for him to be in that place or something.
That's what you cross-examine. Like, so did you ask him about it?
Yeah,
that's what I would. That's the question you ask. You asked the girlfriend. Do you ask him why he was there? Why didn't you ask him? What did he say? Sort of get her on the record, pin her down as to why she took that screenshot. I think that would help sow the seeds of like, hey, this whole thing was a frame job by the girlfriend. She's the murderer, and we don't know why the state's not going after her. And look, I'm not saying I believe that's what happened. I'm simply saying if you're going to play defense.
Yeah, Matova says she took the screenshot because he lied to her about where he was. But again, all of her reasoning is self-serving. And if I'm the defense and your only chance that you've got is to paint some alternative theory about what happened.
And you have to paint an alternative theory. You can't just say, well, the state didn't prove their case, which clearly there's a lot of evidence here, which is very damning. All the stuff that's there at his house, which is, consistent with the stuff found around, tied around the bodies, the smoke and the chimney going in the middle of summer, all these different things clearly indicate that this guy, at the very least, I mean, I don't know if we found any evidence that the mother's actually dead rather than just
her legs.
Oh, they found her legs.
Yeah, they've got one of her legs, both of her feet. So,
yeah.
But that's it.
So,
I mean, I guess they've identified him as her. I missed I believe there's a DNA expert who matched her up.
Okay. So, yeah. So, I mean, you can't just say, well, they didn't prove their case. So you have to pin at some other potential murderer. And she seems like the one who has the most access to these locations and motive. And, if anything, she might have a better motive than he had. I mean, his motive is he wants to cover up a lie. Okay, it's a weird motive.
It's a weak motive.
Yeah, it's a very weak motive. So that's why you want to basically show someone else who perhaps had a stronger motive. You say, the girlfriend hated hated the parents, resented them for XYZ reasons. You have confrontation, evidence of confrontation between them, and that she was a dominant force who basically controlled him into doing this. Now, again, this is not what I believe happened. I would be shocked if it wasn't Chandler who killed his parents. At the same time, you tell me it's impossible to sow the seeds of reasonable doubt as to whether or not she's the murderer rather than him if you have all these things lined up neatly.
And again, I mean, now Chandler could have said, don't do that. Don't go after Kat or whatever. Or he could have said to the defense team that he did it, right? Like he could have said, I did this. And so they're running this case as ethically as they can, just looking for procedural errors that are made by the prosecution. And if that's the case, then, you know, that's what they're going to do. That's a very reasonable theory as to why the defense is acting the way they have. They're not cross-examining most of the witnesses. Their cross-exams are really, really weak. So the question is, did the government do their job is all they're looking for. Because if he told them, yeah, I shot my dad in the back and I shot my mom and I chopped them both up, I took a little nibble and I spread them across Wisconsin. If he says that, technically, they're ethically obligated to provide him a defense, but they can't lie and they can't.
No,
they can't create a crazy alternative scenario for the jury if they know that. So
that's my question. That's my question. Yeah. So, and I think you're touching on a great point here. But finish your point. And I mean, you're saying they can't create an alternative theory. My question really is, are they really prohibited from doing that? Meaning, can they not say, even if he's admitted that he's the murderer, can they not try and sow the seeds of doubt to believe that perhaps their failure to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is the fact that they have not closed out the possibility of the girlfriend being the murderer? I'm not saying she's the murderer, but she certainly could be the murderer. And say that in good faith on the basis to establish that the state failed to establish reasonable doubt.
Technically speaking, this is very, very technical, and attorneys ignore this technicality all the time, right? If you know that your client did a thing factually, not that they're guilty, that's a different question, but they did a thing, you can't then get up and argue that something else might have happened, right? Like that's a breach of ethics and a breach of candor to the court. Now, what a lot of attorneys kind of walk the line of saying, and most attorneys just don't ask, right, if their client did the thing, because that's an easy way around it. You say something like, is there anything I need to know about this case? What's going to come out on the stand from other people? But you don't necessarily ask if they did a specific thing. So that gives you the freedom to kind of do that. But a lot of attorneys will just, they'll just come up with a lie, right? And they'll run with it. That happens a lot. It's technically not supposed to. These are public defenders. I don't think they're overly invested in Chandler as a person that like a private attorney might do to come to that sort of outcome. But I'm speculating. I don't know.
I mean, and if he did tell them not to go after the girlfriend, they as attorneys have to say, you're crazy. Like you're going to go to jail for the rest of your life unless we go after her. And you don't have to worry that she's going to get convicted because
she's not even charged at this point.
She's not charged, and and once they've gone after him and alleged that, now if they ever would go after her defense counsel would say, look, they thought the state is convinced that it was the boyfriend who did it. Once they failed to prove it, now they want to try and blame someone for this. So they're trying to blame my client. But it's, all the stuff happened in Chandler's house, and she would just point the finger at him, and it would be almost impossible to convict her. With evidence.
It'd be very, very difficult. Even if he was found not guilty or hung jury and they went after her, just be like, obviously it was that guy.
Right.
Just because they didn't convict, I mean, it's really obvious that it was that guy. There's no actual evidence linking blah, 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 blah. Eugene from Russia says, we know that Kat was the girlfriend, but was she boyfriend free? What if she and Chandler's bro will get close together after, quote, shared trauma, move into their new $700,000 Florida house, and then the bro won't be able to handle the trauma and go feed the gators? Yes. Black Widow Cat coming out here. Chandler's bro is allegedly engaged to someone who is not Kat. I think I think is the answer. But no, there are plenty of possible motives for this. And again, I will simply remind people that
The state would call its next witness, please.
State calls
if we
Jessica
have
Crawford
Kat
to the stand.
being
Good
angry with the
afternoon.
mom the day
If
before
you're
she
willing and
died,
able
to me,
and feel you
play
can
with that.
safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be the preference if you can.
Yeah, everyone
Ken,
can
thank
take
you so
off the
much.
mask.
If you would stand, my clerk will administer the oath.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Right ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your full name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
Jessica Crawford, JESSICA
How are you employed?
I am a firearms and tool mark examiner with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, Milwaukee Laboratory.
Back to tool mark.
And what do you do as a firearms and tool mark examiner?
We examine firearms and firearm-related evidence to determine if the fired evidence was fired either in the same firearm or a particular
I got a fly,
firearm.
bro.
And how
See you,
long
buddy.
have you been employed with this crime lab?
As a firearms examiner,
Yes.
approximately 5 years.
And did you hold any positions before you were a firearms examiner?
Yes, I did.
And what were those positions?
I was a forensic program technician.
And, okay. What is your educational background and specialized training that allows you to be a firearms examiner?
I have a bachelor's of science from Fort Hays State University. I have also trained in the Milwaukee Crime Lab Firearms and Tool Mark Examiner Training Program. This is a modular apprenticeship training program.
I'm going to show you two exhibits, Exhibit 403 and Exhibit 404. How would you identify Exhibit 403?
This is my statement of qualifications.
And that's what the crime lab uses instead of a curriculum vitae, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 403 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And in this case, did you write a report?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 404. Is that in fact a true and accurate copy of the report that you wrote in this case?
Yes, this is.
I would move Exhibit 404 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
So when you say you're a firearms examiner, what does that mean you actually do?
I examine firearms.
We receive firearms or firearm-related evidence into the crime lab. We examine the firearms to ensure their functionality, make sure that they work as they are intended, and test fire those firearms. When we receive fired evidence, which would be things like cartridge cases and bullets, we examine that evidence for characteristics that are both the class characteristics and individual microscopic characteristics that would allow us to determine if they were fired in the same firearm or if they were fired in a particular firearm.
And what are you looking for when you're looking at, for example, a casing that was fired and comparing it to another casing fired from a known weapon? What exactly are you looking for?
So we're looking at the markings that are left on the fired cartridge case from the firearm. We would be looking at impressions or striations that are left by things like the breech face, the firing pin, the ejector, the extractor, the chamber. These are all areas that we would look at in order to determine if they were fired in the same firearm or from a particular firearm.
So does each firearm leave unique characteristics on a casing?
Yes, it does.
So you can match them
That
up. In
hunched
theory,
over
if you have the
posture.
weapon and you have the casing that was shot from it, you should be able to match them.
Correct, you should be able to.
Okay. Did you examine any evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And specifically, did you examine a firearm in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. 291. It's now been put into a secure carton, but if you want to look at that, does this have markings?
Michael M., because the case screen has nothing important on it right now. And I am
So
always
when
important.
an item is accepted into the crime lab or submitted to the crime lab, we will give it its own unique crime lab number, and each item will receive its own unique crime lab identifier. So in this instance, there is a barcode label. That barcode label has the unique crime lab case number of M21-1575, and this is item AL.
And I think the detective is going to approach it. And Ms. Crawford, is this the weapon that you fired in connection and marked AL?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, detective. And in this case, you also given a casing to examine. Specifically, exhibit 284, a casing found in the Halderson home in the basement floor.
Yes, I was.
And so when you had the firearm and you were given this casing, what did you do to examine both items?
So in the examination process, once again, I function tested the firearm to make sure that it worked, that there was no damage, and that it could safely function. I functioned these safeties in order to make sure that they function as intended. And then I performed test fires of the firearm. I then took those test fired cartridge cases and I compared them microscopically on a tool we call the comparison microscope. A comparison microscope is a microscope that is two microscopes connected by one optical bridge. What this allows for me is that I can look at those two objects simultaneously. So that was performed in order
She
to
can
look at those
two
individual
things at the same
markings
time?
that were left over from the firearm.
And in this case, did you compare exhibit 284 to the test rounds that you fired from the weapon? Did you say AL?
Yes. Okay. Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your examination?
I was able to determine that this test fired cartridge, or this cartridge case, was fired in item AL.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
I came to that conclusion based on the different microscopic markings that I was able to identify in the breech face, the firing pin, and the ejector.
And was this case peer reviewed and verified?
Yes, it was.
And what does that mean for your conclusion to be peer reviewed and verified?
Peer review is when a second qualified examiner takes the paperwork and reviews it to determine that it is accurate and complete. And a verification is when a second qualified examiner takes the evidence, performs an examination, and confirms that my conclusions and the evidence are matching.
So to put it simply, a second pair of eyes looks at the data and the results and sees if they agree or not.
Yes, and the physical evidence itself.
And are all of your conclusions here today to a reasonable degree of professional certainty as practiced within your field?
Yes.
And is the lab that you work for, the Wisconsin Crime Lab, is it accredited?
Yes, it is an accredited lab.
And what does that mean?
That means that a third party oversees our policies and procedures in order to ensure that we are meeting or exceeding industry standards.
Okay, nothing further.
Cross-examination.
None, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, and released.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day. Yeah, the next witness, please.
Just gonna call Laura Matson.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give
Okay, who's next? I liked the Rittenhouse judge Schrader's thing when he's like, "What's an accredited lab?" and he's like, "What does that tell me about this
If
case?"
you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without a mask would be our preference if you're comfortable with that. Thank you so much.
Go right ahead. Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name?
Laura Matson, LauraMatson.
And where are you employed?
The Wisconsin Department of Justice Crime Lab in Madison.
And what is your position at the crime lab?
I am an advanced latent print and footwear examiner.
How long have you been there?
I've been there since 2003.
Talk to me about what you do as a latent print examiner.
As a latent prints examiner, I examine items of evidence and process items of evidence for latent prints to determine if there are any suitable prints on an item of evidence. If there's suitable prints on those items, I will then compare them to any known standards. I can also utilize our state and APHIS, state and FBI's automated fingerprint identification systems. I tech review and verify other examiners' work, as well as testify in court when needed. As an advanced analyst, I do more of the review process and writing of policies and procedures, as well as train new employees at the lab.
What is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science from the University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh in criminal justice, and then I attended the Waukesha County Technical College Police Academy, where I've received my law enforcement certificate.
When it comes to latent prints, what specialized training do you have?
I had very little training as a law enforcement officer in latent prints. Most of the training was on site at the crime lab, which included trainings by both senior and advanced analysts, covering examinations, how to process items, how to do comparisons, and how to come to determinations of my evaluation. It also included learning how to use our databases. And then I've also attended over approximately 300 hours of external training in latent prints.
Are you certified by any organizations?
Yes, I'm certified in latent prints by the International Association for Identification.
What is a latent print?
A latent print is generally a hidden or unseen print on an item that you would normally have to physically or chemically process in order to see it.
What is a known print?
A known print is an intentional recording of a person's friction-ridged skin. Typically, you would see something like that on a fingerprint or a palm print card, an intentional recording.
We're going to talk about some latent print work, and you did in this case, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, we're going to talk about your work as a footwear examiner too, correct?
Correct.
Tell me about your work or what you do as a footwear examiner with the lab as well.
As a footwear examiner, similar to latent prints, I again will examine and process items of evidence for question impressions. I will analyze images of question impressions to determine if they are suitable for comparison. And if they are suitable for comparison, I can compare them to any submitted known footwear standards. I can also utilize our footwear database and our internal reference collections. And again, I will tech review, verify other examiners' reports, and testify in court.
Similar question to your
Yeah,
fingerprints work.
this is a foot fetish.
Do this footwear impression work.
My footwear training involved both internal and external training as well. Internally, again, by senior and advanced analysts, and externally by certified examiners. Again, it covered processing, examinations, comparison, and evaluation decisions. And I have in footwear, I have approximately 100 hours of external training in footwear examinations.
When it comes to both latent print analysis and footwear analysis, have you testified in court before?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 5 in footwear and about 38 or 39 in latent prints.
I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits. We'll start with exhibit number 426. What are we looking at there?
Exhibit number 426 is my statement of qualifications.
And this somewhat details what you just talked about in some of your training and experience in this area.
That's correct.
Her training and
when you
experience
do
is she
latent
went
print work or
to
when you do footprint work,
a certificate,
do you reduce
acad-
your
a
findings
community
to a
college
report?
program.
Yes, I do.
And
Technical school
in
program.
this case, the case of Chandler Halderson or regarding the deceased individuals, Bart and Krista Halderson, you wrote numerous reports in this case.
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. It's exhibit number 429, 430, 431, 432, 433, and 434. What I'm going to have you do is just page through those. And my question at the end is going to be, are these your reports in this case?
Okay.
Just let us know when you're done.
Oh. Yeah, Dave123 says, did they find Chandler's shoe prints on the tarp? That's what we're gonna find out, of course, is that Chandler's shoe prints are on the tarp. His fingerprints were on some tape, maybe on the tarp as
Yes,
well.
these all appear to be my reports.
All right. In addition to your reports, there are a number of photographs taken at the lab, and all of those items have been transmitted to my office and to the parties involved, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'll move exhibits number 429 through 434 into evidence.
And 426?
Yes.
AB says, can't they just stipulate to all her boring
426 and
qualifications, etc.?
429 through 434
Yeah,
are
but
all
the
received.
prosecution doesn't want to
And rather
stipulate
than
to that
having
stuff
to
usually.
read every one of those reports sitting here, we've created a presentation detailing some of those reports, have we not?
Yes, we have.
All right. And as
They want to
428
tell the jury.
is in fact the printout of that presentation.
Yes, it appears to be flipping through. Yes, it does.
And 427 is just labeled as an envelope of the USB drive containing that PowerPoint.
Okay.
So I'll move 427 and 428 in evidence.
No objection.
Those are received as well.
And if we could have the HDMI left put up.
What shows on the large screen should appear on the
Oh,
computer
there it
monitor for you.
Okay. Thank you.
So we'll start with 429, which is a report of August 17th, 2021. You examined some items in this case regarding some footwear analysis, correct?
That is correct.
What were those items?
I examined item C2 and item S, which were both tarps.
Sure. And I think the jury has seen in this giant box in a garbage can, we have item C2, which is a tarp, and item S, which we've been referring to as a barn. The barn tarp is in this giant bag right there. But for instance, if I bring you this item, are you able to take a peek at that item and let me know, for instance, is that item S?
Yes, and it does have the crime lab identification of item S on it.
Got it. And that's exhibit 143. The crime lab uses its own identifying stickers on these items?
Correct.
All right. When you looked at these items, what were you looking for when you first saw them?
When I first examined them, I was in the presence of other analysts, and I was looking to see if there was any either footwear impressions or if there was any friction ridge detail, which is the detail that is on the palms of your hands or the bottoms of your feet.
At that time, did you have any shoes to compare it to, or were you just looking for if those prints were there?
I was just looking for impressions.
Sure. And you did some search for the designs of things you were finding?
That's correct.
Tell me about that.
So when there's a footwear impression, we have a database that we can use. It's called Soulmates FPX. Is one of the many databases that we can use. So if we have a question impression, if you think of the bottom of your shoe, we call that the outsole, and there's going to be a pattern on the bottom of that shoe, and that's produced by the manufacturer, and it's going to be shared by multiple shoes. When we see an impression, there are details within that impression. You know, there may be a circle or there may be triangles, and the relationship of where those are in correlation to each other, we can use that information and search our databases to see if we can find a potential shoe that did make that impression.
What type of
I'm gonna
database?
make a
So Soulmate
Make a
FPX
brand of
is a database
shoes
that
called
is made by
Demon
Foster and
Souls,
Freeman, and they have
every
worked
shoe
with many
sole will be
manufacturers
different.
and have uploaded the images into this database where we can search them. We also have just reference collections that
expensive
we've
as
made
shit, though.
internally from shoes that we have
Just in case you wanna
received
murder
either
someone.
from crime scenes casework or either from building our own from other analysts at the lab.
Sure. Some people bring in old shoes and donate them.
Correct. And we also can reach out to other examiners throughout the states on a forum to see if anybody else has ever seen this shoe and has seen before.
Sure. So examining C2 and S, you saw some designs that you wanted to look into further.
That's correct.
And you've personally seen these tarps in these images, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so just briefly, if we look at C2, we've been talking about it, this large box right here. There was a tarp inside of that garbage can. This is different lighting conditions, correct?
That's correct.
And this is the tarp we're talking about that has some yellow duct tape on it.
Item C2, you did, yes.
And inside the garbage can, that's what the tarp removed, correct?
That's what it removed, yes.
Just a different view of that same tarp.
Correct.
Give me a tarp. Give me a tarp.
Tell me how you find these prints. Do you literally just get on your hands and knees and look? Is there a special tool you use? How does one go about this?
This is a fairly large item, so it was a little more difficult to, get to the center of it. So in this situation, we did open it up, and I was able to. The best way to sometimes see this is actually in darker, like when the room's dark versus when it's very bright. So we did dim the lights in the room, and I used what we have different. We have flashlights that have different wavelengths. So it may be a purple or maybe UV. So I utilized those flashlights to see if there was any footwear that was able to be seen using that different frequency of wavelength.
And you were able to see things.
Yes, I was.
Is this an example of what you saw in C2?
That's an example, yes.
So once you have
Chad, I'm going to put up a
perhaps
poll.
this recovered from C2, what you saw, and you then start looking to see if you can find that shoe.
In this situation, I finished my additional processing, and then once these images were taken, I analyzed the images and then used the information from the images to search the databases.
And were you able to find a shoe consistent with this print?
Yes, I was.
And was that at Brooks Launch 5?
That's correct, it was.
Now, these images are just commercially available images, right, of the Brooks shoe?
Yes, they are.
They're not specific to this case?
No.
Okay. Do sometimes you rely on those commercial images in your work?
Mostly we do. In general, when we are able to find a possible outsole that made that impression, we can use
Poll is
just
up.
an
I need
image
your help.
search online to try to give the police an investigative lead on what the uppers of the shoe may actually look like.
And so then we're going to talk about the other item, the barn tarp. Item S, same procedure. You laid it out, looked, different lighting conditions.
That's correct.
And there you found.
I'm only going to run this poll for like 5 minutes.
That's correct. That's a processed image, yes, or impression.
And there you did some different work in this case, I would imagine, with this impression. Was it the same database, or were you able to find this image a different way?
We utilized the same databases to find the images. This was, I believe, as a reference from the Soulmate database.
Understood. So at this stage, I imagine the police haven't brought you every shoe they collected in the investigation. They were waiting to see if you found something. And then you asked them, or how does that work?
I had not received any shoes at this time. I issued the reports with these findings of the images that you just saw as an investigative lead. And then from there, shoes were submitted to the lab.
So then we have another report, October 28th, Exhibit 433. There, the police bring you some shoes that they found in the case.
3 minutes left.
Showing you what's been marked in this case is Exhibit number 359. It's been
They
testified.
consider that with
pair of Brooks
Chandler's
shoes,
little
size
bitch
10.5.
legs, he has tiny
We've
girl
heard about some
feet. It's
DNA
actually
on
his
it,
girlfriend's
but is
shoes.
that the item you labeled, or your lab's labeled AD, and then 81 and 82 for the two shoes?
Yes, it is.
When I say AD, Adam David?
Correct.
Okay. So are these photographs of the actual shoes that you were provided from the Halderson house?
Yes, they are. These would be the bottoms of the shoe, the outsole design.
What do you do once you get a pair of shoes like this that appear to be possibly something that was on that tarp and you want to look at it and see if it matches? What's your
I
process?
lick them.
The first thing we do before I do any type of beyond my examination of just documenting the general condition of it is we always have it photographed so that we can have it photographed in the condition that it was received. Because the next thing that we do to help us in our comparisons is we will actually put a black powder residue, which is similar than what you probably see on crime scene shows where somebody powders for latent prints. We put that on the bottom of the shoe, and we make a clear tape lift from the bottom of the shoe. So then we can actually use that as an overlay to compare it with the question impression. So before we do any of that powder, we make sure that we do have it documented with images first.
Sure. And so here we have what's labeled as a test impression.
Correct. So the image on the right where it says test impression, that would be where I made the powder tape lift. So it was a clear overlay.
And once you have that, you're able to look at some comparisons of the original shoe print you saw on the tarp in C2, and then the shoes that you got that were purportedly from the Halderson house. You're able to compare those images.
Correct. I'll compare the images to both the standard, the physical standard, as well as the images and the overlay test impression.
And is that what we're looking at there?
Correct. The image on the left is
Very
a
close to the end of the
third
poll.
picture of the question impression, which CIMP1 is what we designated that impression to be. So C stands for the item. So it was TARP item C, and then IMP is for impression 1. So this was the first impression that I compared on this item. And then the image on the right is the test impression from the known left shoe.
What are you looking for when comparing these? What types of, I imagine you're looking for abnormalities or something that is just different in both images that you could compare?
So we're looking at both similarities and differences.
You guys
when we're
caught
doing
the impression
comparison.
sim
The first
thing. I
thing that I'm
love
going
it.
to compare
That's why I like
is
you.
when we're looking at this, we're going to look at the outsole design, and that's going to be your general overall
right, poll
pattern
is-
that's on the bottom of the shoe. So we'll be looking at, and you can see pretty clearly that the
Poll's
pattern
gonna
at the bottom
close.
of the shoe is similar. If there was they were different at this point, I could say that there is an exclusion. However, in this situation, I would go deeper and continue a back and forth comparison, also
baby.
looking at the wear. In a previous image, you could see that a new shoe of a Launch 5 has, can't really point, but you can see where there's those square blocks. And they looked like one solid large block. However, a new shoe, when you get a new Launch 5, they have 3 little dashes, kind of like when you go further down in the impression, there's 3 in a row, and some of them look like M's. So a new shoe would have that throughout the entire pattern. This shows that this area of the impression and in this area of the shoe was actually worn in those areas. So those 3 hashes are kind of gone, and now they're one solid block. So that wear corresponds between CIMP1 and the wear that is shown on the bottom of the known shoe. So we'll start with looking at the wear. Then we'll also look at the design elements to make sure that they are also in the same size, they're in the same location, and
That's
they're in
good
the
stuff.
same and the same shape.
And in this case, were they of the same size, shape in general?
Yes.
Uncivil law
and
wrong.
This
It's
may
a
be
good
an
idea to
illustration of
murder
some
in the
defects
nude
you were able to
only.
observe in both the item C2, the print you took off of it, and then the test impression from the shoes you were provided by the police?
Correct. So in order to make any identifications in a case, we need to have what are called randomly acquired characteristics. We call them RACs. RACs are going to be what randomly happens it's to the bottom of your shoe or the outsole as a result of a random act. So normally your shoes are going to be nice and clean when you first buy them, but the minute you walk outside, there's a chance that you're going to step on a piece of glass and potentially cut one of these design elements, or you're going to have a stone get stuck or embedded in between the design elements. So we need those types of things in order to make an identification in footwear. And again, just like with the other things, you have to have everything in correspondence, including the size, the shape, and the location of these racks.
Based on all these comparisons, you've made a chart, essentially.
That's correct.
What are we looking at there? There's a lot of letters going on. Tell us what we're looking at.
So if you look at the first column on the left, IMP number, I kind of briefly explained before, and it was C2 IMP1. So again, it would be the impression would be C2, and then IMP1 is impression 1 from that item. And then it shows the comparison decisions for either item 81 or for item 82.
I hope we're all
And
learning
maybe a more
for the next time we
visually
murder
pleasing way
someone,
to do this is you
what
had
to
some
do.
findings at the end that described what you found.
Correct.
All right. So let's talk about item 81, which again, we're talking about these shoes that were provided to you by the police from the Halderson house. Were you able to determine the left shoe here? How did it relate to the prints that you identified on that tarp in the garbage can as C2 impression 1?
So for C2 IMP1, I identified the left shoe to have made that impression.
It did make, you identified it to have made that impression.
Yes.
Okay. What about IMP2?
So for C2 IMP2, I again identified the left shoe to have made that impression.
What about the third impression, IMP3 on the tarp in the garbage can?
C2 IMP3, I concluded a high degree of association between the shoe, the known shoe, and the question impression.
And the fourth on the tarp inside the garbage can, C2 IMP4. What was your finding regarding that?
In C2 IMP4, I concluded there was an association of class characteristics.
On the side of the garbage can? Why was he
Now,
walking
in
on the
addition
fucking
to,
garbage can?
We talked a little bit about your qualifications. You did some fingerprint work in this case in addition to that the work with the shoes, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote a report labeled, in this case, is exhibit number 430. You examined quite a few items here.
Yes, I did.
Talk to me a little bit about fingerprints. Does every item that's touched by the bare human hand retain fingerprints the same way and the same quality?
No, they do not.
What types of things weigh into whether fingerprints are able to be recovered in a quality fashion from an item or not?
There are a lot of things that can determine whether or not you leave prints behind. It's really a chance. We always consider it as a chance that you're going to leave prints behind. You know, you touch an item several times throughout the day, but you probably don't even notice your fingerprints on that item all the time either. It could be the condition of the item. It could be the temperature. It could be how much you're potentially
It could be if you're a
sweating, or how
disgusting
dry your
grease
hands
ball.
are, at the time that you touch an item.
In general, what types of surfaces retain fingerprints well?
In general, it's easier to leave prints on smoother surfaces. It's more difficult to leave prints on textured surfaces.
So when we look at, for instance, in this report, the vast majority of in the right column is no suitable fingerprints found, essentially.
That's correct.
Guys, you
But
saw his legs.
there's
You think he
one
could
that's
kick
bolded
over
there,
a garbage
item
can,
C2A,
even
which is
empty?
labeled piece of yellow tape removed.
Does he have
from item
broken
C2.
tibias?
Yes.
And that was in fact a piece of yellow duct tape removed from that tarp that was in the garbage can.
That's correct.
You were able to identify a print there.
Yes, I was.
Is that maybe a view of that print?
Yes, as an overall view of the print.
When you got this print, you saw it. Were you able to immediately make any identifications, or did you need further fingerprints from the police?
I was not able to make any identifications initially.
So you asked them for essentially better fingerprints, clearly finger rolled or rolled fingerprints from Mr. Halderson.
That's correct.
And were you provided those?
Yes, I was.
Then you wrote another report, Exhibit
Yes, I did.
432. Did they provide you this item, AF?
Yes, they did.
And that's labeled in our case as exhibit number 362. Are those clearly rolled fingerprints?
Yes, there's approximately 9 or 10 pages in there. Yes.
What is different about these fingerprints than the ones that were initially provided to you?
So the first set of fingerprints that I received were from just a regular 10 print card, which you normally would see somebody had their prints taken on. However, it's more difficult to get all of the areas of your print on one of those small little squares on a fingerprint card. So after my initial comparisons, I requested additional standards so that somebody would be willing or able to take tape lifts or rolled prints that include like the tips and the sides and all areas
Just
of the
the
palms,
tip.
so that I could compare all areas of his fingers and palms to make the comparison.
And at that point, you, at least what you knew, you only had one item you were going to compare it to, which is the only item that you were able to find a recoverable print on, which was the duct tape, the piece of yellow duct tape that was on the tarp in item C2.
That's correct.
Okay. And then when they sent them to you, they also sent you an axe just to see if you'd be able to find fingerprints on it.
Yes,
And you were not.
I was not.
Did you do a comparison between the known impression from Mr. Chandler Halderson and the print that you recovered from the duct tape on the tarp?
Yes, I did.
And what are we looking at there?
So the image on the left is, again, the latent print that was on the duct tape. And the impression number is, again, C2A. That's the item it came from. FRD stands for friction ridge detail number 1. So this is the first print on item C2A. So that is the impression photographed with the duct tape that was on the duct tape. The image on the right
Yeah,
is
that's a
the
shitty
overall
print.
print from the standard that was submitted on the last, was it item AF?
Yes.
So that was what the prints looked like when it came to me. And then the smaller image is the area that I ended up focusing on in order to make an identification.
And that
what
is
are you
a
looking for when you focus on an area?
that is a rough print.
So everybody has friction ridge detail on the palms of your hands and on the bottoms of your feet. You have what's called friction ridge skin. And this friction ridge skin is different than the skin that you're going to find anywhere else on the rest of your body because it has raised ridges on them. And those raised ridges, when you look at them, may look like just fine lines, but under magnification, you'll actually see that these ridges have unique characteristics to them and features called minutia points. And those minutia points are where a ridge may abruptly stop and its ridge ending. It may be where one single ridge splits into two, looking like a Y, which we call a bifurcation. So everybody has those types of features within their friction ridge skin, but
you've used
where
some
they
friction
are in
ridge skin.
relationship to each other is what makes them more different and unique to each individual.
Individuals, all of us have unique fingerprints.
Correct. So when I begin looking at this, I'll do an analysis of the question impression or the friction ridge detail first. And I'm going to make note of those unique features in the print. And then when I have a known standard that I need to compare it to, I begin by looking, again, going back to those features that I marked, and I find a target group. So I'm going to look for a grouping of maybe 3 to 4 areas of friction, of those unique features, the minutia points. And I'm going to go into the known standards, and I'm going to look to see if I can find a same grouping that corresponds. If there's correspondence, I will continue to go back and forth until there's enough sufficient data to either identify or exclude.
Sure. You're looking for a lot of these different pieces of data as you do this, right?
Correct.
In fact, this is, in this case, some of those comparisons that you did?
Yes, this is the information or the data within the print that I use to support the conclusion of an identification.
Sure. And all those little dots, what do those represent?
So those dots are going to be those minutia points that I mentioned before. So the dots, if you can see clearly, may show where a ridge ends or where it may connect with another. So where one ridge becomes 2. There might be a couple dots in there as well. The circles in there where you can see with an item where I have marked A or D or F, those are going to be target groups. So when I start my comparison, I'm going to choose one of those and look for that kind of target group. And then I'm going to see if I can find those corresponding target groups in the known standard on the right. And you can see how they correspond between the two.
So
Maybe you
were
can
you able
see,
to draw a
but I
conclusion
can't
then
see
from
shit.
the print that you recovered on the tarp that's in the garbage can, item C2A, and then the piece of duct tape, which is FRD1, to the left ring finger of Mr. Chandler Halderson? Were you able to draw any conclusions?
Yes, I identified the left ring finger of Chandler Halderson to that impression from friction ridge detail.
No further questions.
Oh,
Yes, thank you.
oh God. The defense has decided to ask questions.
So I want to draw your attention to that first report. And that, I believe, was just you originally taking the tarps and seeing if you could find any kind of latent prints, correct?
For the latent print one or the footwear one?
The footwear one.
Okay.
And you did both tarps, correct?
Yes, I did.
And I think we've identified the one in the garbage bag or the garbage bin as the C2 one. And then the other one is the barn tarp is what we've been calling it. Yes?
Yes.
So for the tarp, the C2 tarp, that was where you identified those Brooks Launch 5 shoes, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And
This
the other
motherfucker's
tarp,
walking around
the
Brooks
barn
shoes.
tarp, there was another pair of shoes that you identified there, correct?
Yes. I wouldn't say identified, found and investigated a lead of a possible type of shoe that made that.
Perfect, thank you. So that's basically saying that the tread mark matches this particular type of shoe.
Or a shoe similar.
Shoe
Yes.
similar to it. And what exactly is that shoe, if you don't mind reminding us what that shoe?
Can I refer to my notes for
Go
it?
for it.
Okay, so the impression on item S.
I
was
think the
able to
Theodore
locate
Edgecombe
a
trial is going to be
possible
way more
outsole,
interesting than this.
Bottom of the shoe that matched from a Polo Ralph Lauren.
And you're not able to identify the shoe size at this point.
No.
So later, when you did that supplemental report with the shoes that were provided to you from law enforcement, I believe you mentioned that those were the only shoes that were provided to you. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, they were.
So you were never provided any type of
Interesting
Ralph Lauren
judge,
shoes?
activist
No,
attorney.
I was not.
It's got potential.
Now, as far as the prints that you found on the duct tape, where on the duct tape were those prints located? On the sticky side or the outside non-sticky side?
On the non-sticky side, on the yellow portion of it.
And were you able to identify any other type of prints, or was that the only print that you were able to look at and say, yes, this is a fingerprint?
That was the only one.
Were there smudges or anything else like that?
None that I noted, no.
And as far as the fingerprints and the shoe prints go, we don't know how it is that those fingerprints or shoe prints got on these objects.
Why don't you
other
say
than at some
when?
point someone touched them? Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now, when you were talking
You don't
about,
know when he
um,
stepped on the
bringing
fucking
you back to
tarp.
the footprints real quick. When you were talking about first laying out the tarps and trying to identify if there even were any footprints there, you mentioned something about using different types of light sources to get that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At any point, did you use luminol to try to get or to try to see footprints?
No, I did not.
So to kind of put my head around it, if you will, if I just step on a surface, regardless of whether there's anything on my shoe, it's possible for me to leave a footprint.
That's correct, yes.
And again, you can't tell when exactly that shoe print was made, other than at some point I stepped there.
That's correct, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No focus on that.
So we
Ask
speak
more
excused,
questions.
I think you have some reports.
I'll grab
I,
it.
yeah.
We'll get those to the
Just
clerk.
ask
Thank you
a
very
little
much.
more. Hammer to the jury. So he could have stepped on. Someone could have stepped on a tarp a month ago and left a print, right? How about 2 months ago? That print could have been there forever. Guys, I have those fucking tarps in my garage. You walk on there with a dirty shoe, that shit stays on the tarp forever until you hose it down with a fucking water hose or something. Like, spend some time. Just a few minutes. Oh my God.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without your mask would be our preference, unless you're not comfortable and able to do that.
I would prefer to leave my mask on.
All right,
You would.
proceed.
Please state and spell your name for us.
My name is Megan McMahon. My first name is Meghann. My last name is MC. Mahon.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm employed by the State Crime Lab in Milwaukee as a trace evidence examiner.
And while I talk, if we could have the screen on.
Talking
And I'll have
about
you pull that
trace evidence
microphone just
now.
up as close as you can
Okay.
to you by the base. It slides.
Grab it by the base, girl.
What is trace evidence?
Trace evidence is the comparison and identification of fibers, glass, fire debris analysis, and it also includes physical fit analysis.
Tell me a little bit about your educational background and your qualifications to perform this type of work.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Spanish from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and I have a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from John Jay College of Criminal Justice.
Internally at the crime lab or in your work as a trace evidence technician, what types of trainings did you undergo, or what have you done in order to learn this skill set?
To perform physical fit analysis, I completed a training program at the laboratory that included readings, hands-on exercises, mock casework, and it culminated in a competency exam.
Sure. And how long have you been doing this work?
I have been doing physical fit analysis for approximately 3.5 years.
Okay. I'm going to show you a couple things and see if you can identify them. I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 419. What is that?
Exhibit 419 is a copy of my statement of qualifications.
And is that accurately describe your qualifications and educational background?
Yes.
I'll move 419 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Were you involved in the case involving Mr. Chandler Halderson and the deceased individuals, Krista and Bart Halderson?
Yes.
And you wrote numerous reports in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a few documents, and the question at the end will be, are these the reports you wrote in this case? So I'm showing you, it's been marked as exhibit number 422, 423, 424, and 425. Are these the reports you wrote in this case?
Yes, exhibit 422 is a
Proton
copy of
21,
a report
you dick.
from August 16th, 2021.
Hold on. Hold on. What are you even doing? You son of a
Exhibit 423 is a copy of a report that I wrote on October 7th, 2021.
Oh.
And exhibit 424 is a copy of a report that I also wrote on October 7th, 2021.
And what is exhibit number 425, if you could?
Riveting. Riveting. Open it. Oh my gosh. I'm about to have to hit the bathroom. I'm gonna do that. I can't take this lady anymore. I'll be right back in just a few minutes, guys. I'll let it run. Let me know if anything happens.
425 are
It won't.
copies of the photographs that are associated with the analyses that I did with the reports that I authored for this case.
Understood. So I will take these, and Judge, at this time, I will move exhibits 422, 423, 424, 425 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
And rather than reading those off, a presentation has been put together in order to display some of your photographs and your reports in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to look at that?
Yes.
And does that exhibit, is that labeled 421? Does that appear to be that presentation?
Yes, it does.
And so I'll represent to everyone that 420 is the USB drive containing the report, but I'll move 420 and 421 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
So we talked about your education qualifications, and we talked about trace evidence testing. You used the term physical fit analysis.
Yes.
Just a little bit, if you could, tell us how you go about performing a physical fit analysis. And if you want to use an example of a stick broken in half, what are you doing? What are you looking at there?
So with physical fit analysis, what I'm doing is I'm examining broken
Are you even
pieces of evidence
near qualified to do a physical
determine
fit
if
analysis?
the broken ends could fit together if the pieces of evidence were once joined. In layman's terms, it's sort of like a forensic jigsaw puzzle.
And you performed that analysis and several items related to this case in the State versus Chandler Halderson.
Yes.
Let's talk about starting with your August 16th, 2021 report. You, in that case, or in this report, you reviewed two separate items. One, a piece of black rope recovered from the Halderson residence.
Shizzy, don't even
and
joke.
One,
don't even joke about that. It
piece
happens
of rope
all the time.
recovered from the torso of Mr. Halderson.
Correct.
We have some photographs just to demonstrate what you were looking at. This is one of those items.
I got this prosciutto.
Is this one of those items?
Yes, it is.
And another photograph detailing perhaps the other one.
Correct.
Okay. One side's taped. Can you tell us why?
The side that was taped was marked non-evidence end, and that is just to indicate to me as an analyst that it was cut by the submitting agency.
So rather than bring you the whole rope, they cut off the segment they want you to look at and tape that end.
Yes.
You performed some analysis there. Tell me what your findings were.
So I examined
Goodness gracious.
both pieces of rope, and when I'm doing a physical fit
I even got a
analysis,
full night's
what
sleep.
I'm looking
I'm
for
still
is enough
exhausted by this
detail
boring
in the
testimony.
broken ends to be able to see if they could fit together. In this case, I was unable to perform a physical fit analysis because there wasn't enough detail in the cut ends to determine if the pieces of rope could have fit together.
Sure. And you took some photographs of that.
The imaging unit took some photographs of it.
And that's a separate unit at the department that you work in?
Correct.
So you couldn't
And is
determine
a
that it's the same
photograph
rope.
of those two ends?
Yes.
And so while they might visually appear to be the same color and there's a couple different strands there, you're
I would
saying in
object
your
to
profession
this.
You're not comfortable making any conclusions related to that.
Oh.
I wasn't able to perform physical fit analysis on these items.
Now we're going to look at exhibit number 423, a different report. This one of October 7th. You issued a couple reports on October 7th, but this is the first one. You examined some different items
That
here.
picture sure looked like the same
Here,
fucking
You
rope.
had some yellow duct tape that was recovered from inside of a garbage bin, I think labeled item C by the lab, and there was item C1 and C2 inside of it, but a garbage can. There was some duct tape stuck inside of it.
Yes.
Okay. And then you had a long piece of yellow duct tape, medium piece of yellow duct tape, and a short piece of yellow duct tape. Items C1, C2B, and C2C. Where were those items recovered from?
Those items were recovered from item C2, which was a tarp.
Those were the pieces of yellow duct tape on the tarp?
Yes.
And then you had an item called item H. Item H is labeled as a roll of yellow duct tape. And that was an actual roll of duct tape?
Yes.
Now, I'm showing you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 283.
Yeah, I think I'm going to make some pork
Is that
fried
that
rice
roll of
after
duct
this.
tape that you were able to look at?
Christian Boonzire. Yes,
yes.
I am a lawyer in
And does that have your
Minnesota.
lab sticker on it?
Yes, and my initials are.
I
on
sometimes
the
practice
seal.
criminal
Understood.
defense.
Thank you.
I sometimes practice probate. I sometimes do
So when you had
whatever
all of
needs
these
doing.
pieces of duct tape, what was your thought process, or what were you trying to look for there?
So what I was looking at was general physical characteristics, so the color, the width of the duct tape, and then I was looking at the torn edges of each of the
Mostly I do
pieces of
YouTube,
duct tape,
though.
as well as the
'Cause
the
it's way
edge
more
that was
fun.
attached to the roll,
And I can do this.
to determine if there were any physical fits between any of the pieces of duct tape or any of the pieces back to the roll.
And we have some photographs of the items. I think the jury has seen this image. Exhibit 58, which has already been shown to the jury, but that's the tarp inside of the garbage can out on Irwin Road. Is that piece of duct tape that was inside of that garbage bin?
Yes.
In the next image, is that the tarp laid out with the pieces of duct tape visible on it?
Yes.
And next slide, is that a closer up of one of those pieces?
Yes.
Same with the next slide, just another closer up.
Yes.
You removed those pieces from the tarp? Or someone did?
Somebody at the laboratory did. I did not.
Were they laid out for you for inspection?
They were previously analyzed and sent to me after the previous analyst was done with their analysis.
Things like fingerprints had to be done first.
Fingerprints would have to be done before physical fit analysis, yes.
Okay, so let's look at a couple of these pieces. C1A, one of the pieces, that's a photograph taken by the lab.
Yes.
C2A, another photograph of the other piece.
Yes.
C2B, just another piece.
Correct.
C2C, just another piece. Now let's talk about item, I think it was H. It was a roll of duct tape that you were provided.
Yes.
I'm showing with the jury what's been marked as exhibit number 259, image of the roll of duct tape.
A roll of duct
Halderson
tape.
home. Go back. The police provided you that, and you took some, or photographs were taken of that by the lab. Here now it's labeled, of course, item H.
Yes.
You performed some analysis?
Yes.
Tell me what you did and what you found.
So I looked at the items visually and microscopically. I was able to connect or to determine that physical fits were present between items H, which is the roll of duct tape, item C2A, which is one of the pieces of duct tape that was on the tarp. I was able to determine that item C2A, one of the pieces of the tarp, also fit to item C2C, which was found on the tarp. And then item C2C found on the tarp, the other end physically fit to item C1A, which is the piece of duct tape from the garbage bin.
So while you just said a lot of letters and numbers, what that meant was that
The three
roll of
in a
duct tape
segment.
that we saw pictured
Blam,
in the
blam,
exhibit
roll.
found at the Halderson home, connected in one continuous line with all the pieces of duct tape that were found either in the garbage can or on the tarp that was found in items.
Another lesson.
The roll
Cut
of duct
segments
tape
out of your
physically
duct
fit
tape.
back to one of the pieces on the tarp, and yes, those other pieces also physically fit to each other as well.
And thankfully, the lab took some photographs of this.
Yes.
Okay, so there's the fit between C2A and C2C.
C2A and C2C and C1A.
Okay.
Yes.
Then C2A and C2C, that one's connected as well.
Yes.
And you were able to determine that was, in fact, a physical fit.
I mean, I am having the Halderson special right now. He sent me this nice slow smoke prosciutto.
H being the roll of duct tape.
Yes.
Little
And
gamey,
you were able
but
to
not
determine
bad.
That was a physical fit.
Yes.
When you determine this, are you looking at it just with the naked eye? Are you looking at it any closer? What are you doing?
So my first step in examination is to visually look at it. Again, I'm looking for sort of general class characteristics. So the width of the duct tape, the color of the duct tape. Then I'll use a microscope to examine the evidence in a little more detail, to look closer at the broken edges, to determine again if the broken edges could physically fit back together.
And in this case, this is what we talked about, that one continuous piece of tape.
Yes.
And is it your opinion that item H fits into C2A, which fits into item C2C?
Yes.
Talk about another report, exhibit number 424. Here you examined a couple of different items, one being a broken saw blade and one a bow saw frame.
Yes.
All
right.
Show you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number
Dude, Lone Star X.
141. Is that the
Earlier was
broken
asked
saw
if I would
blade,
eat someone.
that you
Well,
examined?
if they're in a kolache, 100%. Are you
yes.
Czech from Houston?
And it's sealed, correct?
I love kolaches, dude. I love kolaches. Oh my God.
going to show you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 226. We don't have to open it, but is this the Bosoff frame labeled item AG that you examined?
Yes.
Okay. For everyone's benefit, I'm including exhibit number 113, showing the saw blade. It's already been received into evidence. Exhibit 224, showing that Bosoff frame found at the Irwin Road property, or excuse me, found at Oak Springs. The lab photographed that broken saw blade.
Yes.
And is this that photo?
Yes.
The blade was broken at one end.
Yes.
And is that a close-up of the broken end?
It is.
Now, the Bosoff frame, did it have a piece of metal that appeared to be a broken end of a saw blade?
It did.
And is that what we're looking at in this slide?
Yes.
Whoops.
And is that item perhaps a bit closer up?
Yes.
Okay. So you then, having all of these items, you perform some analysis on the very tip of a blade that was left on that Bosoff frame that was at the Halderson house. You looked to see if it matched the saw blade that was found out at the Irwin Road farm. You looked to see if those were a physical fit.
Yes.
And what was your analysis?
So again, I looked at the items visually. I looked at the broken ends. Then I used a microscope, and I was able to determine that there was a physical fit between the saw blade and the small piece of blade that was removed from the saw frame.
And photographs were taken of this.
Yes.
What are we looking at there?
So that's the small piece on the left-hand side.
I
from
know
frame,
the
and
pieces
then,
fit.
the
I
end
know
of
the
blade, and
pieces
that's
fit.
the physical fit that you can,
Sorry.
that I determined existed between those items.
Is that another closer up view, but maybe a different angle of that same thing?
Yes.
Put
What are
prosciutto
we
on your
seeing there
face
that
and
we maybe
pretend you're
couldn't see with the
Leatherface.
photograph?
So with this item, it appeared that when it broke, it bent before it broke. So this is just a sort of like a 3D physical fit.
Physically fit. Physically
There, we're
fit.
looking at just a different angle of the same fit.
I want a
Yes.
nice, sweet, fantastic.
And there as well.
Yes.
Based on looking at that item, you're comfortable saying, though, that those two items are in fact a physical fit?
Yes.
No further questions?
Cross-examination.
Oh.
No, thank you.
May the witness be excused and released. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
If you have any,
Someone just asked,
have a good rest of your day.
is there any reasonable way he is found not guilty here? So far, I mean, no. Obviously, no. That there's no way they're not putting up a defense at the moment that will get him off. Now, they could change. I don't know what the defense's case in chief is going to be, but the answer is pretty clearly this guy is going to be found guilty. So that's the answer there. Let me see. We've got Super Iron Bob says, as a man who can look Drex in the eye and with a shoe to match, most of my exes.
It's been a concentrated day, and the state will continue its presentation tomorrow.
Oh, there you go.
Obviously, during the time that you're away from this room, please, once again, don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't engage in any research. Don't look at any news reporting or media regarding the case.
Just go to the Ricada
accidentally
Law
be
live
exposed to
stream.
any
Don't go to
information
Law
about
and
the matter.
Crime, that's for sure.
Your notebooks will be in here, and I'll see you tomorrow morning at the same time as always. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and that's going to be it on this one. There's nothing else to do on the case there. But back to this super chat, which is much more important. Super Iron Bob says, a man who can look Drex in the eye and with a shoe to match. Most of my exes could wear my shoes over theirs. Obviously, that is what happened in this case. Objection, Super Iron Bob. Chandler is not large. So while it may work for yours, unless his girlfriends are all like weird women with bound feet from birth, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen at all. So there we go. Whew. This is a, have you ever yelled "fuck you, judge" to a judge? No. No. No, that has not happened. I mean, I've told judges that they're wrong on stuff for sure. And I asked if a judge was through yelling at me. When he was yelling at me, it wasn't my fault. He was yelling at me because he was mad at someone else. And stuff like that. But no, I've never used profanity in a courtroom, unless quoting someone. But, let's see. That being said, we've got super chats to go through, and we'll go ahead and probably wrap up this stream here pretty quickly, which is great. Carly Collette says Minnesota has a Kolache Fest every July in Montgomery County. Wait, what? Okay. I'll have to look into that. That sounds really good. That might raise my spirits a little bit. So there will be, I said this yesterday and I meant it, but it didn't turn out to be true. So I apologize, but let's say there should be a stream tonight. And we might look more into the Chandler Halderson stuff. I don't know. After a whole day of this case is phenomenally boring. It is amazing how boring, again, this story can be, because this is not a boring scenario, right? Guy murders and chops up his parents because of lies and deception. Inadequacy, the inadequacy of a young man put against the world but not able to succeed in a time of corona with a girlfriend unwilling to let him fail or whatever. I don't know. You make this story, make it interesting, make it good. This is just, but like the case itself, holy cats, it's boring. And there's only like 2 weeks of it left. 2 weeks of this left. But there should be a stream tonight. That's the goal. Most likely outcome is there'll be a stream tonight. Look, I know a lot of people are watching this case because like Law and Crime had like 8,000 viewers, and Channel 3 or whatever had like 7,000 viewers. Like a lot of people are watching, but I cannot understand why anybody is interested in watching through the case in full. And it was a tough day to sit here through it. I'm sorry. I get people are interested in the outcome, and I kind of am too, but man, the only interesting part of the day was when Military Bro testified to me. So I think what'll probably happen is Greg McNeely, the Dumpster Bros case has been postponed. That's the only reason we're not watching Dumpster Bros. But the thing, I'll probably be switching to Theodore Edgecombe. If that's going to be, it looks like I can get that live stream up tomorrow. I've got the court itself on. I mean, I've got it on now. Here, I'll show you. It's really boring right now.
And in a couple of cases as a witness, I have no time for hobbies.
What kind of medicine do you practice, sir?
I'm a neuroendovascular surgeon.
A neurovascular surgeon?
Neuroendovascular surgeon.
Thank you. 29.
See, they're doing jury selection. It's really quiet, I know. I'll probably get the
Jury 29.
volume booster plug in on this because it's going to be quiet tomorrow, I guess.
Have 2 children, 15, 19.
Oh, wait. Here you go.
St. Luke's in Hyperbaric, and I also teach fire and EMS at MITC. I have not been selected for a jury, and my hobbies are rehabbing my shoulder that I keep tearing.
It's not the most interesting hobby I've ever heard, but
Hobby is rehabbing his shoulder that he keeps tearing.
30.
Yeah, I know it's quiet. That's what I said. I'm going to probably install the volume booster plug-in for tomorrow. I'm not going to sit and watch the rest of this.
I'm a supervisor at the casino. I have no prior experience, and I like to read and bake and watch our home teams.
I swear she said read and vape. Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter that they're going. Okay, so here's what happened in that case yesterday or today. They got a jury paneled, and then somehow the jury got doxxed. And I don't know what exactly happened. Defense motion to have the whole jury thrown out, or I think it was the defense. And so the judge granted it, and they're repaneling a jury right now. So they're going to hopefully have a jury ready to go. Man, some of these judges in Wisconsin do not F around on jury paneling, right? Rittenhouse paneled in a day. This guy's like, I'm going to panel 2 juries today. No big deal. No big deal. But we'll check in on this tomorrow. I think the Theodore Edgecombe trial is going to be way more interesting. I like the prosecutor. Seems like he might be a pretty ethical dude. I mean, the prosecution team in Chandler seems fine, but they're boring. This guy was getting really animated during that the motion hearing that we had. So I think there's some potential for entertainment value along with educational value in the case. Whereas and I think it's a little bit maybe a closer case here. We're talking about, where does self-defense end? Is this self-defense? How do you support it? Kyle's case, again, was a self-defense case that was visible because there's so many videos of so many angles of the entire night, and it's nestled in this greater narrative about the riots in Kenosha and all that stuff. And this case is a little more straightforward. You got a guy who's a bail jumper, out on bail, and jumping bail, I guess. And then he gets into some sort of altercation. It ends up with some guy dead. But can you, just because you're a bail jumper, does that mean you don't get to defend yourself? No, of course, that's not the answer. But is this self-defense? Did he provoke it? Did he punch the guy in the face? Did he clearly communicate that he was leaving the fray? Does the guy have a reason to follow him? Does he have a reason to fear for his life when the guy's following him? All of these questions are going to be asked. And again, when you have an activist attorney, and I mean racially activist attorney, they've called for this judge to be removed, saying that he's a white supremacist and bipolar. So that's great. When you have that stuff going on in the background, there's way more potential for fireworks than in Wisconsin guy turns his parents into cheese and eats them. So I think the Edgecombe trial is going to be more interesting personally than the Chandler Halderson trial. And again, it's baffling to me that you can turn a double homicide with dismemberment into a boring story, but they've done it. They've managed to do it. So we'll probably go over there tomorrow, and I'll keep covering like the highlights of Canterbury at nighttime. I think that's a better ploy, a better tactic, a better ploy, a better plot. Someone told me to watch the twins who testified. I don't even know who the twins are in that case, but to watch them. So we maybe talk about that. We'll have to see. Okay. On that note, I'm going to read super chats. I've got a video that's going to go up pretty soon after this live stream. It's very short, like a minute, minute and a half, something like that. Not a long video. I'll put it up, and then you guys can enjoy that video. Okay, and then we'll see you later today. Let's read these chats. Trying to get back to where it was. None of your business says, is it possible the defense wanted to use a strategy of saying girlfriend could have done it, but the kid said they couldn't, like he still has the feels? Yes, that's where we left off. Yes, that is a possibility. Lawyer in Korea says pics or it didn't happen. Evil Luna, welcome to Lawyer Status. Wolfgang Deo says, so that British man stuck up the Texas synagogue came from Blackburn, where in 1997 the campaign slogan was, don't vote for Mark, he is a Jew. Okay. Stephen Oglesby says, Halverson the musical, photographs and memories. J.K. Wynn says, is Joe coming on to give his insight? His knowledge of Einstein being wrong would help explain why and how he ate his parents. Don't think you get it. Lol. That's true. That's true. I didn't really press Joe too much on the Einstein being wrong thing, but, Einstein being a moron thing. James G says, legal mindset. Are you near Gwangju? Was deployed there a few times in the 90s and early 2000s. He's not here, so I'll answer for him. No, he's not. And I base my answer on not knowing at all where he is. Charlie Eckert says, first timer, Nick. Hey, thanks, Charlie. Wolf's Pain says, not on topic, and I tried on Flashcast, but maybe we can get It's a Gundam and Drex on a live stream together. The stories would be hilarious. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I had asked Gundam to come on the show a long time ago, and he basically said, why? And that was a good question. So, but if I have a subject, I could invite him on. I like Gundam. I think he's great. Not Applicable says, wait, they deboned my man Mitch? Effing brutal. Skeleton says, apparently the word moist is not super chattable. Glad to know that YouTube has its priorities in order. Not Applicable says, someone slipped and threw a chainsaw at her. Whoops. Chicken Tendy says, look out, it's the suicidal, homicidal, genocidal, violence maker, Sabu Ekdub. Lawyer in Korea says, you put her left leg in, you put her left leg out, you put her left leg in, and shake it all about. And by the way, I don't think that Gundam was being rude when he basically asked why I would have him on or anything like that. I didn't take it in a rude way. Before people get real weird on the internet. It was I didn't really have like a subject in mind to talk about or anything, and so I didn't really have a good answer. Eva Luna says, we need to find out whomst Cannababe is. Get her on the stream for an interview, Knickers. Whomst Cannababe is? Was that his other girlfriend that you're talking about? Double Tap says, I think you're talking about the defense counsel, the attractive female attorney. Double Tap says, so he reversed some pieces in the freezer and didn't like the flavor, or reserved some pieces in the freezer, didn't like the flavor, hence why some was discarded later. G says, need a mock trial with everyone and Andrews on trial. Matt Hagen says, all these pictures show as the possibility of UFOs. Gene Angry Penguin says, cause of death, jokingly said they had evidence against Hillary Clinton to close their too close to their Google Home device. John Schmidt says, seems as though they have yet to connect him to the death of the parents. They seem to have the cutting, ditching the body connected, but not the killing. Yep, that's the theory that the defense seems to be running here. The problem is, this jury is going to believe that if he cut up the body, that he also killed the people with the body. That's what the jury is going to say. That's what the jury is going to say. So, if he cut him up, that's why, as Joe and I were talking about, you got to paint an alternative story here. You have to do something to say, but reasonable doubt, though. You have to say, reasonable doubt, and here's why he chopped up the body. It was really the girlfriend or whatever. You have to come up with something for the jury to latch onto. So right now, they're not going to do it. in my opinion. They're not there. Evil Luna says, Nick, do you think that the defense is going to use Chandler's head injury and post-concussive disorder as a mitigating circumstance? If he gets convicted, yeah. They'll try. They'll probably fail. Eldritch Blasted says, the Henderson arc of the Rekieta anime is odd AF. Yes. Evil Lerna, not Luna. And the reason I think that they'll fail, by the way, is because he was lying. He was lying about his concussion, right? They showed that he lied all over the place about his concussion. Ms. Boomstick says, girlfriend said, look at recipes for who to eat. Yes. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. The Freud tells all. Super Iron Bob says, does SpaceX even have any positions at 80K? I can't imagine anything other than like a janitor at SpaceX making 80K. Blurry Light says he was attending college online. Whale Ear says she didn't like the parents and she also wanted a dinner date that she didn't have to pay for. Chili Jack says $1 million life insurance policy. Girlfriend was looking at $700,000 homes. Violet Beauregard says, is there still reasonable doubt? What's the evidence that it's specifically Chandler? There's none. There really isn't anything showing Chandler as the killer specifically, right? They can link him to having the SKS. They can link the SKS to the killing. They can't put the SKS in his hands so far at the time of the killing. They can't even technically say when they died. But it's not really what, like in an ideal world, it's what you can prove. But the reality is it's what you can convince a jury to believe. PA Grunt says, following all of you since Rittenhouse, great content. I will admit I thought uncivil was Mr. Plinkett at first hearing. Not applicable says, skeletal inventory, add it to the Rekieta bingo card. Bear Business One says, damn it, Kurt, how dare you ask questions of the most attractive individual of the entire trial, other than Nick, of course. Thank you. Marcel Dufour says, not going to lie, if I hacked up someone, I would go in for a nibble. It would be a waste otherwise not to. I mean, you're there already. You're there already. Not applicable says, false start. She asked for your x-ray on the first date. Hunter Belts says, false start on Canabro, 5-yard penalty, still first down. Not applicable says, you're be a shark. Lot of teeth per inch. Takes notes. STFU says, Rekieta Law, that's a suburban Chicago accent. It was Puerto Rican. And you know it. You know it now. Catchy, welcome to lawyer status. Salt A says, when I think Puerto Rican, I think of J-Lo. Definitely some Midwestern accent like outer Chicago and Wisconsin. Look, she'd gotten rid of most of her Puerto Rican accent. That's true. It was hanging out in the background. It started to come through the longer she talked. I think she works to keep that accent away. It's also why I don't trust her. Not applicable says, she got me on her team now. I'm a Latina chaser. And Salte says, never mind. I hear a hidden Puerto Rican lisp. Hey, what's up? What's up, Kurt?
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, man? What's going on?
Good. Just finishing my day over here, so thought I'd chop in.
Chop in? You chop in, Chandler?
Yeah.
Welcome back.
No
I'm
problem.
just reading super chats. The trial's over for the day.
Yeah.
It was brutal.
It is always brutal. I was listening to some of your stuff, and when you were just now, you were talking about what evidence do we have that he killed him. And this goes back to this idea of the CSI effect and perhaps over expectations from jurors that we will necessarily have all the forensics and the fingerprints and the fibers and the cameras and everything. There's an over expectation in some ways from jurors. What evidence do we have that he committed the murders? Well, where do you want to start? The cutting up the bodies, the spreading the bodies, them walking into him being seen walking into the woods at the girlfriend's farm where we found part of the body, the saw blades which were found nearby, the gun which was found in that place that we know is tied to him from the thing, and so forth and so on. So this is, there's a lot of what you might consider to be not necessarily, well, I guess it depends on your point of view, whether it's direct or circumstantial. But
Well,
either way,
none of that's direct evidence. None of that actually links him to the killing.
it,
I mean,
it links,
right?
a little bit links him to the killing.
Does not.
Uh-huh.
Doesn't actually. It only
Uh-huh.
reasonably does, but it doesn't like if you get down to it, just because someone chops up and dumps a body doesn't mean they did the killing. I mean, there's no indication in chopping up a body and dumping it other than we would expect no one else to chop up and dump a body.
Yeah, other than it doesn't make any sense because this was something I was going through my channels. Like, let's accept the premise that he didn't kill them. Okay, but he cut them up. Okay, so what are some potential alternatives in this hypothetical scenario?
Girlfriend killed him.
They died. Yeah, I guess, but yeah, we don't seem to have a lot of evidence for that. So that's purely speculative. They killed each other. They mutually died of heart attacks. It was a double murder. It was the one-armed man who did it.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
We do understand what the word reasonable doubt means, right?
But see that's the interesting thing. Like if we really get down to this, they can't tell you when the parents died.
Uh-huh.
They can't tell you who killed them. I mean, they can't. They cannot say that Chandler Halderson picked up an SKS and shot his dad. They can't do it. They don't have any way to do that.
Mm-hmm.
They can say that Chandler Halderson's SKS was used to kill his dad.
Uh-huh.
They can say that they're pretty sure it happened in the basement, but that's what they've got. Like and again, does that mean that there was am I arguing that there's someone else who came into the house and shot him in the basement? Well, no, unless it was a girlfriend, which is a weird possibility, or the brother, something like that. But at the same time, like if we've given the system so much leeway now where we've got a case where they cannot in any way put the killer in the room with at the time of death that they don't know with either parent. They actually don't even know cause of death on the mom. They have no idea. All they know is they have some perimortem injuries, right?
Yeah, with the false starts.
Yeah,
with the blades.
They have after death injury or post-mortem, whatever.
Yeah.
They have after death injuries on the mom that they specifically said were not the cause of death because they happened after death. They don't know how she died. And yet they're probably going to convict him of murder. Now, again, did this guy kill his parents? Probably. The most likely outcome is that it did. But where's the evidence that he did? It's all just, well, he must have because it looks like he chopped them up. That, to me, that's not
I think that's pretty good
murder.
evidence, to my mind. That's pretty good evidence.
But it's not. It's zero evidence of the actual murder.
No, I'm going to disagree with you. I mean, even by strict definition of evidence, evidence is anything that makes any contention more or less likely. That's the nature of what evidence is. So the question is, assuming that he chopped up the bodies, does that make it more or less likely that he committed the murder? To my mind, yeah. It suggests, some involvement there.
No.
Yeah.
Evidence is something that makes a fact more or less likely.
Right. So yeah,
What fact?
Well,
what
the
fact
fact
does chopping up a body make more or less likely?
He committed the underlying murder.
That's not a fact. That's a conglomeration of facts, right?
He done did it. How about that for a fact? He done did it.
So let's say we go with the dad, right? The dad was shot, apparently in the back. That appears to be the cause of death. So what fact is proven, or even more or less likely, that we know about this dad's death by the fact that if we accept that Chandler chopped him up? Again, they actually haven't shown that he chopped him up. That's another interesting portion.
I think you're hunting for doubt where doubt exists, my friend.
I'm not hunting for doubt.
I think you're leading.
I'm asking a prosecutor to prove the facts of the underlying crime. It's not.
You don't think all this wonderful evidence of him going out and getting the ice and him being seen at the place where the body was disposed of?
40 pounds of ice.
Yeah.
What are you cooling with 40 pounds of ice?
This is a very good question. What are you cooling with 40 pounds of ice?
40 pounds of ice doesn't cool a body, not even close.
And he would know this from his vast chilling of bodies experience?
I don't know, but why? Kurt, you know something about thermodynamics, right?
Uh-huh.
How effective is 40 pounds of ice and cooling 270 plus pound bodies.
No one said he was smart, man.
Smart or no smart? How effective is it? Is there any other alternative explanation for why he would buy ice?
Sure, there's alternative explanations for a lot of these things in isolation, but that's the nature of
I don't
building a
think the ice
case.
is good evidence. I actually think that that's a bad play on their part. So he's going to have the girlfriend over. He buys some ice because they established that they don't have a good ice maker.
40 pounds of ice?
Get some ice for drinks. Fill a cooler, 40 pounds, no problem.
Okay.
No problem.
That's a lot of ice.
It's not that much ice if you got a big cooler. 2 bags.
I guess you're using really big bags of ice, 20-pound bags of ice.
Maybe it was 20 pounds. Maybe it was 10. I don't know. They didn't actually say. You just have a picture of him carrying bags of ice.
Yeah. No, I there's a lot of all these pieces come together to form a picture. Maybe I'm just not.
I'm just saying the ice is not a good piece of evidence because that's not anywhere even close. Like that would barely even like loosely cover a body. It wouldn't even cover a body. I mean,
I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit like, say, they see us going out into the woods together in the morning, and I'm later there that evening, and be like, well, and we find your body in the woods. There's some suggestion that maybe
is that a threat, Kurt? I'm not walking into woods with you anymore.
No, I've already threatened Joe in the last 48 hours, so I don't need to add to my list.
But I'm just saying again, like I said, I think they're gonna get the guilty verdict. I think he probably is guilty, absolutely. But I just think it's weird that when we have this idea, the prosecution is supposed to prove a crime, and we barely have bodies here. Which just because there's not a body doesn't mean a crime wasn't committed. But they're not able to talk to the facts of the death. I mean, that's weird to me. Like, and again, it's not weird in the context of our system. This happens all the time, right? Mm-hmm. But just the whole thing is that it's the prosecution's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Like you're telling me to fish for doubt where it doesn't exist. I'm saying I'm still waiting for them to prove it in the first place. I'm waiting for them to prove the fact of the actual shooting. Because I get it. Maybe they can prove he chopped up the bodies.
I did really enjoy the frame by frame of here's the light where the fire is in. Here's the light where the fire is not. That was super fun. I was like, why? That was painful. Maybe that's why we have to have super long, painful trials for people like you, because you won't.
What did that prove?
Apparently proved that there was a fire in the fireplace at 3 a.m.
I don't know that proves anything about a fire in a fireplace. It proves that there's a light emanating from a window 3 blocks away, or what, a block away, 2 blocks, however far it was. I actually don't know, because there's an additional like hour to hour and a half of testimony about that light.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what that testimony is about. All I know is that light doesn't tell me anything about a murder. You know what it might indicate? The burning of a body, maybe, right? Mm-hmm. But what does that tell me about the murder? Maybe his parents wanted a Viking funeral.
I think covering up a crime is pretty good evidence of the underlying crime.
I disagree. I think we've accepted that it's evidence of the underlying crime, but I don't think it actually is. Because what if he's not covering up a crime?
What's the alternative here?
I don't know. They died of heart attacks, and he didn't want someone to blame him for the crime, so then he ate him.
Okay.
What you think about that? Maybe the crime was uncooked meat.
Okay. Let's see. Look, we know they're dead, right? We got that much going for us. We know they're dead.
I mean, we know Bart's dead, I guess, because they have his torso. I think they showed the mom by DNA, but
DNA compared to who they didn't specify. I'm presuming the brother comparison.
She could be a legless torso running around, not running. You know what I mean? Rolling around, flopping around, fishing around. What is that? Is that like a salmon move? If your son cuts off your legs while you're still alive, but keeps you alive because he feels bad, like, are you salmoning on the floor at that point?
I don't know. Yeah.
The mom is not identified. I don't know. I feel like they
said DNA. I'm pretty sure they said DNA, but I was asking in chat because they didn't say DNA compared to who. It says,
Yeah.
we determined by DNA comparison. I'm like, to who though? How do you have a source to compare it to? They didn't seem to specify when I was watching the trial. I don't know if that ever came out later though.
Jake Thompson, if you're not convinced by my arguments, maybe you're not a good attorney. Did you try that one on for size, you motherfucker? Yeah, you think about that? Fuck you, Jake. If that is your real name, I bet it isn't. I bet it isn't. That's how good of an attorney I am.
You're better than
Fuck
me
you.
at telling the chat to go fuck themselves. I just seem like a pansy when I do it. I seem like a wuss when I tell the chat to go fuck themselves. But it's because I start from a position of wanting to please them. I start from a position of wanting to please them and trying to educate them.
Never
and say,
please
fuck
the
them.
chat.
No.
The chat is always in an abusive relationship with the streamer. You
yeah,
gotta remember that.
That seems to be very, very true. It seems to be very true.
I'm just saying, from a high level principled perspective, I think we've come to a place where we accept proof of crimes when they can't prove the underlying factual elements of crimes. I think that's a real thing. Now, maybe that's a good thing too, right? Maybe I'm over demanding of proof. Maybe that would let a lot of guilty people walk. I'm just saying, I think that we should put more of a burden on the state. I think that as a general rule of life, we should put more of a burden on the state for everything. Because if the state wants to exist, then the state can get wrecked for all I care.
Well, I mean, I won't go quite probably as far libertarian as you, but I definitely have concerns about the state at large.
But not for Chandler because you hate him, apparently.
Well, one of the things that the state should theoretically do from a conservative perspective, and depending on who you ask, more depends how libertarian you want to go, I guess. But one of the things they should classically do is try to protect people and promote safety from both external threats and internal threats. So yeah, protect me from you killing me is a proper role of the state in most formulations. Because the alternative is that
this doesn't protect you from me in any way.
No, it doesn't.
Not at all.
No.
Yeah. See?
That's true.
What
protects me from you is the fact that that you care about me so deeply. And you never hurt me.
Yeah, I would never hurt you. That'd be silly. Frasmar says, so Nick, at this point, if you were on the jury, would you say not guilty? No, at this point, I'm saying guilty as shit. This guy is guilty as hell. His defense team hasn't raised any sort of defense at all. And I mean, again, that may change. That may change by the time they get to their case in chief and they get to start framing the narrative. I doubt it. I highly, highly doubt it. Is going to change. I think what is possible is what I was theorizing, I think, with Joe earlier, in that it's possible that Chandler has admitted to his defense team that he's done it. And what they're doing is going through the trial, looking for a potential procedural defect which prejudice his rights. And other than that, he knows at this point that if he pleads guilty versus if he gets convicted, he's going to prison forever. And so they're going to go through the trial and do the motions and make the state prove the case, as is their right to do. And at the end of it, he's going to be found guilty unless some glaring thing comes up. That's kind of my operating theory. Otherwise, I have to assume that the defense just has no interest in defending their client. And I don't believe that to be true. So that's my current sort of theory of the case. And people are free to agree or disagree with that. But to me, it seems like, they're not objecting to some of these police officers testifying as experts about ballistics and shrapnel. They're not objecting to anything much at all. They're not really cross-examining most of the witnesses. I think they're just looking for, chain of custody issues on the evidence. If there was any sort of failure on the evidence management or something obvious that they could pin, and they're not finding it because it seems like Wisconsin did their job.
Yeah, that's what I was also wondering about, the degree to which they consented to the masks in the courtroom, because if they consented to that, that's probably a fail. Because if they insist upon it beyond that, I mean, you could always argue as a state it was necessary for COVID, but you could also go the other way. It prejudices the person's due process. You could even go with the right to confront your accuser. because you can't even literally look them at the eye. First of all, you have me take off my mask so they can identify me, right?
Yeah.
So on a somewhat literal level, how do I know that's my accuser? Because I can't see them. If they can't identify me without my mask, then how do I know that? How do I know that's my girlfriend? It could be anybody.
Right. And
I don't know.
I actually think that there's, and we've talked a little bit about this, is the idea that even if you can identify your accuser, is the jury able to get a real read on the truthfulness of a person if they can't read their facial expressions? And
yeah. So if the defense agreed to that, then they seriously missed a trick. And if they didn't, then they have real possibilities on appeal just on that basis alone.
Yeah, if they objected to that and they have a standing objection to the mask thing, and the judge said, "Well, this is how I'm going to run it," then they do have an appeal point. If they consented to it, they're done on that, and that would be a silly thing to do, in my opinion. But I mean, if you 3 years ago said, "Yeah, half the witnesses are going to just wear face masks, just face coverings, just like this, and they'll be talking to the jury." No judge in America is going to let that happen. Like that would be an affront to the liberties of the defendant at that point.
No, I remember some cases dealing with really sensitive confidential informants and them like testifying behind a screen, and some case law dealing with shit like that because of how no, that's not happening.
Nope. It's that. So, and I have no idea if they objected to that. I have no idea if they objected on the record, if they're not objecting to each person doing it. So it seems like if they had objected, they would have done it at one point. Said, "Judge, we're going to maintain this objection for all witnesses and in the interest of moving court along." But yeah, so no, I mean, at the end of the day, this looks like a slam dunk conviction. I want there to be more to the story. And there's these little weird bits of the story that make it seem like there could be something more. And I'm pretty sure we're never going to get any of that out of this case.
Yeah. I mean, that doesn't necessarily rile me up maybe as much as you do.
It doesn't rile me up. I just want the story, Kurt. I want the real story, because there's something good here.
You want to know how
the movie.
You want to know how the hippos rode on the tractor.
Yeah, I want to know yes, I want to know that. I want to know why the girlfriend knows about the lies, and I want to know how many lies she knows about. I don't believe for a second that she thinks he was going to work at SpaceX and that he was working for whatever, and that he's going to school. But oh God, he just never has any. She had to buy all the meals because he just never got paid. Kurt, how long would you work without a paycheck?
Yeah, no.
Right?
Well, yeah, well, I guess in reality, if it's like a major
when you're supposed to have a paycheck, that's the trick.
Yeah,
when you're supposed to be paid.
I might give them one pay period for like some sort of problem, but they better fix that real fast.
Yeah, because like if you go to work for, I mean, and we're talking about American Family Insurance.
Yeah.
Huge monolithic corporation worth billions and billions of dollars. You're telling me, so you go to work for Walmart and you do 2 weeks of work, and you go, "All right, where's my paycheck?" And they're like, "Whoa, paycheck issue. Something's up with payroll. It's not coming out." You work the next 2 weeks and they say, "Whoa, paycheck. I don't know. It's still not fixed." You're not going to work the next 2 weeks. Nobody's going to work a month at Walmart without pay. You're going to stop. This guy is allegedly working at American Family Insurance for something like 6 months without a single dollar, and everybody just believes it. Like, oh God, yeah, you know what? You're really right. I don't buy it. I don't buy that aspect of his case. Maybe people, friends online or whatever, they don't have any reason, but the parents, I'm sus on that. Can't really,
especially the father who's the financial guy,
right? Can't examine that because they're dead. But the girlfriend who is the one party who is the most potentially involved. And I think that there's actual potential for her to be involved in this case. I really do.
I think that's reasonable. And I did take note with you when the prosecutor's like, she has nothing to involve. She's not involved. And I was very disappointed that the entire cross-examine of her lasted 10, 15, 20 minutes.
If that, I mean, it's so
it's
short.
like, don't you have anything more that you want to ask about?
Anything?
Other things?
Like, why are you screenshotting everything you do with your boyfriend? You don't trust him? Like, why don't you trust him? do you know he's a liar? If you know he's a liar, then didn't you know about these lies? Like, just get somewhere. That's what I want. I just want the case to be more interesting. That's
I think
what I want.
we could have done more with her. That was disappointing.
Yeah.
Especially because her car was not forensically examined. That we could have done a little bit more with her.
And see,
it is her barn, and it is maybe she kept the rifle, she stored it in the barn and stuff. So we could do a little bit more with her and make
how
her a
about
little
the
bit more
fact that
involved.
when the police searched the barn the first time, they never found the rifle. They found it months later. Like when they came back.
Police are really bad at searching the barn, I guess.
So weird. It was just like leaning against the wall behind like a couple other boards or something. It's like it's a weird artifact of what should be a straightforward case. And that's why I want to know the whole story. I just want to know the whole story. Like,
I'd love to see the girlfriend's tape of her interview with the police.
Yeah, where's that? Where's
That'd
that
be
tape?
cool.
Why didn't the defense introduce that and have
Maybe they will. Maybe they'll introduce it on direct. Maybe because this is one of those courts that, really likes to split up the scope of direct, which doesn't really do for me that much, if you ask me as a judge or a theoretical judge, because I'd be like, they could just bring them up as their own person, so why go through this step?
Even better, the mother's lover is the one who found the rifle and told the police about it.
The ones that taught us?
Yeah. Again, that's a question. That is a question that we should have for these detectives. We're searching a barn and can't find a rifle that's leaning against a wall. What the hell? And I have a lot of problems with where the bodies are dumped. I really, again, another one. He just throws hacksaws in their burn barrels, drops his SKS off in the barn, and drops
stupid. The fact that he's that dumb is in no way surprising, because criminals do all kinds of really stupid stuff. Like, you can't believe that someone is that dumb, but someone is that dumb. Like, you have any number of woods you could do. Why these particular woods? Yeah, okay, that's great. Thanks, Chandler.
We'll have to see. I don't know. I just want there to be more. But that's why I'm going over to the Theodore Edgecombe trial, because I'm much more interested in that one.
And what's that one about?
That's the dude who shot the immigration attorney after the road rage. And he's claiming self-defense.
He's so guilty too. Self-defense? Give me a break.
Well, he may have had a knife, but the knife wasn't ever, again, that's another one where the knife was like brought up by him after he fled the state for 6 months or something like that. I think that's going to be an entertaining trial, because you've got a judge who seems like kind of a hothead, which I like. You've got an activist attorney, BLM activist attorney, who is called for the judge to be removed as a white supremacist who's bipolar. This is great. This is good drama.
Is there a particular reason this judge is a white supremacist, or it's just...
Well, because he mentioned Bruce Schrader as a friend or something.
The
Rittenhouse judge.
Oh, okay.
Even though he did say that the guy's allowed to be called... Oh, and yeah, he's allowing the dead guy to be called a victim in the court. So that's pissed him off.
White supremacist.
Yeah, so I think, again, there's more potential for lulls over there, other than the Chandler stream.
I don't know. Me lolling at the next 40 years of his life working hard labor is pretty funny.
It's true. Wait, Chandler?
Yeah.
Maybe he'll get some definition in his calves after he does the hard labor.
Yeah.
So, okay, here we go. But let me read some more of these chats. Arcane's Third Lung says, "Hey, Nick, right? Thanks for the stream. Great as always, right? Must have missed it, right? But was it a false start, right? Right?" The anthropologist said right after like every.
It was a cutie.
He said. You can get away with stuff if you're a cutie, right? Cameron Nelson says, "I never false start when I thrust my blade." JD says, "The broken hacksaw is not a hacksaw blade. It's a bucksaw blade or bow saw blade. Raker, tooth, raker." Forever Cuber says, "Sorry if this has already been covered. Joining late on my lunch break. Why is she not wearing a mask, but his girlfriend was while testifying? This judge has allowed anybody to wear a mask if they cannot testify safely without a mask, which doesn't make any sense. but that's what it is. Trial Pat Gaming says, thank you for providing entertaining content. Help me get my mind away from my mother passing away last week. Trial Pat Gaming, I'm very sorry to hear about that. And, my prayers are with your family, man. That sucks. Stay strong, brother. Morgan Babcott says, what have I missed? Is he a cannibal? I think maybe.
I mean, as long as you're in, you might as well figure it. I've always wanted to know. Now's my chance.
I think your discussion about covering up the crime, proving the murder, I think that easily proves cannibalism too. If you're going to chop up a body, you're going to take a bite. I'm just saying. Because like as you're hacking and like blood is kind of like flecking off, something's going to, Okay.
Could be.
Okay. Got these little skin tags here. Morgan, John Schmidt says none of this connects him to the murder though. That's what we were talking about. Matt from Tinder says all this effort to dismember the bodies, yet they allowed their remains to be found. Hasn't this guy ever watched a single crime show?
You should have asked his girlfriend about it.
John,
she could have helped him out. That's probably the best indication of all. She isn't involved. If she's really this deep into true crime, she wouldn't be this stupid, right?
No, I think she's this deep into true crime. She arranged it. I think she set him up. If I'm the girlfriend, I am turning on his Snapchat location and I am going to the place where the bodies are. And then I'm getting on my phone as her and screenshotting him at those locations. What's he going to do? Get on the stand and say, I didn't have my phone that day. I don't know. No one would believe him. That's a brilliant crime, by the way, or brilliant play by the girlfriend. That's what I would do. John Schmidt says, when does Marissa Tomei take the stand? Not soon enough. Meebe Pirate says, late thank you for the number 2 funniest stream of 2021 with you and Drex and Wiggs, almost number 1, but Jim slipped through in the final minutes with his Jack Murphy stream. You guys are great. Hey, thank you, Meebe Pirates. Even though you gave Jim the crown, I will definitely not turn this into a Drop Dead Gorgeous situation. Hope you live through the day, buddy. John Schmidt says, did they measure Chandler's mouth for teeth per inch? Mouth for teeth per inch? Braden Brown says, good logic's cross. So let's pretend all of your science isn't true. Grug says, Your Honor, based on the Snapchat shower experience of my client, it is quite clear his arm stamina is too high for this amateur work. Cameron Nelson says, I've learned in this case the killer was not a working man. Nico says, thanks, Kurt and Nick, for your service in brain cells on Joe's Einstein stream. Joe seems to be thinking like a conspiracy theorist, connecting unrelated dots and attributing unrelated reasons to the unknown. Koi 540 says, my thought is the girlfriend did it with him, kept a piece excuse me, kept a piece of the evidence, told the police, and placed the skull in the fireplace. All he did to clean, not buying it. Loretta Silver member says, help, step bro, I'm stuck in the ash trap. No, stop it. Daniel says, what's in the box? Eric Wolfrick says, could a defendant object on their own if, say, the state was outside the scope? Look, if you're going to ask what someone can do in court, the answer is yes. The question is what happens after they do it. Can a defendant object on their own? Sure. They could objection, Your Honor. And he'd be like, what the hell? Don't you have counsel? Or he could say, you know what? You're right. Like that's going to be up to the judge. I don't think there's a specific rule that a defendant can or can't do something. But if they don't believe that their counsel is doing the right thing and they object and the judge turns them down, if the objection is well-founded and it says, well, defendant can't object on their own, I think that's overturnable. To me, that seems like that'd be an abuse of discretion. What do you think?
Under the current case law, no. If you are represented by counsel, you can't also object. It's a strange thing because if you're pro se, obviously you can be both the defendant and counsel. But if you're represented by counsel, you can't also be co-counsel. It's a strange rule, but that's the rule.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know if I believe that.
Okay, well, when you look it up and realize I'm right, give me a call.
Yeah, or you could send me a citation.
I could, but that'd take effort, and you're the one that's wrong, so you do the work.
I say you're the one who's wrong. I say if you object and a judge, and it's a valid objection, and the judge doesn't allow your objection, that you have an appeal point there.
Okay.
Take that. Take that. I'm willing to take it. I'm willing to take it to court. It's gonna bother
The one
me,
I
though.
want to take to court is I covered it on my channel on Sunday. This Illinois judge. I don't know if this just crossed your desk. This is an interesting one. This Illinois judge at a bench trial convicts a guy who had just turned 18. He was 2 weeks past his 18th birthday of committing rape or some kind of version of sexual assault against his 16-year-old girlfriend at a graduation party. So he convicts him at a bench trial. Then during the sentencing hearing, the defense attorney says two things. First of all, this is a mandatory minimum of 4 years for this crime, and we think that's unconstitutional because they've imposed on the legislature. And also, we think that they didn't prove their case. And so the judge over here says, well, I really would like to grant your motion about it being unconstitutional, but I can't because the Court of Appeals would overturn me because it's a valid rule. But what I can do is reverse myself on the guilty finding. So I'm going to do that now. How about not guilty? And he just he just basically reverses himself in the middle of a sentencing hearing. And he even goes on to say that, this guy has already been in jail 150 something days, 158 days. And that's already enough punishment for this crime. And so I don't, they want me to send him to jail for 4 years, for prison for 4 years, based on this. He's already suffered enough. And what about the other parents who were there and allowing all this to happen and so forth and so on? So the question I want to know the answer to is, can the state appeal this? What is now a judge giving a judgment of not guilty? Can I appeal that? Or do I have double jeopardy problems?
You gotta have double jeopardy problems on that one.
Yeah,
like,
but
not only jeopardy has to have attached at the time that you're convicted.
Yeah, but I'd already said he was guilty. Now I'm saying not guilty because if I said guilty, I'd have to send him to prison. Now I'm not going to do that. So I'm doing it for completely. I'll tell you what, man. I want to crack at it. Call me.
The battery's exhausted.
Yes.
Son of a bitch.
Have you considered about a phantom battery? Have you considered phantom power?
I bought one and it was the wrong one.
Okay, because I have phantom power and you might want to look into that. Mr.
I
Exhausted
did look
over here.
into it. I got the wrong one, Kurt.
You might want to try looking into the phantom power thing next time. That might help a lot. This is a thing that happened. This is something I covered on my thing this weekend with Judge over here saying the guy who's 18 years old who committed the rape against a 16-year-old because she was too drunk to consent has already suffered enough for the 150 days in jail. They want me to send him to prison, even though he has no criminal history. So I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to find him not guilty. End of case.
Well, maybe she shouldn't have been drinking so much.
Yeah. There you go.
Maybe your skirt shouldn't have been so short, huh?
Yeah,
Did he think about that one?
Yeah. So that one's coming onto my channel pretty soon. As soon as I get done editing and stuff, and see if my sponsor wants to sponsor that video. That'll be good.
There you go. Neighbor 605 says, all this bone talk. Anyone else remember the guy that loves the dinosaur museum at Kenosha at the Rittenhouse trial? Yeah. Corey Washington, Corey Elijah or whatever. Thanks Socrates says, thanks Socrates says, lull at Nick saying rip at small bones. Pride or Honesty says, when I watch your streams, I later get woke video suggestions. Yesterday, YouTube suggested a video, How Racist Am I? You definitely keep YouTube up at night. Long Reach Jones says, hey, Nick, potential future content for you. Class action versus PayPal led by Shbadan Akilbekov. Fucking, what are these names? Akilbekov. PayPal suspending accounts and taking the cash. Ooh, yeah, that's always interesting when these places suspend accounts and then keep the money.
Yeah.
YouTube will do it. They'll keep the money for something like 90 days, which I think is criminal.
Roblox is doing the same thing. They got sued to hell for that, for the children. The lawsuits against Roblox have been really interesting because people will put up all this fake stuff and then they will delete the stuff from your account and then not give you the money back. So it's great. Nice little scam against kids.
Tabletop Joe says, imagine the heads of your parents staring back at you as you burn them in your family fireplace. Yog Sothoth ritual beginnings from South America. Cute Nerd says, do prosecutors have to consult with their own experts before cross-examination of experts from defense?
You don't have to. No.
Othamer says, if we are all honest, he took more than a nibble. G says, defense up the ante to 6. Medicare's Lunicorn Archive says, the defense's statement is literally just, he didn't do nothing. Casey says, Nick said in a previous stream, if eating humans, he'd braise the flesh. Don't get braising with me. Frederick Little says, don't eat clowns. They taste funny. STFU says, F, marry, kill, dog, human, vegan. F the human, marry the dog, kill the vegan. I think. Quicks, DC 614 says, equal treatment under the law is verboten to the gulag with legal mindset. DCV Titan says, what's worse, there's a case where the teacher got pregnant and 3 years later when the guy turned 18, the state went after him for back child support. Yep, I remember that. That was great. Lamb Chop says, what about witnesses objecting? How many other firearms have you privately transferred? Objection relevance, though it's probably funnier when he just said it was none of her business. Yeah. Witnesses objecting is yeah. It doesn't work out. Cause I was a witness and, I had some objections, but I had to keep my mouth shut, which was annoying. Alfurious Strout says, I got $5 on the feminist lesbian couple and their daughter framing the murders on the boy to dismantle the white patriarchy. Mandy Karavichis says, when I worked for Hooters, there would be signs up every year to go to a photo shoot for the yearly calendar, completely voluntary. DCV Titan says, worrying about having to use a condom in a state where you don't have to reveal your HIV status and has spiking rates of HIV cases. Smart. No, the point is that the condom requirement on pornography shot in California, the creators of the pornography know that the audience doesn't want that. That makes their product less marketable. So that's why they're getting out of that state. Warchant 59, welcome to Lawyer Status. Like, I've watched interviews with porn stars. Look, they say you're going to get STDs. They know you're going to get herpes. You're going to get, you just hope you don't get the bad ones. VSync says a company Lofty sells fractional house NFTs on Algorand, except the blockchain part is entirely decorative for hype. Irritating because could be innovative. Saturn Tube says no one cares about this Chandler. We want Chris Chandler. I agree. But looks like next hearing is in February and it is closed. Kirziksa says, have you heard about the recent dismemberment case in New Orleans? Missing lady was found chopped up in a freezer in a short bus. Mountain Goat Gaming says, take a shot for every time he says, sir. Nope, you'd be dead. Sauerkraut says, pawpaw. Context is racist says, this guy is a fed and this is entrapment. He knew this would happen. Guy from the place says, Chandler probably thinks the Final Fantasy VII remake was a faithful adaptation.
Yeah, we could talk a little bit about what's his name with the guy who wasn't charged the Capitol riots, whose name has been going around.
Ray Epps?
Yeah, that would be the one. Yeah, so it's not clear that Mr. Epps actually committed any violations of law because the night before saying, let's go raid the Capitol doesn't qualify as incitement because it doesn't have the imminence requirements of incitement. It's not conspiracy because there's not any mutuality of agreement between anybody. You're allowed to basically encourage people at large to break the law. That's not quite incitement from a legal standpoint. So, whether or not he's a Fed or not, what he was doing is, well, at least in that scene, was probably not illegal. So that would be one of the reasons he wasn't charged, because there's a lot of difference between let's storm the Capitol the night before and let's storm the Capitol when you're standing outside the Capitol. These two are legally distinct postures.
Yeah. So that'd be interesting. I'm not really following that, but you've been following that stuff.
I've been following it a little bit. Yeah, I did enjoy reading the indictments against the Oath Keepers for their seditious acts, conspiracy. It's a lot of stuff. They also have the private Signal messaging group apps, which means someone somewhere is an informant. So fun times. But there's all kinds of
not everybody who has Signal's an informant.
No, that's my point. They only need one.
Because they needed an informant because they have
messages.
signal, right? To get the
Right.
messages. Okay, that makes sense. Do you think they have something on the sedition aspect of it, like with the legal requirements for sedition?
Oh yeah. I mean, at
You
least
think
as
they
far
got
as
it?
as far as I was concerned on the stuff, I mean, it's pretty. The messages group back and forth between the various groups, and talking about comms and talking about bringing weapons and body armor and all kinds of stuff. It's a lot of things. So I think they've got a pretty good case for the sedition and on the charge the way it's written. Yeah.
Interesting. Elgonza 1000 says, wonder how much he regrets giving him that SKS. He seems like an all right guy who'd laugh at himself with you. SKSs are semi-auto. New dislike button says, Dad was in Desert Storm. He'd never answer questions like this. Some who've done nothing take their military experience way too seriously, like this guy. Brendan says, just got to Smith talking about the head injury. Maybe Chandler is reflections of others to come up with his lies because he would rather be them. Possible. Nancy Duggan says, am I the only one finding it creepy? This dude drove states away to hang out with a kid he met online and brought him a gun. I mean, it's a little weird, but it's not ultra weird. Like, there's weirder stuff that happens than that to me. I mean, Carmelo Picone says, the one good thing about the masks is you instantly know who is an NPC and who isn't. Hafty Sazard says, please reach out and try to score an interview with Gun Chad. Soul Fiend says, the sad eyes of someone who killed and ate someone's parents as revenge for being dumped. Yes. Chandler's ex-girlfriend. Oh my goodness. Lady Ziploc says, have you already been told that you have a doppelganger in this trial? Day one, Detective Sergeant Justin Groans almost spit my coffee out when I saw him. No, I had not been told. I'll have to take a peek. Thank you, Lady Ziploc. Wrestler Town says, she looks like an attic ghost. Lackluster has joined at the paralegal level. Hey, what's up, man? Thanks for popping in the chat today. I'll be reaching out. I think we could talk and have some fun times. BG Willia says, next time you do bicep curls on camera, do it in accordance with military cadence. And it's 1, 2, 3. What the hell are we fighting for? That's a Country Joe and the Fish song. Koi 540 says, who is the homeless guy with the bad audio in the car? That was Joe Neerman. Ugh, just embarrassing audio. He's like, I paid like $100 for these. And his earphones pick up everything. It's gross. Taylor Cook says, I'm hours behind, but that accent seemed German and Dutch. Wrong. Wrong. Puerto Rican.
I was
met
not
some
getting Puerto Rican
Ricans.
out of that's for sure.
They're good people. Wonderful Puerto Ricans. Couple of very hardworking Puerto Ricans that I know. Right here at Trump Tower. Reed Nipper says, I'm starting to believe this guy might actually be guilty. Schlim says, name of your new band, Stinky Flesh Rope. Monty Mako says, Your Honor, I object. We can't see inside that box, Your Honor. Super Iron Bob says, we got to know, Joe, would it be kosher if someone did take a nibble? Gunner says, in 1386, a pig was convicted for eating a baby. Agrilith says, I think Nick's not freezing his ass off in his car, Joe. It's shit out here. The Sharpie says, thoughts on Ghislaine Maxwell dropping her objection to naming the 8 John Does from the 2015 lawsuit. New York Post has a story on it. I have no idea. I'm not familiar with the story. Gunner says, Glowy Ryan is literally former Navy nuclear tech. Full Disadulation says, what are the chances that politics had something to do with this crime? Parents as reasonable conservatives that wanted liberal weenie Chaz to pull his weight, so he turned Antifa. I want the story. If that's the story, I want it. I want the story. Mo Zamboni says, the Good Logic plus RKO stream was great, aside from a certain thin-skinned RL mod who thinks he's an internet god. Ricada Law mod, who thinks he's an internet god. Incels should not be mods. Yeah, whatever incel mod I have who's thin-skinned, get wrecked, pussy. Trash Man says, biggest problem with motive.
They might be talking about me.
No, I don't. Unless you were were you on the Good Logic RKO stream?
No.
Okay, then don't worry. It wasn't you.
Okay.
Trash Man says, biggest problem with motive of him covering up school lie is that the school isn't a full state school where you're out tens of thousands of dollars. Okay, so, but I mean, so did his parents don't pay a bunch of money? Like, I've seen a little bit of this. I've seen a little bit of this, this idea that the parents found out he wasn't going to school, so they were mad because of all the money that they spent. Where's the money? Like, where's the money going? Like, are the parents sending money to the school? Are the parents giving him money? This is a theory that people have, but we haven't seen some sort of testimony that the parents are writing checks to someone that are supposed to go to a school and they're actually just going to like Chandler's bank account. Because like a parent, I mean, I guess in theory, they could just send a check to a college for $10,000 and college would just say, thank you, I guess. Like, but I don't know that that's, I don't think that that's I don't know. I haven't
Yeah,
seen,
say you send the check to the school. That'd be funny, and then you get a return. Yeah,
yeah, because they're not going to accept that money unless there's an account
they
attached
might.
to it. That's true. That's true. But I haven't seen any testimony to that fact that the parents were paying and therefore see, because that would be a good motive. That would be a good story for the prosecution to tell. And the prosecution's told good stories, but not that one. So I don't know. I feel like that would, they gave Chaz the money. Do we know that? Because if they were giving him the money, then he would have money. So I don't know. I've not seen any testimony about that. And again, that would be a good story. So I think that the prosecution would want to tell that story. It would provide a much more clear motive than I got caught in a lie, so I'm going to murder my parents. Is I got caught in a lie. My parents found out that I've been stealing, $50,000 from them. Suddenly we've got a different scenario there. Kiernoth says, does Wisconsin have any of these experts who are older than millennial age? Where are the old people and where are the men? I think that's kind of a product of what's going on in forensics. Forensic science has been, I'm completely expounding on this based on nothing other than my own intuition. I think the popularity of shows like CSI and Bones and stuff like that, combined with a push to get women into STEM fields, has created a large amount of females who are interested in the sort of criminal justice world in the science aspect of it. I think it's a great way that has gotten women into those sorts of fields. That's my guess. But I can't base that on data. I'm just my thoughts on it. And we saw a lot. We're seeing this a lot in trials that we're watching, where a lot of the forensic technicians tend to be female. I think that might be why. AB says, read me now. No. Stephanie Gilbert says, are paralegals allowed to sit at counsel tables? Yeah. I mean, if there's room.
Depends on the court. Yeah.
Yeah. Andrew War Snowboard says, Nick, did you hear the Cleveland Browns player Malik McDowell walked naked into a Broward County Children's Learning Center and assaulted a cop? I did not. True Anonymous Shabbat Bad Pressure Bad Calf Care says, you need a boring part playlist of song parodies. AB says, Edgecombe jury panel stricken, visible on public court TV. Very, very good. Good move, court. That's on the court because they had the only live feed going. The court itself had the live feed. Alexander Nelkin says, Nick, this case has inspired me to stop skipping leg day. Thank you. Torgo the White says she is an expert on physical fitness in dumpster dad voice. I doubt it. Everett Arndt says, I dub the Nick Hassan. If you're going to steal his beat, at least show the chair. Eric Christlieb, welcome to Paralegal Status. Richard Freeman says, bored Nick. Read New York Post. Murder suspect who used big penis defense found not guilty. I didn't know she was suffocating. Great case. That's a great case. Did you hear about that case, Kurt?
No.
Guy's girlfriend dies of asphyxiation.
Okay.
And his defense is, I have a very large penis and she was giving me oral pleasure and she suffocated on the very large penis. Found not guilty. Okay. Nailed it. I should probably do a video on that case. Gary Marmalade says, did you hear the news that Microsoft is buying Activision Blizzard? ATVI stock exploded today.
Yep.
That's great. That's great. Again, Sony has been outmaneuvered by Microsoft so thoroughly that it makes me laugh. So I'm just dying. Exclusives. You still can't buy a PS5 pretty much anywhere. But what you can do is even if you don't have an Xbox, you can just get a computer and play all the games. Regan Virastek says, I was hoping to see a strategy from the defense for Chandler. Are they doing the bare minimum to provide a proper defense? Get some rest. See you tonight. Yes. Long and short, that seems like what they're doing. Again, I kind of like my theory about maybe they know he did it. And so they're just doing the looking for making the state do its job. Jacob Papa of 6. Jacob Papa of 6 says, in other news, Chandler admits to killing and eating parents because his trial is murder. Stephen Robertson says, more interesting than the army witness. Cheryl Fodel says he should have used the big green egg for cooking. Questionable says, Nick, if you can safely and responsibly stream without wearing the mask, that would be preferred. Thank you. John Schmidt says, have a coworker who may be called to the Edgecombe jury. Ooh, interesting. Black Magic says, I have had family/friends pledge that when the end is nigh, that the survivor takes the corpse into the wild. Better it goes to coy dogs, bears, and birds. Stephen Oglesby says, use the Durst defense. Worked for him in Texas when he chopped that guy up. Tyler M says, hadn't drank in years and years prior to finding you, let alone tried whiskey. Last week, I bought some Bird Dog peanut butter whiskey. I'll send you my AA bills. Look, if you're drinking peanut butter whiskey, you deserve the AA bills. Drink good whiskey. Oh my God, peanut butter whiskey. Jensen
The
Zeiger
best whiskey is the one that you like and the way you like it.
Unless it's peanut butter or Fireball. Jensen Zeiger says, judge fined a 72-year-old cancer patient for being too weak to mow his lawn. Michigan sucks.
I saw that and threatened to put him in jail too. It was really, really over the top.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Carrie Phillips says, I think Cannabro is a wannabe copycat creep of Joel Guy Jr. Could be. I don't know who that is. Neotsu says, my theory is that he did the ultimate simping by taking the fault for his girlfriend. Remember, never simp. Caleb Cass says 40 pounds of ice may work if they're already in pieces. Nope. No. You have thermal mass involved here. You have 40 pounds of ice and 340 pounds of body. So when you have if you have a closed system, the thermodynamic exchange would make an equilibrium temperature between the two sets of temperatures and the masses that they have. And so you would end up, if you have 340 pounds of body and 40 pounds of ice, you have 380 pounds of mass that will reach equilibrium temperature. But if the bodies are at, say, 65 degrees, like room temperature, and the ice is at 30 degrees or 25 or whatever it's kept at, by the time it gets in the cooler, those are going to equal out somewhere around, if it's 60 degrees and 20 degrees, we'll say, they're going to equal out somewhere around 56 degrees. It's not going to be a big transfer of heat. So, but you're assuming the parts are not already frozen. Ooh, but why would he need ice if they're already frozen? Justin Rogers says 40 pounds of ice barely chills 2 30 packs of beer. Correct. Auntie Kami says, if it's Quick Trip, those are 10 pounds per bag. They got at least he chopped them up, but the girlfriend question is real. What does she do when the human pork roast happened and she spent the next night over with the lingering smell of roast human? That's a problem for me. Lucido says the girlfriend kept tabs on him 24/7, every aspect of his life, but conveniently is clueless at the time when his parents were killed. I have such sights to show you. Says all they've proven is Kat killed the parents and then had Chandler dispose of the bodies, taking all the screenshots to incriminate him just in case. Lucido says, I checked out Fist of the North Star thanks to you mentioning it the other day. Love the gore. Also check out City Hunter on Tubi. It's silly and fun. Radioactive Llama Pajama says, no theory. Abusive dad, mom snaps, kills dad. Chaz, being a loyal mama's boy, takes the fall. Mom sacrifices leg to sell the story and runs while hobbles off with the life savings in silver. New dislike button says, playing Risk of Rain 2 and kicking so much ass. Can't wait for a flying penis monster to nuke me and take away all my progress. When's the next Twitch? Tonight. Should be some Twitch tonight. Nicholas Cruiser says, real BBC raid time. Hail. Oh, hey, what's up? What's up? Oh, yeah, it's Tuesday. Wrestler Town says, Kurt arguing with a gunt. Very ignoble. What the hell just happened? Oh, the court stream and Edgecombe just ended. So that's interesting. Nicholas Gay says, the defense is just waiting for the prosecution to be done, and then they'll listen to Racket Stream for their defense. Warrior Biatch says, Nick, you sexy beast, you. Theory, dad killed mom and caught him chopping. Dad killed mom and caught him chopping him. He killed him and had to finish and get rid of the evidence, or the parents found the weapon, freaked, and accidentally shot him. Don't know. Mac Jervy says, Nick, if you were camping and woke up with a sore butthole, would you tell anyone? If the answer is no, my next question is, want to go camping? No. No and no. Stephen Cooper says 40 pounds of ice would work if you're using Joe's math. Yes. If Joe. There you go. All right. And I have just a couple over on Odyssey to read here. Where was this one? Joey Bronzoni says, here we are. I've said it for the last 1 to 2 years that our country is not going to be restored to its former glory like this. There will be a renaissance, but not until after the struggle. Cheers to those of us that see and are just waiting out that slow march towards the cliff. Something to it. Something to it. Where do we go? Great US says, reminder to shy Odyssey users, you can be your own mod here and block those you don't like while posting 99.99% of what you want. Also, YouTube mods are retarded monkeys. Del Frickin' Tree says, Odyssey is so garbage you can't even make the host say N-word. Great US says, Dear Diary, today Nick admitted that he likes an abusive relations with the chat. S. Duster says, while watching your stream a few days ago, wife commented on wanting that cat painting behind you. With our anniversary arriving, I need a gift. Do you mind sharing the artist name so I can find a print? The artist name is Eric Waugh, W-A-U-G-H. He's linked in some of the, I think in the Kim Potter streams, there's a link to his webpage, but Eric Waugh is the guy. I don't think he has prints of it though, but you could check. Dabrick sent a rocket ship, and that's the end. That's the end. That's the show. So there you go. Kurt, you want to say anything before we head out?
Just encourage people to check over my channel. Just trying to cross that last 1,000 or so subscribers. I need to get to 50,000 subscribers, getting pretty close. I think I'm like 1,200 subscribers away last time I checked. So if you haven't checked out my channel already.
From 50,000?
To get to 50,000, yeah.
I thought you were at, I thought you were closer.
I might be a little bit closer than that. Maybe because let me double check my numbers.
Oh yeah, you're 700 away.
Okay, so I'm 700 away. So I need that last 700 or so to cross over the 50,000 mark. So if you'd be so kind as go to Uncivil Law and subscribe, I'll try to have some interesting content over there. Yesterday, I did a video about the contractor mandate for vaccines. So that was relating to the Biden administration put out an executive order requiring contractors doing business with the United States to get the vaccine. So that was yesterday's story. I'm not sure what today's story is about. I'll have to double check my queue. And then we've got some good stuff upcoming, including stuff dealing with the Oath Keepers and stuff dealing with the Illinois judge who is setting aside rape conviction for some reason because he's a young boy who didn't do nothing wrong or something. I don't know. So all kinds of interesting analysis over my channel on civil law. Please check it out. And as always, I appreciate all of you.
Yeah, and if you want to check out Kurt's channel, it's really, really easy because you can just go into the description and there is Uncivil Law, and it's got like a little outline around it, and you just go ahead and click on that. It'll take you right to his channel, and you can check him out there. You can also check out Legal Mindset, who was on earlier, and I didn't chill while he was here, so that's too bad for him.
And I will sing for 50,000 if it helps. The singing, not singing divide on my channel is pretty real.
Oh yeah, people either love or hate the singing in general. I did miss a couple of the pre-stream chats. That thank you, Joji, for reminding me. I didn't see these. Joji says, "Try donuts since the coof effed your taste buds." No, I didn't. I almost bought one the other day. I was at Nelson Brothers and I grabbed a sandwich, and I was like, "Oh, there's a donut there. I'm gonna try it. It's a glazed donut. I'll try it and see if it messed up my taste bud for donuts, and the guy in front of me bought the last one. So I was like, you know what? Thank you, God. Now I don't have to find out that I hate donuts and hate life even more. I'll just go eat a sandwich. So thank you, Joji, for asking. Your concern is noted. You'll be spared when the culling happens. Angry Baneling says, hope you got at least 8 hours of sleep, Nick. Dude, I got a lot of sleep. Like I said, I organically woke up at 7 a.m. I just went, what? My alarm was set for
like 8. Yeah, I woke up before my alarm too. It was a very strange feeling.
Yeah, it was wild. Angry Baneling also says Warcraft 4 is cumin. Facts. And then there was one new chat that came in from C Goody. It says nagging renegger. So there you go.
Okay.
I guess. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us. Kurt, thanks for hanging out, man. Always appreciate your commentary. And we'll see you guys. Well, I'll see you guys later tonight when I figure out what else to do. Until then, y'all have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of that brogue. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law